stay on and finish the course is pathetic. So how do you use behavioral science learnings to actually get them to, indulge there? Or how do you improve collections in banks? I mean, delinquency, how do you manage with it? Rail safety or girl trafficking. I think we worked across a spectrum of problems. I think that's something which we can very confidently say. Now, we can tell you, you give us a problem and give us a week or two, and then we will come back and say, yes, I think we will be able to tell you how we're going to solve, because the sheer variety has been. And that also shows for all of the listeners that this new approach to behavioral science has huge potential. It can be used in both to handle the problems, commercial problems, as well as social problems. But I also want to remind one big learning that we picked up while solving these particular problems. Because somewhere the word nudge gives us a feeling that, any problem in the world can be just solved with some smart nudge across there. But I can tell you a lot of our problems that as we go to deal with it are actually very complex problems. Many of them are problems within problems. As we've solved one problem, new problems emerge. So much so we call those problems wicked problems. For example, usage of toilets. We did develop, certain interventions in few of the villages and districts in Karnataka. That's where we initially tried it out to get the people to use the toilets. And I think it worked. But as they were working, suddenly we saw they stopped using it. Then we asked them why. They said, but the pit that we have dug up, if all the whole family members start using it, now will they not fill it up? Oh, that's a new problem. Now pits filling up in reality it won't really get filled up. But how do you reassure them that even if it fills up, you'll have another system to make sure it cleans up? It always creates new problems. And I think we realize that nudges work if the problem is very singular and it's very, like in the railway problem that we realized. It was all about just that few seconds before he enters the railway tracks. What is it I can do to make sure that he's a bit more cautious or he judges the speed of the train well? Okay, it's nudges or, those works. But otherwise, a problem like integrity, in the insurance company, we realize it's so complex. It calls for systemic changes within the organization. Obviously, those solutions are all guided by the philosophy of behavioral science. But I just want to caution this belief that, the problems that we all can always be sort of nudged. No, the problems are complex, and many a time we need to use behavioral science to get into the depth of that particular problem. So, this is what Final Mile has done so far. But obviously, the next question would be that where is it that Final Mile is seeing the future to be? I think one of them is that we said in 2018 that yes, if we have to really build the future, we also need to see where the future is going to be, and we need to be part of that. And that is the reason why we decided to become part of Fractal Analytics, one of the leading data analytics companies in the world. And because one of the things that we realized is that big data. Now we're talking all about understanding the context. Earlier, when we used to launch a brand, and I think the maximum we used to do about 10 to 15 or maybe 20 focus group discussions across the country. And I think based on that, we said, oh, we have understood the consumer, we've understood the context, we can launch the brand. Now, that was our understanding in the context. Now, in the same scenario, I think today when we are looking through the lens of big data, now we are talking about millions and millions and millions of data points, which we can actually use. And using the learnings from obviously the new tools of data analytics and machine learning and artificial intelligence, we're able to now make real sense of what is really happening out there. So the big, real understanding of human behavior, the contextual understanding, actually the data, the big data is actually the richest source that we have. So any attempt to move to the world, they say we'll try to understand human behavior without trying to take the huge power of big data, I assume might not be the best way to handle the future. The second significant thing that is happening is the emergence of smartphones. Yes, 2016 was significant because that's the year for the first time the number of smartphones actually became larger. Usage of smartphones became larger than the number of ordinary phones. That is significant from a number point of view. But for me, the significance of smartphones are not from a number point of view. Numbers will continue to increase. But until the smartphones came in, the mediums that we had or the mediums that we interacted with, the newspaper, we interacted with the newspaper for about a few minutes in a day. Then the televisions came. We interacted with the televisions for maybe a few hours in a day. And that too, as I said, in the context of the living room. But for the first time, with the arrival of the smartphone, we have what we call an always with you medium. Right through, even in our sleeping hours, this medium is beside us. Now, this to me is a fundamental change, because from influencing human behavior, suddenly you have a tool that is there with the person right through that we can actually use to actually influence the behavior. So that means this medium is there in whichever context that you are in throughout the day, this medium is really there with you. And that to me is a very significant development. And it's not just about the fact that it's always with you, but the mobile phone that I have, actually what I do, and is giving a large amount of data about me. Where am I? What am I doing? What is the mood that I'm in? This is one of the outlets of what I am and person. And my team has done several work, both in the US, in China, and in UK, and found out new ways to actually read the behavior of the people and understand the person who's using it by looking at the behavior of the people on the smartphone. Now that again is a huge, significant development. Now, when we speak about culture, and often I know, yesterday also we were speaking about culture. And I know in the advertising industry also we should speak about culture. And we say, Indian culture. So I'm launching Rexona Dio or an Axe Dio. No, this is the Indian culture. So let's be different from, say, Philippines or any other country, and let's look at it. So we tend to look at culture maybe at a country level. Now, there are some brands, few brands in this country, and I know there are people from other part of the world, where you might say, okay, not just at a country level, can I look at it from a region point of view, state point of view? So I take a culture and say, okay, for example, I belong to one of the smallest states in India called Kerala. Now, looking at the culture of Kerala, which is so small, it is distinct from definitely other parts of the country. But even in Kerala itself, the northern states, districts of Kerala, the culture is very different from the culture that is there on the southern part of of Kerala. So where do you cut culture at? At what level? Country level, region level, small level? But I know that's a debate that you can continue to have. But the interesting thing is, with smartphones and with artificial intelligence coming in, now we can say, forget about that. Today, we have the ability to reach to each individual. With smartphone being the key medium of communication, we don't have to worry about state, we don't have to worry about region. We can actually reach out to the people at a one-on-one basis. And we also know that the companies, and mostly in the commercial, they're all trying to build a direct to D2C, direct to consumer relationships. So again, the culture that we've been looking at has now become very, very narrow focused onto the individual and saying, how do I really understand the individual? And the better that I understand the individual, so I think obviously I'll be able to reach out and build a relationship with the consumer far better. So the whole world of culture to me is actually getting now slowly but surely getting replaced by completely a new trend towards mass personalization. Now that is to me a very significant development which behavioral science professionals should be aware of. Whenever we speak about context, whenever we speak about it, mostly in the world of in the marketing, we actually tend to look at it from, can I use this context to get the person to buy the product? It's good. And that's how the whole world of digital marketing and so is all focused on e-commerce, getting people to buy the product. But look a bit more closely. Let's take toothpaste. Now, how many purchase occasions do I have with the person? Once a month, because I don't purchase the toothpaste more than once a month. But let's take a different look to that, take to that. How many consumption moments that I have of a toothpaste? I have two. I have one every day. 30 times more than the purchase occasions. And a lot of brands across the world are trying to see if I can get the people to brush one more time in a day. Which means the occasions, I assume the evening, night brushing is not very large. If the brands can actually be able to do that, I'm significantly, obviously, increasing the market share. And today, across a lot of categories that we work with, we are realizing the opportunity to get the people to go to the refrigerator, take that particular product and consume is actually a far better, far more efficient and far better way to make sure that, obviously, because once you consume, that gets over, they'll go and purchase. So purchase need not be always the focus. For a lot of brands, I think the focus should actually move towards consumption. And this to us is another big trend that is emerging into the use of behavioral science. So from moving from e-commerce, where the number of occasions are far too restricted, move towards e-consumption. The same can actually be used, for example, road safety. When I'm driving, I might keep every 4 kilometers or 5 kilometers, I might actually keep some signage to make sure that he drives slowly. But once I have an always with you medium like the mobile phone, now every time I'm getting a data as to that this person is now crossing 120 kilometers on the highway, I can communicate to him immediately. So this is actually now helping us to now reach to the people far more frequently than what we were doing before. But I think while doing that, we should also be very, very careful in terms of understanding the context of this particular medium. The last call that I received on this was a call from my friend. He was talking to me, he was calling me by my name. We were discussing very personal and intimate things. And I just imagine after that call is over, suddenly a message comes from the brand which does not even have my name there. Now that stands out like a sore thumb. So this is a very personal medium. So we had to really reach out to the people and using this particular medium. I think we should actually be willing to speak at a very personal level to the person. One other thing we should keep in mind is that studies, and again in the United States, show that people spend about 3 hours to 10 minutes with their smartphones every day. And studies also showing that people touch their mobile phone about 2,617 times in a day. There's no other thing that you touch in your life far more often than your mobile phone. Which means the average interaction time that I have with my mobile phone is 4.3 seconds. Now that's a huge learning for all of us, which means our traditional staple diet of influencing human behavior, the 30-second commercial or even a 5-second edit of that is just not relevant anymore. We have to think completely anew on what is the stimuli that we actually develop. And I think my team is very, very convinced that the future of the interaction with the consumer is not the 30-second commercial. That last 50, 60, 70 years, it had a role. But as we're looking at the future, I think the future is all about micro-communication. Communication where the stimuli works in few milliseconds in my brain, and maybe even obviously at an unconscious level. And that influences my behavior. That's the future that we need to work towards. Now, let me also take another point of view as far as culture is concerned, which is actually an important facet of context. There was a very interesting book, recent, just about a year back, came in from Antonio Damasio, where he was looking at the relationship between culture and the human brain. And therein he actually gives an anecdotal, discovery on the fact that the cellular bacteria, which is actually one of the most original forms of life. So he was studying that, and he quotes that. So it seems when there is abundance of resources, each of those bacteria acts on its own, and they don't really, they almost don't really interact. But the moment the resources around that particular place is actually slightly depleted, what they do, they all come together. They tend to bond together and see how is that in the limited resource that we have, all of us can survive. And there might be one or two bacteria that decides not to follow what the group is actually doing. And what this study shows that these guys are actually now, these are defectors, and these guys are kept away in the subsequent part of the life of these. Now, this is a tendency that you see in human beings. So what this behavior, what we call culture of cooperation and defectors being kept away, now that is there in the first original form of life. Or look at ants, look at bees. Again, Damasio reminds us that the cultural code that exists in a beehive or inside an ant mob is as sophisticated as what happens to a large extent, and some facets are as sophisticated as what happens in human life. So even what we call humans have real culture codes. So he reminds us that a lot of these, what we call cultural codes, started actually becoming part of us because of the development of the nervous system. A nervous system is about 600 million years old. Whereas when we speak about culture, all that we speak about, rituals and language and, the norms and all that we speaking about, the farthest that you can think of is about 50,000 years old. And agriculture is about 12,000 years old. And culture is about 50,000 years old. So the big question that I want to leave with all of you is, when we trying to really trying to understand human behavior, at what level should we understand human behavior? At a level of culture, which is about 50,000 years old, or should we go farther deeper, at least at the nervous system level, which is at a 600 million years level? So won't that give us a deeper and a better and new understanding of human behavior, which so far otherwise we didn't have? So when we were asked to study the problem of trespassing and why 10 to 12 people are dying in Mumbai, we didn't look through the lens of culture. We looked through the lens of saying, what's happening in the brain as this person is crossing the railway tracks? And therein gave us an answer. We said, there is a problem because our brain has a deficiency. Our brain is still not evolved yet to actually judge the speed of large incoming objects. Because evolutionarily, we have seen small objects, like could be a rabbit or a deer running around, which our forefathers could judge the speed of it perfectly. They threw the spear, killed it, they had the breakfast that particular day. But elephants and giraffes never moved fast. And our brain started seeing large objects move fast the last 100, 150 years. That is too short a time to make any impact on the brain. So when he looks at the train, he says, I can cross. But because of this deficiency wherein we are underestimating the speed of that, I'm by almost 40%. But once I enter the track, the train is now much closer than what it is. Now this facet of the problem wouldn't have really come to us if we were studying the problem at culture level. But we went deeper at the brain level, and then we started getting insights. Or let's look at the solutions. When we looked at the solution, again, we didn't want to go the traditional conscious approach to communication. And the conscious approach to communication is tell the people about the consequences, and people actually would be, they would be very, very sure. They will do what they're supposed to do. Or building awareness. Any problem that you speak about, I think our approach is build awareness. We just finished a project on rape victims in India. Now, I think one of the things that I often ask people is, when you speak about some of the, much talked about rape, I can see a lot of people saying, let's build awareness. Now, who in the world, which male in the world doesn't know? Forget about raping. that I shouldn't touch a woman inappropriately. So this awareness building and all that's a traditional approach to doing it. So based on it, assume, okay, we got the insight that trains are faster than, and what do you think? We could have put up boards across Bombay by saying, hey, trains are faster than what do you think? So be careful. Now that's speaking to the conscious mind. But instead, my design team decided to go much deeper at a brain level. They said, how does the brain judge speed? The brain always judges speed with respect to a reference point. And we said, oh, if that is so, what can we do? Can we provide a reference point to the people as they cross the railway tracks? And this is exactly what the team did. They actually, now that's it, in the direction of the train. Now the place where people cross trespass is a very constant place. Now they left few sleepers empty. Now 5 sleepers are painted in yellow, 15 are left empty, another 5 are painted. Now when the train comes from there, the speed at which these yellow lines disappear under the train becomes a reference for this particular person. The same insight is what we use for the railways in the white lines that we drew across the road across there. But there we knew that people are judging the speed of the car, whether my leg should be on the accelerator or on the brake, which is a very non-conscious decision, not by looking at the speedometer, but how things are going past them. And the team said, oh, let's actually create the white lines. And obviously, Taylor spoke about in his book too, but I think my team went on to develop a whole science around it. But in all of them, I think the insight is actually based on the functioning of the brain. And I think we have a humongous, success rate when we do that. So I think one of the things, as I end, I want to mention is that what we are realizing is human behavior is very, very complex. And yes, we can look through the lens of the human brain. But a lot of neuroscientists themselves would tell us that we know very little about the brain. It's the Obama administration had done a project. The European Union had a project in the late 90s and early 2000s. They were all significant, learnings have come in. A lot of people say we still don't know not more than 10% of what the human brain functions. But the most interesting facet is, even with that 10%, we're able to look at the most significant problems in the world and look at and able to arrive at far more interesting, and different solutions than otherwise what we would have done with the psychology theories. Yes, because it is complex, I think we should still continue to respect it, continue to learn more and more about as we go along there. And I think we should, but I'm convinced that the future of behavioral science would depend a lot on understanding how the human brain functions. But this understanding, as I said in the beginning, is not going to come in from one angle alone. When we speak about behavior science, I think we should have to speak from a multidisciplinary perspective. As I mentioned, the brain is a very significant contributor to the learning, so neuroscience will play a role. And I'm realizing more and more that, yes, we focus a lot on cognitive neuroscience, but in the last 10 years, there were a lot of significant developments in the area of computational neuroscience, a lot of significant development in system neuroscience, and all that learning has to be taken in because artificial intelligence is a big, significant area that's going to really help. And that transition is going to happen when the learnings of neuroscience are converted into mathematical models that can actually be used for machine learning and deep learning models so that we can actually convert that into artificial intelligence. Obviously, behavioral economics, the biases and understanding of that is, again, very, very important. Yes, we should continue to understand all that. We definitely have to take, obviously, learnings from design because we have to actually convert this into interventions which can actually be tested and used in the actual context. Now, one other thing I want to really talk about and which I sort of push my team also to do is, many a time when we look at individual human behavior, we tend to look at it from an individual point of view. But I think there's a large facet of human behavior that happens from the interaction that we have with the other human beings, which means the whole world of social neuroscience, social cognition, sociology, and that whole world has to again become an integral part of the understanding of human behavior and behavioral science. So what I see the future is that in trying to study possibly the most complex system in the world, which is the human brain, we are going to take learnings from multiple angles, which means the teams that are going to come more and more together to solve these human behavior problems will also come from different fields of expertise. This to me is the future, a future which I really look forward to, because that's a future all about learning, but much more than that, using those particular learnings to solve real problems that we are facing in the world and in business. Thank you. And I look forward to any questions that you have.
Thank you so much, Biju, for that fantastic session out here. We have a lot of questions from different corners of the world.
I would, before you take the questions, I would like to say, Biju, thank you so much. That was an extremely illuminating session. There are so many things that I think the entire world of behavior science has just begun to talk about it. You so succinctly put it down in a couple of slides, and you've spoken about it so beautifully. I think something that caught our attention, it's something that we've been hearing even yesterday when we had a conversation with Sudhir Kakar sir, and he was talking about how he was talking about Eastern culture, but he was talking about how in Eastern culture it is not just the individual, it is also the environment, and that environment makes up the individual altogether. And it's beautiful how you talk about it, even in your example of the yellow lines. It is creating context for that individual so that his entire environment makes sense to him and means something to him. It's beautiful. I think the thinking is absolutely lovely. I have a question. This is a question that I think a lot of us are asking ourselves these days. A lot of our interventions and a lot of the design that we create, you're right, we talk to the individual, right? We talk to the individual, we appeal to the brain, to his sensibilities, we appeal to the individual. But like you said, we're almost like we're all an ecosystem, and we're part of an ecosystem. So one change in an ecosystem will create other changes. And those are the things that usually come in the way of change. And that's the reason that nudges are generally micro in feature. Do you think there is a possibility to, not just in communication, but to design for groups and not for individuals? And will that actually cause change?
Of course, I think for example, I was actually much before the mask was being spoken about. In my column in Mint, I think I had mentioned right in the beginning that government should ask people to wear a mask. And at that point in time, I didn't know the medical part of the mask, the usefulness of mask from a medical point of view. But what I had suggested was that here is a problem where the cause of the problem, which is a virus, is invisible. And when things are invisible, none of us are bothered about the problem. But I said we have to make the problem visible. And how do I do it? Give visible signs that things are not really normal. So if the moment people were wearing a mask, and I see everyone is wearing a mask, and which is an unusual behavior, then I'm influencing each other's behavior by creating what I call a tangible evidence of the problem. And that is a very clear case of how I'm actually solving, where my behavior is actually also influencing the behaviors of other people around there. That is one. The other, I just want to talk about another extremely important example of context in this. I was asked to study the problem of suicides in Calcutta Metro. So I went to Calcutta Metro after about 28 years because I began my career in Calcutta. Just about 2 years back, I went there. And one of the things I found when I'm standing in the metro station is I found that, I knew the Calcutta Metro in 1990. And now I'm talking about 2018. And still there's not a single sheet of paper anywhere thrown around. That suddenly set me thinking and said, hey, we always said Indians are clean only when they go to Switzerland and Singapore. And then I looked at it and said, whether it's the Calcutta Metro, which is now almost 32 years old, or whether it's the Delhi Metro or the Cochin Metro, there are no palm stains. No one spits. No one throws any paper around. So somewhere the context of the metro station has actually influenced not just one person's behavior, it has actually influenced everybody's behavior. So there is something deep in that. If we go deeper, we can actually make this country behave in a certain way, because inherently, as I said, if I look at the brain construct of the Indian system, I think we are all, because of heat, we were always clean. But here is the railway stations being another, metro stations being a very good example of how this is actually affecting the behavior. So I'm sure a lot of people have their toffees and chocolate wrappers, but instead of throwing it, they all are kept it in the pocket in the metro station. So this is another example of how we can influence the behavior of a group of people.
Lovely. Very interesting.
So let's go down to a lot more questions coming up, and I hope we have time to take some of them.
Otherwise, I would just hog all of this. Yeah,
all right. There's a question from two people, but they're similar in nature, so
sure.
we can find them. It's from Jonathan Cook, and from Veda, right? Veda Hridaya. Jonathan says a lot of behavioral science is looking at organizations or brands getting the most or best from individuals. Do you think there is a space in behavioral science to improve democracy, general education, and the individual's ability to get most out of life, to get the most from brands, life, and organization? So it goes the other way around, right? From here to here. Number one is that. Number two is Veda. She's saying, could we be using behavioral science in the coming years to build responsible voting behavior and public opinion? Further, does this science have application in the building of nations and the management of national leadership? So although it is separate, I would like you to take them together.
See, I've often said that the people, although I said Final Mile is one of the first to use behavioral science, in influencing human behavior, but I've always maintained that I learned a lot about human behavior and where it can be used best from the organized religion, from the politicians, from the terrorist organizations. And I think they were actually the most efficient users of behavioral science. They are the masters. And they have actually used that when she was asking about elections. Of course, they knew. And look at the smartness of the game, how they create in-group and out-group, how they create a fear in the people. I don't want to get into it, but I've written a few articles around there. So of course, this has already been proven that good societies, good behaviors, or the bad behaviors can actually be created by the science. So it all depends on what we use it for. If people are using it for something wrong, we can actually use it for something that is good. And one of the things I was speaking to one of the communities recently is the way a terrorist is being created, and the way an army person, a kid who's actually afraid of he's being trained in NDA. Both training programs are the same. Both are being created to die for a cause. And if you really look at the stages, right from they enter, I want to become a terrorist, to where they said, well, you're a child, don't even come here, to an NDA where you said you're a small kid, get off, man, you're not meant to it. Right from the beginning, if you look at it, all stages are the same. So the science is such that it can be used for good things to get people to defend our country, can also be used this. And the good thing is that we can unravel the complexities of radicalizations and other things and really find solutions if you really have behavioral science. So elections and getting people to vote, of course, is one facet of that.
Biju, it's kind of freaky because I think a week back we were talking with the students and alumni of IIM Bangalore,
yes,
giving them a presentation on marketing and all. And this was the exact same example we used, said, don't let this freak you out. But let's talk about ISIS and the Taliban and what's going on out there.
And how they're creating these brands and how
we have time for a couple of questions more, a lot of questions coming up. Here is an interesting question, and I want to tie it back to what we had last night in one of our panels. We had some really fantastic people. This particular question says, it's from Kanish Kapoor. He says, is the use of data in order to manipulate voters, Cambridge Analytica, during the 2016 election, an example of using behavioral science to our benefit? Number one. And then Tanya follows up saying, is the involvement of Cambridge Analytica in the US election the opposite of the beneficial aspects of behavioral science? And the best part is, we actually had Patrick Fagan on board last night in the closing panel, him, Howley, Press Boom, and they talked about a lot of things, but we want to know your point of view around these two questions.
No, I completely agree. Look at any discovery in the world. They're all been either when can be used for good thing, can be used for the bad thing. Which is a discovery which you can say, including religion. Can we actually say it can only be used for good things? No, a lot of bad things in the world have happened because religion was actually used for bad things. So the belief in God. So there is nothing that we actually say good or bad. Shakespeare had told us long back, but it all depends on how we use it. So if Cambridge Analytica used the data in the wrong way to actually this one there, obviously we can use data in the right way to actually help people to take the right decisions. But I think that's where the ethics and that's where of the company that is actually working on these projects actually matters. And I think whether it's Fractal Analytics or Final Mile, I think whoever has worked with us knows what the highest levels of ethics that we uphold when we do a project.
If I have to follow that, so there are two ways, right? One is the whole question of ethics. About should we implement these or not? Right? How do we do it? And that's at the side of the the developer, the agency, the company, or the brains behind it. And they are going to do their own thing. So you're saying we don't do it, Cambridge is doing it, all right, good. On the other side of people like us, the general population, what tools do we have available to us, to protect ourselves from these kind of influences, or are we just helpless? Like, what is going to happen to us?
I'll split, Prakash, this into two, because the first part I think was very well answered. I think this ethics, non-ethics, because I think Kahneman put this very well. Someone asked Daniel Kahneman, is it ethical? And he said, that's the wrong framing of the problem, because the framing should be actually be efficient versus less efficient, less efficient versus more efficient. There's no doubt about it that behavioral science is able to now create a far more efficient, because I often tell people, earlier we thought the consciousness is very, very large and all that we need to look at it. But now that we know that 99.99 is not conscious, so should we not actually have obviously communication and interventions dealing with that biological reality? How can we say no, don't do that? You have to waste the money in a certain way. No, I think ethics, we should actually look at it. What is the most efficient way to do things around? Now, the second part of the question I want to mention, awareness of this product. Like, for example, my colleague, Prakash, you might know Ram, he was traveling from, Hyderabad to Bangalore. And, that's one of the first highways where we had done the road safety projects. So he knew what those white lines are for. He said, oh, that's our interventions coming up. And he said, I'm not going to shift my leg from the accelerator to the brake. And as he drove, and because I don't want to mention, because it's not a small distance, we do have for a bit long distance, Ram realized that by the time this was over, his leg was actually on the brake. So the knowledge that this intervention and what this intervention is going to do, even if you know that, it's not easy for us to not be influenced by it. It's not easy.
Thank you so much, Biju. We have a lot more questions from Budaditya, from Deepti, Kanishk, from Nitish, Amrita. We got Tanya, Shivari, and guys, we're really sorry we're not able to take all those questions, but you can reach out to Biju on LinkedIn. I don't know if you can drop him emails, but I'm just saying drop him an email.
Yeah, happy to do.
Get in touch with him, ask him for a Zoom meeting, and go down to him with all your questions. Okay, now I'm pushing it. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Biju, for being here with us.
Thank you so much, Biju. It's been brilliant.
And we'll see you soon. To all our participants who are still waiting out here, our next speaker is Jez, and we have him waiting with us, and he's already here. So what you're gonna do is have Jez join us and let him fix up his PPT, let him fix up his mic, while we talk to the world about our friend Jez.
So Yes. How do we even introduce Jess? So let's put it like this.
Nicely, please, I think.
We'll try this. This is a mind that we've always respected and a person whom we've grown to love. Grace Joom?
Grace Joom,
Yes,
yeah, all
sorry.
right. Yeah.
Jess Groom was
This is the amount of love that we have,
so
right?
much love that
We can
mix up.
comfortably mess up the name and not all worry about what's going to happen, because
So
Jez
sorry.
is a dear friend.
Jez is the co-founder of Ogilvy Change. He was the co-founder of Ogilvy Change and Engine Decisions. And with his immense experience and learnings from advertising, he then founded Cowrie Consulting. He's been practicing behavioral science for over 10 years, and he's been working with some of the biggest organizations in the world. In fact, it's his vision that has shaped into the Diversify Network. It's a behavioral science network of practitioners and professionals, academics, researchers from across the globe, and we share knowledge and cultural behavioral insights amongst members of its family.
His topic is almost as vast as his entire talk. He will talk about how a picture can paint 1,000 words and numbers, how human and data science combine to help thousands of customers understand their pensions. Our dear friend, Jez Groom.
Cheers, thank you very much for that, guys, and a lovely introduction. It was very nice, so thank you very, very much. And so I've got a deck, so I'm just going to sort of share the screen, and so hopefully it will work. So let's go with this. So hopefully you can see this. So yeah, thanks very much for that introduction. I'm just so privileged, I think, to be at this event. It's the first ever global, cross-cultural, inclusive, weird and non-weird behavioral science event, and for me that's a real breakthrough, something that I've been conscious of, and to see it in action, driven by Reshma, Prakash and the team, is just amazing. A little bit of background, just to build on kind of the intro, would be I'm very, very fortunate to have founded I think my third behavioral science practice. I made a few good mistakes along the way, but I was just trying to figure out quite a lot of things that we didn't know in the past, about whether behavioral science would work, whether it would, I suppose, replicate at scale, whether there'd be confidence in the findings and the execution, and ultimately, could it create value for societies, communities, and businesses. The business that I'm the sort of CEO and founder of is Cowrie. So some of you may be familiar with it, some of you have never heard of it at all. So a very, very brief background. Is predominantly focus on businesses. That's certainly my background. And there's a team of 17 of us now, predominantly psychologists, but some economists that have done behavioral science masters. And we, to build on the theme, I think, listening to Rory on the first kind of keynote, was kind of like the digital transformation we've all gone through means that behavioral science communities can connect in ways that have never happened before. And for the first year, this year, we ran a global summer school, and we have people from all around the world joining that. And another thing Rory said was that, India is a real hotbed for behavioral science and could be the new kind of hub, if you like. And I'm just really, really pleased, that we've started hiring people virtually, working from places like Bombay, on projects that we might be working with in the UK. And so Apuva, Shristi, Dhanaraj, and then Azim all come from kind of Mumbai and Bombay et al. And then also other places like America. So we've got people sort of working from there. And then to kind of build on the theme around diversity and inclusivity and kind of non-weirdness, I was really kind of becoming more and more aware that as I practiced behavioral science with global businesses, the question that came up all the time was, how can these insights be applied into different cultures around the world? And are they similar? Are they different? And how does it work? But more importantly, do you have an operational network that can do that? So with the help of Prakash and Reshma, we put together again another world first, which is a cross-cultural behavioral science network in the applied space. And we've got people from Africa, the Basara Center in Africa, South Africa, North America, India, Australia, New Zealand, and then places across Europe. And then, you know, as a result of this conference, hopefully make some connections, I think, with LATAM. I heard a great session yesterday where there's some amazing work going on in Latin America. So, you know, I really, really do feel, you know, after practicing, and I suppose building businesses in this space for the last decade, that there's real momentum now. I've always felt social media had the momentum, and then AI had the momentum, and I really do feel like that maybe the world is turning a little bit more in favour of our direction. So in terms of, I suppose, what I want to talk about today, the case study is all about how context really matters and building on the theme. And it's not necessarily so cross-cultural, so apologies, I'm not going to be talking about any work that I have been fortunate to do in Soweto or Santiago or Mexico City or Sydney. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about something that is in the domain of the UK, but something that is fundamentally about context and why context really, really does matter. And this theme around complexity in financial services can sometimes get in the way of people being able to make good decisions. So the theme of context matters is really, really important. The thing I love about behavioural science is everybody has their own models or frameworks or theories for behaviour change. So and they're all brilliant. I love them all. But this is one of my favourites because it's the most simplistic. And again, I think I worked with Rory when I was at Ogilvy. And, you know, having a model which essentially talks about three kind of sets of factors which I suppose affect behaviour, all of them contextual. One of them is kind of the environment, the wider environment, or maybe the local environment, the social environment, so other people, but more about our, I suppose, what's going on in our own heads from a personal perspective. And I really like this model. And for those of you that I think, like, you know, the references and where you can find these things, obviously the slides will be available, but I've just put the reference here, and it's really interesting. It's one of my favorite kind of compendiums of behavioral thinking. Obviously there's some more popularized books, etc., you know, some of the deep journals, I think, but there was some work done in the UK before the nudge unit. So behavioural change was a thing before the nudge unit was formed. It just wasn't called nudge theory. It was called behavioural change. And it was predominantly run by the COI, which was a really, really good organisation within government that essentially was dealing with some behavioural theories and about how you change behaviour. And this image is taken from that reference. And it's something that maybe a lot of you haven't actually seen. And it talks about predominantly kind of theories and models for behaviour change, but creativity and how those two things sort of come together. So, you know, to think that behavioural change wasn't talked about before nudge was written, I think is a misnomer. I think it was being talked about and it was being executed. It just had a slightly different piece of language. And I think, you know, Mark Lund of the COI, I think was instrumental, I think, in driving a lot of that thinking, and it should be applauded to say that some great work done there. The critical thing is if context really sort of matters, then what I want to sort of focus on is kind of one element of this model on the specific piece of work that we did, which essentially is that the personal context really, really matters sometimes. We talked about social yesterday and environmental, but you may have come across things like micro-segmentation, specifically in kind of quite a lot of the new combinations of human and data science about actually focusing on individual behaviour and the individual sort of context. So this conversation really is about micro-segmentation, about talking about people and talking about the micro context and essentially how you can look at and execute a lot of those small details that really, really do matter. And if you get them wrong, then you've got a fundamental problem. So one of my kind of bugbears, if you like, I think about behavioural science is I think we've got a massive oversight in one area, and that area is in behavioural design. And I think there's some great behavioural designers around the world. Sam Salzer, you know, has got a great Habit Weekly and sort of redrives this. I've got Stephen Wendell over in the States, Rafi March at Cowrie. You know, there's some real sort of pioneers in this space in behavioural design, because my thinking is if you've got a brilliant idea and it's empirically evidenced and hypothesized, you've got an amazing experimental design, but fundamentally the execution of the intervention is poorly designed, then you're going to lead to a poor outcome. And I think it's a gap in the curriculums that we have in quite a lot of the educational programs. And I really do think that NowFest is really kind of celebrating kind of creativity and design and how we can essentially wed that with data science and human science. So I'm going to talk quite a lot about a story around a problem that was solved through micro segmentation, micro context, but fundamentally about those small details that really do matter in behavioral science. So this is kind of I suppose a common question, and again, it might not translate across all cultures, so apologies, you know, and that's my bad. But most people generally have a number of assets, and the first asset that they have is generally that they feel close to is one that they live in. And if you're fortunate to own your house, then people generally know how much their house is worth. It's something that feels quite tangible, that people talk about, and people generally know that it to within like £5,000 or £10,000 or euros, dollars, or other currencies around the world. But one thing that's really, really interesting is about knowledge of other assets that you hold. And often what you find is, I mean, I'm 50, that what you find is when you're younger, that you don't have much money in your assets because you're essentially spending and lending. But when you get older, you tend to save and invest. And sometimes those assets can, through the power of compound interest, massively accumulate to become really quite sizable, you know, through the power of kind of Warren Buffett kind of compounding sort of theory. And people just aren't that close to it. And again, you know, I heard on some of the earlier talks yesterday about pensions, about actually not being that bothered about them. And as long as the people that are interested in them are looking at them, then that's I suppose, a good way to maybe look at these things. And I fundamentally disagree. You know, the way I see it is that people should understand the biggest asset and second biggest assets that they hold, usually their house and their pension, because there's a lot of money at stake. And what I find frustrating about this is that actually the language and the complexity of the financial services industry makes it harder to understand. So therefore we just don't engage. And I think that's a behavioural problem that we need to solve. And that's what we've been working out with. In the UK, we work with 4 of the biggest pension companies to translate and overcome a lot of these psychological biases to essentially help people manage their financial futures, because they're actually not that complex. I think sometimes it's the way that these things are described to us. Now, the way that financial services companies interact with us is often like this. It's often a paper-based annual statement, 80 pages long, that is designed to protect us, to give us all the information we need. And we know that through behavioural science that, you know, too much information leads to cognitive overload, and people just don't engage. You know, they don't read these things. They essentially put it into the side of their desk or their table. It then gets put in a shoebox in the loft, and then they have a bag of paper. And this is kind of a real kind of like financial crisis that people aren't really considering their financial future. They're just hoping it's going to be okay, or trusting other people are going to look after it, which might not be the best sort of strategy. It's also an ecological crisis. You know, why do we need all of these sort of papers in people's lofts and boxes in a world that, as we know, could be sort of truly sort of digital? So we've not only got that crisis, but the real sort of sad sort of part of this is that, you know, the stats bear out that 95 on average out of 100 employees just miss out on that information, just simply because of the way that the information is conveyed. You know, essentially it's pages and pages of words and numbers that people find really, really hard to understand. So they just don't engage. And we want to solve that problem. We know that the brain loves visual imagery and visual processing. So we know that a large part of our cortex is dedicated to the processing and over-indexing of that visual sort of stimuli, but also sort of sounds, but visual stimuli. And we know that pictures can dramatize and bring to life quite a lot of information very, very quickly if done in the right way. So what we've done is essentially allowed people to engage with their future finances by essentially translating what is often these really, really awful statements that are there to protect us and help us, that actually do the opposite and actually start to tell a different story, but tell that story through pictures. So what I'm going to talk about today essentially is how we've created videos, like a video summary of your pension, and do that in a micro segmented on an individual basis, but also essentially in a micro context, and the science behind how we created those videos. Then talk about the size and scale of the project. And another theme in behavioral science is about how human science and data science are intersecting, and how these things can be realized at scale, looking at minute details, but also looking at bigger picture, and then look at the amazing results. So when you get these things right, it really, really does help people. So the science behind the videos. So I'm very, very fortunate that I've got an amazing team, lovely people to work with, that, you know, they're fascinated and curious and intrigued by the academic journals, and scour. You know, we've got a database of over 5,000 papers that essentially builds over time, that I suppose sort of is a compendium of knowledge that allows them to bring forth these sorts of insights. And when we were looking at the videos, what we did is we identified 36 different behavioral science principles that essentially could help customers engage and understand and fundamentally take action. And some of these are really robust principles. So the first one, we've got highlight sense of ownership to capture attention. So, you know, we're all familiar with the endowment effect, and we value things that we own more than we don't. And often people refer to their pension as something that is their company pension. They say, oh yeah, I've got a pension, it's with this company. And reframing that as to go, it's not a company pension. Essentially, it is your pension scheme that you contribute into, and your company also contributes into. Essentially, the world in the UK now is, it's now a defined contribution scheme, that the company essentially runs that pension scheme for you. It's not their pension. It's yours. And saying that to people, to say, take ownership of it. And actually, you know, if you've got like £57,000 one year, and then it suddenly goes up, you know, over the course of 10 years to maybe like £324,000 or dollars, euros, rupees, then that's an amazing thing. You know, you feel good about that. So we've got some really robust principles within this, and then we've got some really oblique ones and some lateral ones, which are kind of more design orientated. And I think, again, that's why I love when I'm chatting to Reshma. You know, Reshma's background is kind of more around persuasion and influence, and the power of words and pictures, and how those can come to life creatively to essentially get people to do things. For me, it's kind of bringing the creativity with the behavioral science. So, you know, some of these principles are some more design led, some of them more kind of robust led, and more sort of heavily weighted in I suppose some of those principles which are very powerful, but often quite obvious. You know, so, you know, we know that defaults are incredibly powerful. They're not the most exciting, I don't think, the most sort of bleak. You know, essentially you've made a decision for someone and they've got to make the decision to opt out, and our brains are inherently lazy, so therefore we have inertia and people are likely to stay with the status quo. You know, this is a brilliant, fundamental, you know, often life-changing insight, and but it's not so oblique and lateral, and combination of these things I think are really important. So what I'm going to do is talk about essentially 3 of them, which I think are genuinely more interesting, that capture the imagination from maybe more of a design perspective, but also a detail perspective. So the first one is just thinking about how you might engage with people from the very start, and how you might start to make them feel good and reassured that this is something that they want to engage with. So I'm just going to play this clip, and hopefully it will demonstrate what I mean. So that was birdsong, and you know, some of you might wake up to it every morning. Maybe some of you live in cities, and maybe you don't have that pleasure. But birdsong is just really, really nice to hear. I was intrigued by this. There's one sort of presentation that I saw from a guy called Julian Treasure. It was about 10 years ago, and he talked about soundscapes, and about how important they are. And they're often overlooked as essentially a detail in setting essentially the context. And there's the video that starts off quite loudly on the next slide, but then he talks about it. He did a TED talk back in, I think it was 2008, 2009, just explaining essentially why is it that we find birdsong so nice. I'll let him explain.
Birdsong, for example, is a sound which most people find reassuring. There's a reason for that. Over hundreds of thousands of years, we've learned that when the birds are singing, things are safe. It's when they stop you need to be worried.
So what's really interesting is that insight, very oblique and tangential, which is that when essentially birds are tweeting, we find that very reassuring from an evolutionary psychology perspective, because there aren't any predators around, so no saber-toothed tigers. But essentially that I suppose that connection has followed us through. And this has been applied into lots of different contexts and environments, in health to help people get better, in transport to calm people down, but also in education to help people sort of study better. And that's kind of like one of the, I love like these types of behavioral insights where you've got something which is more sensorial, evolutionary psychology based, and actually can be applied into an experience bizarrely to do with pensions. The second one, and this is one that is very, very well evidenced, and I really like this. And sorry, I didn't think I was ever going to chat to maybe thousands of people about a statement that size really matters. So apologies to some people on call, because it does have some ruder connotations. And but size congruency and visual congruency and the context of that congruency is really important. We're all familiar with this illusion. Everybody's seen this illusion. You know, it's on BuzzFeeds and it's games that you play when you're kids, and obviously it's kind of dramatizing quite a lot of the, I suppose, the more popular psychological sort of behavioral science sort of literature, and about having a relative context can fundamentally affect, you know, how we perceive sizes. And some of the, I think, you know, that some of these insights sometimes don't translate exactly the same sort of cross culture. I think we heard a little bit about that yesterday, but some of these things really ring true sort of everywhere. And size does really matter, because obviously when you take the context away, you can see that essentially the two are the same, and it's not a great shake. So I don't think anyone's going to be surprised by that. But what's really, really interesting is when you look at numbers, although the numbers change, the size of the numbers often doesn't. And there's been a lot of work done into congruency of number size and font size. So when you dramatize things like prices in bigger fonts or smaller fonts, how does that affect how people perceive essentially the size and scale of those prices? And it's something that we find really, really interesting, that when we look at maybe some executional behavioral science, when things get bigger, sometimes the actual, I suppose, the thing you're looking at doesn't get bigger. It's just dramatized as, yeah, things go up or get bigger. And from a visual design perspective, you've got to make people feel that if your pension is growing, make it grow and make it bigger. It's that simple, as opposed to the number goes from 1 to 2 or 2 to 5. That's helpful, but actually dramatizing the fact that your pension pot is getting bigger. This is a good thing. You know, you should continue to do it. And then the third one is an insight from those of you that are really interested in the gaming community. And so I've got 3 sons, and you know, they're entranced, you know, so initially entranced by Fortnite. So they were all really into Fortnite and that first person perspective. And they've now moved on to Call of Duty as they've got older. And then I think Redemption 2 is like a big hit. And we know that kind of like embodiment and first person perspective has got a greater chance of essentially us exhibiting a future behavior. And this is obviously through the game industry, but we've also seen it through VR.
Yeah. Oh, it freaks me out when I look down. Oh, it feels so high. Okay, right. Oh God, I've got to climb. I sort of know that it's not real, but when you initially look down, oh my God, it's terrifying. Oh, I don't know where to go. Oh, it's the going down bit. It's making my knees feel funny. Yeah. Okay.
So when you get design thinkers and technologists and behavioral scientists together, you can create experiences that actually make your knees go funny, you know. So that's a virtual reality experience that essentially has got a physiological response, and that's going to affect behavior. And I think what's really, I think, fascinating is how you can take these oblique and lateral insights, whether it be birdsong or Call of Duty, and then start to apply them in in how you get people to engage with their pensions. And that's why, you know, I think NowFest is so important, because it's so inclusive and brings together all of these different cohorts of people, because everybody can make a contribution. For sure, you need behavioural science at the heart, but that doesn't mean to the detriment that that will always win out against creativity and design thinking, or maybe some interesting piece of technology or data science. Essentially, it's the intersection and the combination of the disciplines that come together with the rigour of behavioural science that gets to a great place. And on the rigour of behavioural science, this is the process we went through. It's kind of just, I suppose, it's not necessarily the steps we took, it's just highlighting some really quite interesting sort of phases of the journey. So the first thing we did is we started to look at essentially videos that other people did in financial services, in retail. Some of them were personalised. So there've been some work done by Tesco and Clubcard in the UK to see whether they'd done some good stuff that we could essentially copy, or whether they'd done some stuff that actually maybe wasn't so helpful. And there was a combination of both. The critical thing was that we looked at the guidelines set by the Financial Conduct Authority. And within Cowrie, and when we're working with all of our clients, we have a very, very strict ethical code of practice. And often it's based on our own values as a company and individuals. Often it's set on the ethical framework which is subscribed to, which is on our website. And then also looking at, I suppose, the guidelines and guardrails have been set by the regulator, and the people essentially are there to govern good competitive practice. So we went through all of those sort of different filters to ensure that. And then when we're in the experiment itself, we're then looking at a pre-mortem to understand what the consequences and potential unintended consequences could be. We then did a literature review and then built out more than those 36 principles, but we dialed it down to 36, identified the key behavioural segments, looked at the different call to actions, like what were the behaviours that we wanted people to do. We then essentially gave the creative agency and the technology business and the data science business guidance as they were creating all of this, because Cowrie can only do a certain amount of things. So the creative agency were instrumental in bringing this to life. The technology platform essentially brought everything in terms of multiple segments and micro segmentation, and then the data science did real-time data scraping, such that we got to a very, very elegant solution. The personalization was based on age bands, investment holding, whether people are actively investing or in a default fund, and then ultimately the value of their fund. And it's interesting when you look at these markers, you kind of go, actually, that's not many. There's not many sort of that sort of personalized. But even with those factors, essentially what we found was there was over 250,000 unique messaging variations just on age and fund and value. And actually, it was a lot more than that. So those people that might think this is a bit weak as a case study, because we populated your exact age in the film, where you worked, and what your fund value was, what your employer has contributed, what other funds that you might be holding in other assets, whether you're invested in those funds or not, where you were on that journey, what funds you're invested in, and what would be the most appropriate course of action for you to take. So actually, there were millions of variants. And I think this is really interesting about this intersection of data science and human science, that you can create these micro segmentations based on individual, and applying 36 different behavioral science principles, you can get essentially a brilliant, I suppose, sort of critically personalized experience, which is a micro context, which is just based around you at that time. Because the brilliance of this is, when you're in a secure messaging area, you press the button, the film was created in real time for you in that second. So all of your fund values, all the things that are going on with all of your pensions was brought to you in real time. So rather than sending this type of stuff, which they still have to send out, you know, the regulators demand that you've got this type of information, which I'm sure you've received and you've put in your shoebox and put in your loft. Rather than doing that, essentially, I'm going to show you what customers now receive working with Aegon, one of the pension companies. They press a button and this beautiful film plays. And in this case, the customer was a guy called Robbie. He was age 42 and he worked at Edinburgh Council.
Hello, Robbie. Welcome to your Aegon personalised pension summary. We've made this video especially for you, where we'll cover details about your pension, such as your contributions, your fund, and what your pension pot might be when you come to retire. We've put all of this information and more into your yearly statement, which will be with you on your policy anniversary. At your current age, we can see that now is an important time to continue building your pension. For now, make yourself comfortable and let's take a look at what's been happening with your pension over the last 12 months. So, here's what you've invested and here's what your employer has invested in that time. And as you know, you contribute through salary sacrifice, so you've helped to boost your pension pot. Which means the value of your pension pot is currently at this amount. It seems like your employer contributing to your pension is a valuable benefit. Additionally, you also have the payments you've made into your ISA. This is currently where you are in your pension journey. You can see how far you have to go to retirement, so bear this in mind when considering your decisions and attitude to risk going forward. As it stands, you're on track at an age of 65 to potentially receive a pot of this amount when you come to retire, which equates to a pension income of this amount each year. If this doesn't match your expectations, you may want to consider reviewing your retirement savings. You should use the goal planner to see what changes could make a difference, like increasing your contributions. You should think about your lifestyle choices for when you come to retire, remembering that your pension pot is there to last for your whole retirement. So that's everything from your day-to-day spending, such as your groceries, to holidays and enjoying days out. At the moment, we can see you've decided to switch out of the scheme's default fund, and it looks like you've made some active decisions. It's important you continue to review your investment choices to make sure they meet your goals, your lifestyle, and your attitude to risk. You should also check your contribution levels because any increase could make a difference. Just remember, the more you save now, the quicker you may reach your retirement goals. If you have more than one pot, it might be worth bringing them together. If you wish to make any changes, simply log on to your secure online account. Remember, this is your pension, you own it. So, it's important that you review your investment choice. If you have more than one pot, consider bringing them together. And think about increasing your contributions, as this is an important time for you to continue building your pension. You'll find all the necessary links on this page to help you complete your next step. Thanks for watching.
So hopefully that was kind of easy on the brain, and that's certainly the feedback that we've had. And often I think, certainly in business, it is harder sometimes to get data, and it is harder, I think, to do RCTs as gold standard. And sometimes you've got to think maybe a little bit more differently about how are we going to test and execute. So we went through a number of early conceptual customer testing to get feedback on how long the film was. We were looking at their behavioural metrics as much as what they said. So sometimes they might say things that actually that they're very happy to sit through. So we kind of went through that prototyping, iterating and more design thinking processes to get to the first execution. The first execution wasn't necessarily a randomised control trial. We took a cohort of 100,000 customers, and that was due to essentially the constraints within the business. So, you know, there's lots and lots of different types of pensions and different types of employers which we provide pensions for. So we can't just randomise it across everybody, because so we went to a specific sort of cohort, because to randomise it across everybody, we've been to talk to, you know, hundreds of different employers, and actually to get this off the ground, we needed to go into a certain cohort which we can manage and control. So we went firstly to 100,000 customers. customers, and started to look at behavioural markers. And then it quickly went out to 500,000 customers in a slightly larger database. And then within the UK, Aegon's got 3 million customers in terms of people that engage with their pensions in this way. And then it's going to be then rolled out further into Transamerica in the States, and then elsewhere across Europe and wider sort of Aegon group. The really, really good thing was that within the films now, within digital technology, it allows us to measure what I call incidental sort of interventions. So we can look at the behaviours rather than asking people about the behaviours. So in terms of the campaign sort of generated, we can start to look at what people actually do rather than what they say. So what we found is that, you know, a high number of people were opening this, and some people might work in academia, listening to the call and go, actually, that's quite low, you know, it's quite disappointing. You know, believe you me, sending emails out to employees, getting them to look at their pension, this is extremely high. You know, it's nearly half of them opening the pension. In terms of the uniques, in terms of click-throughs going through, 21%. And then 85% of people went on to view it to the end. And that's a significant number. You know that when you're watching videos on LinkedIn, sometimes you can get a bit bored a little bit through. But what we're finding was people did want to watch at the end because they had this kind of very, very segmented and contextualized, personalized experience. And what we're finding now is people actually go back. So they watch the video and then they go back and watch what they think is the key bits of information. Almost half of those that I suppose watched the video clicked on a call to action. So you saw there that the goal planner, checking things. So essentially that's just saying, like, how much money do you think you might need? People really don't have an understanding of that. It's quite an ethereal number. How much money might I need in the future? It's quite a hard number to think about and work out, but there's a goal planning tool that helps you do that. Switching funds. So when you're younger, it doesn't make much sense to essentially be in a low return fund because you might go through maybe 3 economic cycles. So obviously we're in the bottoming out of the last 10-year economic cycle. I've been in 3 economic cycles for my pension. I'm going to go through a 4th in the next 10 years. So sometimes you might want to recalibrate essentially your approach to that. And whilst pension funds have gone down now, because obviously a lot of the stock markets are down, it's just a brilliant time to put more money in and actually give you the opportunity to bounce back. So if people are now divesting their funds to kind of really safe funds because they don't want to lose any more, that's a classic behavioural finance bias that isn't in our interest. That often it might make more sense to actually put it in those the funds that got a better chance of bouncing back rather than those ones that are always going to have low returns of safe growth. And having that conversation with yourself and understanding that. And then the final thing is that it gave the opportunity for people to maybe put things in one place. So rather than having things all over the place with different employer pensions, to actually put them together, which benefits the customer because they can see everything and feel reassured. And then in terms of the absolute sort of money that's coming through, so this is some of the figures that we can share. But even with that first piece of work, so we did this work in January and February this year. It's gone live sort of around the time of COVID. It's already paid for itself. So the technology, the behavioural science, the data science, the creative design, all of that cost has already been paid back. So from now on, essentially, it's just pure engagement that is going to lead to better financial futures, which is what we all want. So in terms of the key takeaways for me, context does really, really matter, environmentally, socially, and personally. And hopefully what I've demonstrated today is about when you look at context, that essentially the detail really, really does matter. And having a film which might be 2 minutes long to essentially embrace 36 different behavioural science principles and put them into what I believe is just a very, very elegant, very, very simple, very, very reassuring, but critically piece of, so is it an intervention that gets people to change their behaviour for the better, which is getting people to interact with their future finances rather than hoping it's going to be okay, can only be a good thing. So hopefully that was very, very enjoyable. And certainly we had a lot of fun working on the process. You know, I have to say that Ella Morrison, who's the senior behavioural designer, and Louise Strachan, who was the client, were instrumental in this. So I was involved kind of at the inception to essentially make sure that we had some really, really strong governance around the process and making sure we had the right teams to be able to deliver. But ultimately, the real thanks go to the guys that delivered it. So I think hopefully we've got some time for questions. I'm going to stop sharing now and I'll be able to see people. So hopefully that works.
We have, I mean, enough time for questions, and I think we have enough questions too.
But first of all, Jess, that was a fantastic session. Thank you so much. It was very illuminating. And there is actually someone here who's asked a question. It's the same thing that I wanted to talk to you about. On the matter of context, Shyam Sadashivan asked this question. He says, on the matter of contexts, do non-weird nations, do they need their own models? Or do they need another kind of framework that needs to be developed from scratch? Or will they have to, can they take from existing frameworks, or is it that they can learn from a place where context is?
Yeah. I mean, so one of the Diversify network that we've created, there's been some moments of magic in all the conversations, and but this is my favorite bit, because it's all about the detail, was Vishal, who's got a business called Behavioural by Design in New Zealand. So he's Indian. So I worked with him about 8 years ago, and he went out to New Zealand, and he said he's going to come up with a behavioural framework which is based on Maori culture. And for me, that absolutely nailed it. Absolutely nailed it, is to say that the honest answer is, I think it is too confident, bordering on arrogant, to think that the models we've developed in weird markets will fundamentally apply in non-weird. I just can't, you know, there may well be some similarities. It may well be true, but to have that as a start point, I think is fundamentally flawed. You know, for me, it's a case of, let's look at the cultures in which we're operating in, and then essentially build out from that point. And if essentially there are some similarities, then great. But to think that, yeah, some of these things are going to be exactly the same, I just can't see how that's going to be true. And that, for me, is what I'm most excited about. And yeah, so that's why, you know, Diversify for me was just, it was a mandatory. You know, I think there's been some great strides in behavioural science that have all essentially been amazing foundations, but now there's a wider panacea. You know, there's a wider panacea, and I really do implore everyone to essentially do what everyone's been doing for a long time, which is fundamentally support some of the insights that have been I suppose laid down, but also challenge them, or maybe change them, or come up with your own. Definitely.
Just here's another question from Udajit, and he says, I think I'm stuck on the irrationality of human behavior. My question is, how do we avoid an overload of the micro context in daily life, and while keeping in mind the irrationality of the human mind? All right, will the micro context then take away the autonomy of human behavior if successful? I think is going towards you know, the whole need of control, saying,
yeah,
am I getting too manipulated? How do I deal with that?
Well, yeah, I mean, so my understanding, and this might not be the same or as good as other people's understanding. This is my understanding: is Kahneman laid down sort of, you know, I suppose, a build on the dual operating theory, which essentially was, I suppose, created in 1984, and labelled it as System 1, System 2. And he recognises within his own work that this is wrong, but it's the best that we have so far. But it's a good operating model for us to understand. And I think sometimes people think that System 1 drives everything and the only thing. And, you know, there's this sort of stat which we've all kind of trot out of 90 to 95% of decisions, you know, are driven by System 1. And the critical thing for me is like, is it like, it's more originate. So, you know, there are some instances where the context is that System 1 originates the decision and it flows straight through, and that's the action that's taken. There are some times where System 1 essentially originates the decision and System 2 essentially checks in and then is anchored by that, and then behavior sort of follows. There's some times where System 1 originates the decision and System 2 says, I'm not so sure I agree with that. And then we get this point of procrastination. And then there's some times where System 1 makes a decision and System 2 says, actually, I'm not happy with that decision. I'm going to override it. And I think sometimes people are so fascinated by system one thinking and system one research that they think that people have lost their whole sense of agency. And I just don't think that's true. I think when you're highly emotional or a highly hot state, then for sure system one can be fundamental to decision making. And that's why, you know, I mean, I love sport. I'm not really that good at sort of culture. So cross culture I see is different. What I mean by culture is I laugh with Ziba in my team that she loves the theatre, she loves music, and I kind of like those things, but I really love sport. I really love sport for me. And you know, the chimp paradox and Professor Steve Peters now, for me, really kind of summed up that kind of thinking, which is you've got this very emotional chimp, which is system one, but actually you can develop tools that can help you sometimes understand what those motivations are and sometimes mitigate against them. And it's the power, I think, it's the power and the agency to understand. And this is what I've kind of learned is when you make a decision utilizing system one, when to go with system one and when to make a decision with system two. So if something feels really, really good, then sometimes that might be a good decision-making process. You don't know how or what, but it just feels like the right thing to do. Sometimes you might actually need to go, actually, I need to engage now. I need to give this more time. So it's that common thing of you want to send an email back to somebody that's upset you, and you say, I'm not going to send that email tonight, I'll do it tomorrow. And then essentially you get to your cold state and you say, actually, I've processed that. I did feel emotional. Actually, it might have been how I felt then, but it's not how I feel now. And actually, I'm going to send a very much more neutral, something that I'm in control of, that actually is going to lead to a better outcome rather than an emotional chimp. And I think understanding those things and what decision-making process, I think Professor Nick Chater at Warwick is one of my heroes in behavioural science. And he said this before, is that understanding of what system you're using to make a decision it is a powerful thing. Sometimes you can't control it, as Kahneman himself says, and you're always going to be anchored and have the biases. But at least having some indication of, is this a good sort of agency-based decision? You know, I'm in control, or actually, is it a bit more emotional? I think that's where I've got to. I mean, I'll give you a final example about how I brought it to life a little bit. I once bought a car and I had £10,000, which was quite a lot of money for a car. And I could afford to buy 3 types of car. There were 3 German cars. So one of them was a BMW, one of them was a Mercedes, and one of them was an Audi. And I didn't look at any of the data about these cars. I just knew that I could afford one of each of these cars for £10,000 each. So what I did is I bought the car that I liked the most. So I sat in them, put my hands on the wheel, same with my wife, it wasn't just my decision. And we sat and went, which one do we like? And we said, oh, we really like the Audi A3. And my rationale was, why would you buy a car which has got better brake horsepower, shorter braking distance, better miles per gallon, when you don't like driving it, you don't like being in it? It doesn't make sense, right? You want to be in a car you like. It's like, oh, right, this BMW, it's brilliant on paper and the numbers will bear it out, but I just don't like it. You've got to spend like 5 or 6 years in this thing, driving your kids around and driving hundreds and thousands of miles. So you might as well buy a car you like. And for me, that's a very, very valid system 2 decision, £10,000, these 3 cars, and now I'm going to buy an emotional decision. So that's maybe how you can bring it to life and be a bit more in control of your own agency.
Thank you so much for showing off, Jess. Good.
Well, there's a question from Sonakshi Sahu. And this is, I think, also, we have had a lot of questions, right now here, previous sessions yesterday. They talk about ethics, the morality guidelines. So the question is, are there any specific guidelines provided by the FCA on using behavior science?
Yeah, so they're very directional. So they're not binary. So I think that's the key thing. So they're not rules. It's very much guidelines. So I think the FCA, so I think Stephen Hunt and Paul Adams, who have now subsequently moved on, but they have written some occasional papers. Back in 2013, that was their first one, and it's a really good paper, like a really good paper. And then what the FCA are now doing is quite a lot of experiments to dramatize some of the biases that exist in market. And I think they're really good. It's very collaborative, so they involve businesses. They have like sandbox sessions, and the work is of a really high quality. So I can't commend, I think, the FCA, and then also Ofgem. I think Beth Moon at Ofgem in the UK is doing some great work. I think the Competition and Markets Authority are now essentially also staffing up. So I think where we are is we can't read these sort of papers enough, because ultimately the businesses that I represent, we work for, you know, they're nice people that are providing products and services that help people get on in their lives. So, you know, if someone said to me, you know, are you sure what you're doing with, I say, well, I don't think it's right for people to not really know when they get to the age of 65 whether they're actually going to be able to live the life that they want. You know, and that's why I think I said I fundamentally disagree with some of the speakers yesterday to say that, yeah, for sure, if you know you're going to have £1 million pension pot, you're going to be broadly okay. But for some people, a pension pot might only be £200,000, £100,000. And for them, actually, if they can make that £130,000, it's right to get them engaged in their pension, because they might be able to make a better decision. So I think if we can help people do that, then that's a good thing. So not necessarily selling them a product, we're just essentially helping them make the most out of the money that they've got.
How do you decide that the decision that you are making is the good one? I think becomes the question.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you've got to go through your own personal values. And then you've got to go through the values and essentially the guidelines that have been set by people in government. Often that would be the regulators. And then you've then got broader society. So, you know, it's the same as academic panels. You know, it's essentially people coming together, subjectively making a decision within independent and unbiased perspectives. And I think it's the same with us. So if I go, I've got a business which has 3 values, care, integrity, and ambition. So if I follow those, that's going to be a good start point. If I then have an ethical framework, which you can find on the Cowrie website, about how we apply nudge theory, which essentially is taken from a lot of the work that Cass Sunstein is doing, and we're evolving that as that evolves. So we subscribe to that. We always do a pre-mortem. So if what we're doing, what potentially would be the unintended consequence, we then have the experimental design, and we're looking for some of those. And then you've got the wider regulatory and then wider society. And for sure, there's some businesses and sectors which we would find very, very difficult to apply nudge theory or behavioural science in. And so I think there's some of those sectors we don't work in. And we have conversations about it all the time, and it's a good healthy debate. So, you know, I want to sleep straight in my bed at night. You know, I want to be able to tell my mum, she's 82, you know, what I do for work every day, and that for me would be make the world better. You know, the fundamental principles of nudge. You know, so it's health and wealth and happiness. You know, that's ultimately what I want to do.
So let me then ask this question a little further, because you know, many of the people around the world think behavioral science is a magic wand. It's very powerful. It's 100% sure shot. We are changing people's mind. They hear stories of, let's say, a Cambridge Analytica in the paper, and the way the mind works, all you remember is, oh, we can subvert, we can manipulate, we can change behavior. Things are happening, right? For most of us, that's what we retain in our mind about the behavioral sciences. It is something very powerful, can change our mind. So taking, let's run with that and say, you run a team of people who are magicians, right? Who can do this fantastic thing. They're trained, they've got the expertise, they come from diverse fields, it's design thinking, neuroscience, cognitive thinking, and all the world of biases, plus advertising and persuasion. How do you decide where not to utilize this power? Where to use it, I think it's an easy decision, right?
Yeah.
Who are the people you would say, no, you know what, yes, we can possibly, but I think we would rather not, without meaning.
Yeah, I think, so the way that the calibration in my head says that there's a check and a balance that says the government or businesses can create value for customers and citizens. and customers and citizens will generate, essentially benefit from that value, and from that the government or businesses will derive some value. And I think where you've got mutual benefit, where essentially the creation of value and the derivation of value is mutual, then I think that's where behavioral science can be practiced. Where essentially businesses are demonstrably generating value and the customer's not generating a lot, or the citizen is not generating a lot, then I think there's a problem. And so, that might be taxation, unfair taxation, and not enough of that value being put back into the community, and it's being soaked up by essentially the bureaucracy of the state. So that's an ongoing debate. And then the similar comparison in business would be profits generated for the shareholders. So, are the shareholders benefiting too much? And you can see those things, so when there's mutual benefit, I think that's a good place. So, quite a lot of businesses, that's where they started. They were mutually based businesses. We've seen a shift to more shareholder based businesses, but as a result of the subprime crisis in 2008 and as a result of COVID, we're going to see more mutually based businesses. And Dan Ariely is the chief behavioural officer of Lemonade, and people can, when they're buying insurance at Lemonade, they can say and declare which charities or NGOs they would like essentially the payments to be made to that are left over at the end of the year. And I think that the more of that, it can only be a good thing.
All right. That's something to observe. I think we will take a question or two more as you go. There's a question from Sridhar. He says, does Robbie work in India too?
So no, I think Robbie works for Edinburgh Council, but I suppose if what the question is getting at would be if you were an employee of a company in India, for example, in Mumbai, that Aegon was providing services for, you would press a button. So if it was, say, I don't know, Shristi, if she pressed a button, then it would say, Shristi, you're 26, you work at this company, you've got this amount of money. So it would be personalized to you in real time. So and that's the great thing, I think, about the scalability of behavioral science and technology. Like, the technology provides the infrastructure for scale, and then the behavioral insights flow through. And what we don't know, and this I think is fascinating, is how these insights will translate. So it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? I mean, what's the calibration of birdsong and reassurance across cultures? I mean, I don't know the answer to that. But that'd be fascinating to understand. It feels quite universal. I think birds are generally everywhere, and people generally feel them reassuring. It might be, if you've ever been near a rookery. One of my friends has got lives in like a more of where there's lots of rooks and sort of crows, and they can be quite noisy. And what's interesting, there might be some negative connotations if you've had that experience. I don't know, but yeah, I think that would be good. I mean, the interesting thing on birdsong was. Just incidentally, I'm a customer of First Direct, which is generally held up as one of the best sort of customer experience banks in the world, I think. And when you're on when you're holding for their people to speak to them, they play birdsong on that, which is quite nice. I think that's a good execution. I think it's quite clever, rather than some random music that doesn't really make sense.
It's interesting because I think it also has so much to do with culture. Like, for instance, in the cawing of a crow, for instance, is something that doesn't work very well in Eastern cultures. It's kind of like it's an announcement of,
it's a bad omen.
It's a bad omen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The call of duty also. Yeah, and a lot of something that's very interesting also is what if we can actually unravel what is the genesis of the superstitions that we actually believe in, and where they come from. They tell us so much more about human behavior than just the culture that stems from.
I mean, I'm kind of cool with that, because it's like, I'm sort of fascinated. Like, we did some work on we utilised Drunk Tank Pink. So we did a piece of work which was 3 interventions on a construction site, a conversation, a reward scheme, and a redesign of a canteen. And we redesigned the canteen, and we did pink walls similar to the Drunk Tank Pink, and we saw like an 82% reduction in unsafe behaviour as a result of those 3 interventions. And when we were investigating the color, like why pink, why does it reduce essentially sort of aggressive states and testosterone? Why is that the case? You know, it's a bit unclear. And one of the hypotheses was because we associate pink with more feminine type behaviors, more caring type behaviors. And whereas some of the other colors, which are more primary based, tend to be more hardwired. So what I'm intrigued by, maybe the next wave of behavioral science cross-culturally, is which of these are hardwired and then can maybe flexed up and down, and which of them are actually culturally sort of contextual. And then the final piece, bizarrely, might be which of them are culturally contextual, but then have become hardwired, if that makes sense. So they've been going on for so long, these stories, that actually for some crazy way, they are in our genes. And for me, I mean, like I openly say, you know, I didn't study psychology. I kind of don't regret it now, because I did biochemistry. I love biochemistry, and you know, there's a lot of talk about biology, and biochemistry essentially is the molecules of life. And yeah, for me, yeah, DNA and like even like the COVID stuff, I know it's very, very dark and not so good, but it's fascinating from a scientific perspective about, you know, how these very, very, very small things can have huge effects. And that for me is the central tenet of behavioral science.
Thank you so much, Jez. Those guys from Aerosmith, they knew what they were doing when they sang about pink. We are at the end of our time here. And there are many questions from Sarah, from Veda, from Sriram, Shivani, Leelanand. Guys, I'm sorry, we have just run out of time, but you can find Jez on LinkedIn. I'm going to ping out his ID out there in a couple of minutes. And you can reach out to him with those questions. Well, thank you so much for being here, Jez, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Jez.
No, thank you so much, and thanks so much for putting on the festival. I think it is amazing, like really, really amazing, and I'm very, very proud for both of you. Well done.
All right, see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Are you tired of flat tires, traffic, COVID, plans in nowhere to live, my mother, seagulls, keto, serious backstory,
Cortana, you
nuclear threats and autotune? Well, look no further. What you need is a revolutionary product called Framing the Problem Differently. Framing the Problem Differently is a new product designed to make all your problems go away. Is the problem really a flat tire? No, it's going to work. Quit! Now you have nowhere to go. Simple. Who needs a tire now? Too much traffic, COVID, too much COVID. Bruh. Plans with no will to live. Solid. My mother, frame one too. Framing the problem differently is a unique solution that eradicates the problem from the root. No solution, no problem. Try Framing the Problem Differently. Available right about now.
Now Fest. Yay, so exciting.
Traffic, COVID, plans in nowhere to live, my mother, seagulls, keto, serious backstory,
Cortana, you
nuclear threats and autotune? Well, look no further. What you need is a revolutionary product called Framing the Problem Differently. Framing the Problem Differently is a new product designed to make all your problems go away. Is the problem really a flat tire? No, it's going to work. Quit!
Hi.
Hello.
So today we have with us award-winning researcher, practitioner, and simply a brilliant mind who believes that our world can be a better place through purposefully designed urban spaces that blend technological advancements with human nature. And it gives me great joy to welcome Dr. Agnes Steib. He is the founder of the Transforming Wellbeing Theory and the man behind the MIT Research Lab, the MIT Media Lab, sorry, and their research on persuasive cities that encourage healthy and sustainable living. And today he is going to be talking to us about the mastery of change. So without further ado, over to you, Doctor, and we're so excited to hear from you.
Sounds great. And quick technical question. So how much time do we have?
We have 45 minutes, something like this. If you want the Q&As, we shall start collecting them. And then we can probably at the end around 30 minutes take all the Q&As. All yours, Agnes.
All right. So welcome to the Mastery of Change. And there are so many people wondering, what's so magical, or what's so important, or what's so necessary for us to understand change. And let's start with the very, very basics. If we look at ourselves, let's look at our pictures from 10 years ago. Let's look at our pictures from the childhood. Let's look at our thoughts 10 years ago. Let's look at how we thought, how we lived, how we behaved, how we made our decisions some time ago, any time ago. And when we do it very honestly, and when we do it very open-heartedly, we realize that we are the change. We are changing constantly. Everything changes constantly. We are the change, the human mankind is a change, the effect that we leave on the planet is a change. And the nature responds to that with another sequences of change. And why I'm telling this is because if we on a daily basis are not aware of this, I think this is where the problem starts. And this is why people speak about change as being difficult, as being mystical, as being impossible, and so forth and so forth. And maybe just to introduce another very important word in this conversation is transformation. What is a transformation? Transformation is a sustainable change, because changes can be of different sizes. And the one tool that I usually give out in similar talks, and also when I work with students, when I work with communities, when I work with societies, and I work with businesses and organizations and in the corporate world, is the typology of change. There can be three major kinds of change. So the tiny is the one tiny change, which is usually referred as a dot, and that's a transaction. And everyone can understand what a transaction means. That's like you exchange something for something else. So you exchange your effort and work and time for a salary. You exchange your money for apples or oranges. And then also you can also use different kind of other items that you can exchange, as the people have done it a long time ago before inventing such thing as a currency. So that's a tiny change. And that also applies to ourselves. If we want to change a certain thing, we just say, okay, I'm not gonna do this one, or I'm not gonna smoke this one cigarette. I'm not gonna drink this one drink. I'm not gonna take my car today, this one time. So the bigger kind of change, if we commit to something for a period of time. So for example, for 1 month, we stay away from sugar. For 2 months, we reduce our smoking, or we quit our smoking for 2 months, or stay away from smoking. Or we say, I'm gonna try sorting garbage at home for the next half of the year. Or I am buying a gym membership for 1 year. So that's a period of time. What's difficult about this kind of change is that what it means psychologically. Psychologically, it means people know the exact time that they have committed to. That means they know there's going to be end of it. What it does psychologically to our brains, it keeps that memory, it keeps that fact that there will be a day when this time period will be over. What's so problematic about that is because if we psychologically, consciously or subconsciously are living day by day, knowing that there will be this release date, it's almost like you put yourself in some kind of a let's say, a psychological jail, and you know there will be a release date. That means you will more likely to do everything in the perspective, or from the perspective that you're going to know you're going to be released out of this. And therefore, instead of going inwards and seeking for the ways to rewire your identity, to uplift your neural networks that are responsible for your habitual choices and for habitual behaviors. So instead of doing the real profound inner work, people tend to look for the external reasons, external motivators, encouragements outside to fill up that time, fill up that 1 month, fill up that 2 months, so that there will be some kind of outside factors trying to help person to achieve the goal within that time frame, with one expectation, to expect that it's going to be over at the point when the person has decided that. So that's the biggest problem and the biggest barrier for the second type of change. So remember the first type of change, tiny one, it's transaction. So the second type of change is transition. So the transition has a duration. So that's the first is like a dot, and the second is like a line. It has 2 points, starting point and end point. And the problem is whenever there's an end point, people are constantly, how to say that? They are misled by the fact of the end point. And this is how I realized. So if we really want to achieve a sustainable change, which I call transformation, we cannot achieve that sustainably with the form of transition, with the period of time, because it doesn't require, not always requires people to do the inner profound work. Then I realized if we remove the deadline, remove the endpoint, instead of a line, what do we have then? It's an arrow. It's a direction. So the third type of change is transformational, and it's in the form of arrow, which means from today, from now to forever. And once that mental understanding arrives to the consciousness, people realize, well, if this is how I'm going to live for forever, how do I find ways to accommodate that in myself? How do I find ways to rewire how my brain works, how I make decisions, how my habits are actually exposed every day? So then, instead of looking for the external carrots or rewards to reward yourself for good choices or punish yourself with the sticks, it really comes to the more fundamental and essential ways for people to really get ahead with their changes. So those are the 3 major changes that are collected in my scientific work around typology of change. And that's available through my publications as well, and through the website, transforms.me, where I collect all of the insights about transformation and change. And also those who are interested, there is also a YouTube channel where I give more practical advices for the students, for the societies, and for the companies, where you will have more of a visual insights, which I'm not going to use today. So this will be more like a live performance about the essence of change and how to become a master of change. Remember at the very beginning what I said, we are the change. Life is a change. Everything is a change. And we have evolved through thousands of years. And it means we, by our definition, and I also would be referring back to the previous speaker who was speaking about the genes. And I would use this term gene more conceptually, that if we have evolved through different appearances on the planet for thousands of years, that means there has to be something in our genes that is very familiar, very knowledgeable about the change, because this is what was experienced all of the time. So therefore, I'm referring to this phenomena that is inbuilt in our human nature as a transformation gene. So I don't speak about the letters in the gene sequence. I'm speaking about the conceptually inevitable, inherent wisdom of change that every human being has. The same way goes if people, for example, try to manage their weight and they are trying different kind of foods. The biology is signaling whether that food is making your body more alert, or that kind of tea or coffee is making that specific effect on how you feel psychologically and physiologically. So therefore, this is this wisdom of change that is signaling and saying, oh, whatever you've done this time differently, whatever food you've taken differently this time, is having that profound effect on your state of consciousness, your state of physiology. So therefore, if we, every one of us, have this inherent knowledge about the genes, about the change, the transformation gene, then there is no other way that if we find a way to tap into it, because it's already there, it's integrated in our human nature, and it has been serving us to overcome all of these historic changes. So therefore, if we realize that, and we really make ourselves conscious about this, you can say to yourself that all of the wisdom of change is actually already like in your, what's that, default state of being. It's only the question whether over the last decades, when all of this technological progress and all of the intensity and the speed of life have been distracting us constantly, so we've become less aware and less attentive to this access, to the source of the change that we have everyone inside. And this is the point when I would like to introduce something very particular that I use lately to exemplify how that transformation gene, that wisdom of the change, is actually sitting in every single human being, and just to open up this conversation so that people would realize how it really works. So here we go. This is a Rubik's Cube. Many people have seen it. Many people have had this in their hands. And now many of you might say, well, I have had it, but I never had the chance to really make it complete, or to finally kind of make it in the kind of all colors on their sides. That was me. That was me when I was a small kid. And I've got this in my hands when I was around the age of, I don't exactly remember, it was less than 10 years old. So at that time, when I got it, I was never able to make it complete. And recently, when I bought it for my kids, and after a few months, I'm now able to make it complete within less than 3 minutes. And that's just every single time. And now you wonder, so what's the difference? And the difference is, when I bought it this time, in the package together with the cube, there was an instruction exactly how to do it, which I call an algorithm. So if this thing has an algorithm to solve it, then once you know that, you can look for it, and then you can learn it, and then you can practice it, and then you can internalize it to the degree that you are even transitioning from consciously thinking how to make the next move on the cube onto your biological, instinctive, reactive ways to manage it. And this is what was my experience, because the algorithm is not trivial, but it's there and it's very practical. And to internalize that, it sometimes asks a little bit of your deep thinking about when to move the next side and which direction. But then over time, what I've learned, the more I do it, the less consciously I need to think about it, because my motor memory in my hands already know the next moves. And there are like 5 layers that I have learned, that they have the sequence 1 to 5. And I've learned that I only need to give the conscious attention when I need to switch from the level 1 to level 2 to level 3 to level 5. And when I switch, the hands are doing the job. And the eyes are saying which information is necessary to do that performance. So now, when I was a small kid, I didn't have instruction, and I was hopeless of getting it done. So now it's completely different. And the takeaway from this is, if there is an algorithm for the cube to be solved, this is how I reference to the algorithms that people have in themselves inherited, but also they are having their personal twist to it, because every human being is still different, with a different life experience and different societies, with different education and other life trajectories. But at the same time, the algorithm is to a large degree unified because it's based on our human nature. So therefore, if everyone, first of all, have the awareness that the wisdom is inside, secondly, that there is a specific algorithm how it works for a particular people, but it has a common ground, which is deeply rooted into social psychology and us as a social beings. Therefore, the journey is about every single person using this awareness of the inner wisdom and then making step-by-step journey towards uncovering their own inner algorithms, how their change algorithms are working and how they can be improved, and how people can learn and possibly install new upgraded algorithms of their inner change. So that's the core thing after the awareness. The first of all, everyone has the wisdom inside. The second, the wisdom has a specific algorithms that people are able to uncover and then upgrade, uplift, and enhance. So now, once this is understood and we can start the journey towards uncovering that, before going into the next step, let me explain you one very essential detail that would also put the perspective of the algorithms into our daily lives. And this is the first component of 8 components of transformation that I usually present. And I have a better graphic somewhere in my YouTube videos. But this is pretty much the holistic view on transformation. That's the collection of understanding and the knowledge, which is very useful if people want to really master change, and especially sustainable change that's called transformation. And interestingly, it doesn't start here at noon. It actually starts here a little bit before that. And if you can read here, it says human energetic intelligence. Why it's so important is because people sometimes have this delusion that energy is something that can be accumulated. And there can be different kinds of energies. So people can think about energies coming from the natural resources. People can think about energy that they get, for example, from coffee, or from gym, or from exercising, or from whatever is your preference that you have habitually called as, okay, this makes me more energized. What in reality it does. And to explain that, let me tell you how the physics is explaining energies. And if you look at the thermodynamics, and they have a few laws explaining how the energies travel. And the first law says that you cannot create energy and you cannot destroy energy. You can only transform it from one form to another. So therefore, if that's already written in our nature, in our physics, that the energy is just flowing through different kinds of states. So therefore, also people are not in the position to accumulate it. Of course, we can do the cycles when we eat something and we get the bioenergy and then we again use it. But you can even put it into perspective and say, but if I eat more and more, can I accumulate more? Of course, there are some limits that people can gain more weight, which is not actually, like, too much weight is not actually healthy. But the whole perspective of you being accumulator is false. And that's something that everyone also is suggested to embrace, because if the mental model is we are accumulators, then that's by definition is not in alignment with the nature and with the physics, how we understand the nature. So therefore, first of all, we are not accumulating, not biological energy. And some people are getting into this perspective as well that, okay, money. And money is nothing else than a form of energy. And then some people try to accumulate and accumulate and accumulate that kind of energy, which is in a form of money. But then what's the purpose then? If you don't let this energy flow and create and bring more value, it's pointless. It's just like storing something somewhere and it just sits there. So therefore, if we and people have better understanding that instead of being accumulators of the energies, whatever kinds, they are converters or transformers of the energy, then people realize, well, then if I would like to improve my performance, if I would like to improve my life, I would like to improve my business, and I would like my business to be made a more like hyper-performing business, then instead of accumulating certain things, the question is reverted from the accumulation to algorithms. The algorithms, how people are able to transform energies, what kind of algorithms people have for transforming financial energy into the productive energy and the values and the products and services for other people. It's the way how we are able, on the individual basis, converting bioenergy into our creativity, in our states of mind, in those physiological states that are enabling us to be better creators and accessing different other fields of energies around us. It ties back to the same fundamental thing. This has an algorithm, and this has an algorithm, and everyone has an algorithm. And then the algorithm is not about accumulating something, but the algorithm is about realizing the capacity that everyone has in accessing different kinds of energies, and then ability to transform this energy with a more efficiency. So how to improve the efficiency of inner conversion algorithms for everyone, for every human being and every business. So that's the essence. Once that's understood, then you can go out and see the world completely differently. Let me give you an example. So when we speak about, let's say, a business, a company, and there are people, employees coming to work, not everyone is always satisfied and happy about what they do there, right? And if there is this difference between what the people feel as connected to the work or the task they're doing or not, and if they don't feel like fully aligned and fully fulfilled by the work that they're doing, it has this gap between what people would expect to be fulfilled them and being happy with working at that workplace, and what is the expectation from that business or from that manager or from that leadership. And if that gap is emerging, so if it's a tiny, it might not be a big deal. But imagine if there's this distance between these two, between the person's expectations about the fulfillment from the task and also the requirements from the management of what is expected from the person, then the gap by growing, the person realizes if the person would openly, in many cases, not always, but in many cases, people would say, well, if I speak out my mind, I will be fired because that will be not in compliance what is expected from me. What people do usually in these situations, they start to, what I call, wear a mask, which means they pretend they are liking everything. They pretend this new information system is great. This new CRM system is great. This new management structure is great. This new office is great. And if they do that, how does it relate to the access to energy? It's because people, when they arrive to work and they have, let's say, just as with the phones, they have a full battery, let's say 100%, and they have this gap to bridge between their expectations and the requirements from the business. Then to bridge that gap, how that is possible? That's possible by wearing the mask. And if that action of wearing the mask, where does it get the energy from? From the same battery, right? So if people arriving with a 100% battery are spending or wasting 20% of their accessible energies just to wear the mask so that no one can get them caught into not being aligned with what the business requires or what is the new change in the organization. And if people continue this way, some people might have even 30 or 50% or 70% of their energies, accessible energies, going into wearing a mask. What do we have as a result? Obviously, it's a burnout. And the burnout is not about people working extra hours or working too hard or working too much. It's because the misalignment between their expectations or their fulfillment and the requirements. And especially the problem arises from the fact of wearing the mask. And this is one of the biggest lies that people maintain in their lives. And this is not contributing to the personal well-being. This is not contributing to the business performance. It's not contributing to anything. So that's one of the calls to action that I usually propose to everyone. Let's stop lying to ourselves. Of course, the same way as the transformation gene is inherited in us, also the gene responsible for these responses, for the choice of wearing the mask, and all other things are also inherent. But we get smarter. We are much smarter than 200 years ago. Just look 30 years ago. The mobile phones, the internet, the space program, everything. It's such a huge leap externally of the human being. So how can we evolve? How can we upgrade and elevate our identities so that we as a people, we as a personalities, we as a human beings can upgrade our relationship with the reality, so that we know that we have the transformation gene, and we also know that we have the gene responsible for lying. But because we know that, we stop doing it. Because if we do lie to ourselves, there is no change possible, because we are inhibiting by the pure fact of just lying to ourselves. And the same goes with the personal changes. What people do on January 1st, they say, from this January, I'm gonna exercise more. I'm gonna read more books. I'm gonna use more bike for commuting. I'm gonna sort garbage. I'm gonna be more productive at work. I'm gonna get my promotion and all other kinds of things. What happens in February? Most of them, these nice New Year's resolutions fall back into the old habits, because all of the attention is taken away by the rush, by the overcrowdedness of information, by different kind of technological addictions and so forth and so forth. So therefore, people have inherent way that the body is signaling, saying, well, you will be better off if you stop smoking. And even that's scientifically proven. So the question is how people are actually making them decisions. So what's so difficult in our nature that is stopping ourselves from actually having a better performance and a better life? But now science and my work and the work of others is clearly demystifying the change, the ingredients of the change, demystifying the process of sustainable change, which is transformation. Now is the time for people to really become more honest with themselves, because this is the place where the change starts. And therefore, I would like also to introduce the next steps, what people can do to help themselves achieve whatever they want in their lives, and also then help with whatever they do in their work, whether they are self-employed, whether they're artists, whether they're designers, whether they're freelancers, whether they are employees in a great company, or whether they are the leaders of the companies. What to do next? So first, remember the awareness, we have the wisdom of transformation. The second, the wisdom of transformation is tied into the algorithm. And there's a question how we are able to tap into our algorithms, understand and learn how they work, and then improve them step by step. And now is the question, how do we get to improve them? How can we get this improvement process more tangible? So here we go. If we look at every single, let's say, behavioral pattern, habitual pattern, ways that we repeatedly make the same decisions, if we boil it down, all of these evidences in our lives that possibly are not very well contributing to our well-being or to the performance of our organizations, then by boiling it down, by narrowing down the possibilities, we always will arrive to one single thought. One single thought is responsible, or it's the root cause for that particular habit, for that particular decision-making pattern, for that particular routine that you have. There is one, at the very core, there is just one thought. Let me give you a very basic example. So imagine this blue pen. It's not a blue. So those who will go and watch the YouTube videos, they will see I had a blue pen. So I had this habit to call any pen in my hand to be blue, but it's white with the green. So this is a thought that people have, or the person has in here. And if the person has this thought, and the thought might be let's start with the very basics. The thought can be, well, I'm not good at singing. I'm not good at writing books. I'm not good at selling my services. I'm not good at customer relations. I'm not good at people management. I'm not good at leadership. That's it. If this is the thought, that's the reason why people are not doing singing. I'm not doing leadership. I'm not doing sales. This is the reason. So how does it work? You and everyone is advised to practice this. How does it work? So once you have the understanding which is the root cause, you have to create a complete opposite of that thought, of that sentence, and put it here. So if this is, I cannot do it, or I am bad at selling my services, this should be complete opposite. So this should be, I'm good at selling my services. Why it's so important that this is the complete opposite? Because if it's not complete opposite, for example, if this is, I'm bad at selling services, and this is, I will try to sell this particular thing for the next week. What does it allow psychologically? It allows this thought to coexist over here. Because this says, I'm bad at selling services, but this is, says, I'll try to do that. So what happens? It's a natural, unnecessary competition. So these thoughts, both of them, will reside in the same place and will compete for the same access to the same energies. And what would naturally happen if we drain the accessible energies by making our life complicated and making these choices every single time? What do I do? Do I do this thought, or do I do this new thought? Oh, the new thought is not that familiar. So what people would be most likely doing, they would feel that energy goes to waste, and they will drop one of these ideas. And which one? The new one, because the old one has already installed a neural network in the brains, which is comfortable, which is convenient, which is known, because the new one is unknown. So therefore, if you really want to make the first steps towards your inner algorithms, understand how the change works for yourself. And having this very basic, but very straightforward and very effective tool is get down to the root cause, be honest. Many people will stick at the level of symptoms and say, well, this looks like it. But no, be persistent, be relentless, go deeper, find the root cause, and then create the opposite. And what do? You need, over time, with your awareness and conscious attention, replace. And that's why they have to be opposite, because they cannot live simultaneously in your mind. So, which means, if you previously had this thought, I'm bad at selling my services, this is, I'm good at selling my services. Imagine you are a person who thinks, I'm good at selling my services. So what will be the outcome? You will be good at selling your services. All of your accessible energies will be directed to get you better at that. Did you realize how fundamentally easy it is? And only our, let's say, distraction and saying, oh, it cannot be so simple, the change is difficult, the change is impossible, is the only delusion that is keeping people away from pretty much achieving anything they want. Those are the steps towards the mastery of change. You understand how the change actually works, and you have these simple tools to practice it. And you can do it with anything. You can, after this presentation, go to the mirror, take 2 things in your hands. And if you like this, you can take the pen, and you can take maybe other pen or something else. And you say to yourself, well, this is something that sits in my mind and I don't really appreciate it. And that might be, I am bad at negotiation with my manager. or I am bad at proposing my innovative ideas to my company or to my direct manager, or I am bad at entrepreneurship, those kind of things. And you immediately know you have to create, and you listen to the sentence and you just replace, most of the times it requires to replace one word. I'm bad at, I'm good at. I cannot, I can. That's it. You have the opposite, and you imagine that opposite to live in your life and to be in your mind. Of course, it will take you some time. It will take you some time to make the transition of these two thoughts, the replacement, for some time, because the old habits are already wired. It's not hardwired. We know that neuroscientists already have explained not only the one that I referred to, the genes, where genes are not predicting everything. We have the external factors, and we have also our choices that predict our life outcomes. In the same way, it's also how we are able to leverage the neuroplasticity, which means our brain networks are very elastic. It's not that purely, of course, they have the habitual connections that when they have fired together, they wire together, and therefore they have this habitual strength. But there are so many evidence that have already proven that people can rewire their brains. And this is how the rewiring starts. Instead of one thought, you have a different thought. So the old wiring is getting weaker, and it loses the traction, and then it starts to rewire in a new specific way to accommodate your new perspective. Now, people usually get into the trouble by initial feedback. Initial feedback will not be good because the brain would require energy source. And what is the primary energy for the brain? Where does the brain takes the energy from? Two main components. It's, not surprisingly, oxygen, and secondly, not surprisingly, sugar. That's why so many products have so many sugar in it. It's just getting the brain more willing to it. That's another revelation possibly for many people. But I think nowadays it's quite clear. This is how many products are made sweeter, so just to tap into the subconscious response of the brain saying, oh, this is really good for me. But now coming back, so brains would need these two resources, these two forms of energies to do the rewiring. Therefore, the first response will be, oh, you make my life difficult. I don't like it. And that would be the first feedback. So I encourage everyone not to stop there because you already know it's going to happen. So you would need to be more consistently following your desired change. So if you have the desire to replace one thought, that has to be consistency. And let me give you the last practical tool today, which is vectoral transformation. Vector is an arrow. So remember the types of change, the dot, the line, and the arrow. So now we come down to how the arrows work. So arrows work for the one particular reason, to get yourself going in the long term. This is a very brief illustration with the three colors. Imagine that's your target, that's your new idea. This is where I want to, that's the direction where I want to move. What will come psychologically in your mind? There will be different kind of excuses like, oh, today is too late, today is too heavy rain, this is like, I feel tired. And those will be the attempts of your own psychology to deviate yourself from where you want to go. But if you want to get where you want to get, you have to make decisions and place them on this green vector, on this green arrow. So therefore, if you make this for yourself, and you can put it anywhere you want, if it's at home, if you want something with flossing your teeth, you put it in the bathroom. If something with your eating habits, you put it in a fridge. If something with your office, you put it next to your computer. You can even make it digital and put it on your desktop, whichever way you want. But this will always be very conscious reminder of what happens when you start to fall into your old habit of finding excuses. That means if here is, for example, I am not wasting my time by sitting X number of hours in specific social media. Like here would be 0 hours in that social media. So whenever you say, oh, I'm gonna just check, maybe I have a friend who sent me a message on whatever it is, you deviate immediately, because it's not gonna be 0 hours. It will be 15 minutes in that social media per day, or would be a half an hour on that social media per day. Then you also might go the other way, and this would be, for example, 15 minutes every other day, and that would be 15 minutes once a week. Once you have this very visual, easy to understand tool in front of you, and any of the habitual thoughts will come in and say, well, but you have a good excuse today not to comply with your green arrow, and that will allow you to just to sneak into your social media for 15 minutes. You know you are not on a green arrow anymore. You know you are on a yellow one. And yellow one is not leading where the green one. That's how geometry works. These are straight lines with arrows. If you put yourself on a different arrow, in a long term, you're far, far away from the green vector where you actually were aiming to. So I would like at this point to conclude this introductory session for how people can become the masters of change, and especially the masters of sustainable change as a transformation. And if there is any time left, I'm ready to take some questions right now. And if there isn't, I'm happy to welcome everyone to see more of this stuff on my YouTube channel or on the website transforms.me, which is a collection of scientific papers of my previous talks. I have 3 TEDx talks, and also other ways how people can help themselves with understanding change and become the masters of change. So welcome, everyone.
Thank you so much, Professor Agnes. And we are out of time, but I think with so many questions coming in, let's just try to have a quick attempt at one question. And this question was from Buddhadit. Buddhajit, he says, how do we transform, inculcate this algorithm of change to a more unconscious, instinctual model of sustainable behavior within organizations? So, and how do we create this algorithm of change for a VUCA environment? Yeah. So, any point of view out there?
Yes, very good question. Excellent. And I think, let me remind one truth about human nature. When the question comes, and that's one of my videos as well, when question comes, it comes with a sort of implied answer. And when I listen to questions like this, I hear the answer sneaking into the question because it was already pointed out in the question. How can we do it without conscious awareness? And that's the answer. There is no other way. It's the habits are able to sustain only if we are not consciously aware of them. That's the only way. And when we start to pay our conscious attention to those, and that's easy. First of all, we can really reflect. We can ask other people. If somebody really is having a hard time with discussing internally, ask other people, ask their friends. Okay, have you noticed that do I do something like this strange kind of thing? Can you just give me a feedback, like you are my friend? And you will immediately get your awareness onto the track. And the same, you can see how it works on the individual level, and you can gradually scale it up. Scale it up to your family, scale it up to your friends, scale it up to your sports team, scale it up to your teams at work, the leadership and the organizations and cities. That's one of my works as well. Countries and the global perspective. So great question. Your microphone.
We try to steal 2 minutes more with one more question. So it's 4:48 p.m. in India right now, and the session is coming to an end. We have heard you from all over the world. What can we do starting right now at 4:49 p.m. To bring in change in our life? How do we go around mastering change? How do we initiate that right away?
I think, the introduction was more like conceptual with the algorithms and with the kind of references to the energies and saying we are not accumulators, but we are the masters of our algorithms. Practicality is, the practical essence is in a simplicity. So how we can do certain thing and how we can see the effect. So therefore, I would, to be very practical, this is the most practical anyone can do. So first of all, draw these lines. So anyone can draw like a bunch of arrows, but it's not necessary. This is the maximum you should do, like no more required. So here you put what kind of change you want to do in your life. For example, I did multiple changes because for me, it has become a habit to change myself. For example, I started intermittent fasting recently, but before that, let me give you a very doable thing, like flossing your teeth. I didn't do it. It was like a nightmare. It was like so difficult for me consciously to go, well, why should I do this? So here would be, I'm flossing my teeth after every meal. You right here, because this other end is I'm not flossing my teeth ever. But then what is more dangerous is when people say, well, I'm going to floss my teeth, but except when I go to work. What's the problem with the work? You can always go to the bathroom and floss your teeth. It's just, again, the mental game. But then when you have this drawing, and you have here after every meal, here after every meal except work, and here after every meal except work and holidays. And you know, when you have this in front of you, and your ideas come to your mind saying, well, but you're at work, and you know immediately work, yellow arrow, okay. Do I want to go this way? No. And you rearrange, and this is, again, it's like you're signaling your own brain saying, well, I'm not going to turn the ship this way. I'm going to go straight. And this is how it works. Very practical. It's called vector transformation. If anyone would like to kind of, so one thing, start drawing this and pick something tiny. Don't change your whole life like immediately. That's always a delusion. So people get trapped into this big kind of complexity. Start with one of the tiny doable things. Draw these arrows. Make it visible for yourself, whichever place you choose it. And then if you want more clarifications, there are videos on my YouTube. Just go and watch. I have applied it to how to not open your emails first thing in your morning. I have applied it to the different kind of addiction. So you can see the examples so that you get the clarity how it works.
We are really running short on time. We'd love to ask more questions, guys. You have to reach out to Professor Agnes. We're going to share the LinkedIn ID with you on the chat box. Thank you so much, Professor Agnes. Absolute pleasure. And I hope it inspires some of us to start a journey towards mastering change and start going on the journey. Like you said, you're picking up IF now, intermittent fasting. And I hope we can find ways to bring that in our life, some of us at least. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for putting all of this great event together, knowing the circumstances. And I love the feeling of what kind of energies you're tapping into. It's this kind of pierces through all this technology and brings such an enjoyment and happiness. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good day. Ciao.
All right, take care. Bye.
COVID plans in Novel to live by mother, seagulls, keto, serious backstory.
Cortana, you
Nuclear threats in autotune. Well, look no further. What you need is a revolutionary product called Framing the Problem Differently. Framing the Problem Differently is a new product designed to make all your problems go away. Is the problem really a flat tire? No, it's going to work. Quit. Now you have nowhere to go. Simple. Who needs a tire now? Too much traffic, COVID, too much COVID. Bruh. Plans with no will to live. Solid. My mother, frame one too. Framing the problem differently is a unique solution that eradicates the problem from the root. No solution, no problem. Try Framing the Problem Differently. Available right about now.
Now Fest. Yay, so exciting.
How's you doing? Can you hear me clear?
I can hear you. You got muted, PG.
Hello.
Hello, Ashishi.
Hello, everyone, and to all our viewers. So day 2 is getting a little intense with the amazing lineup we have waiting you, and especially this panel, something that I'm most excited for, because it is such an important conversation that we should be having with all of us discussing politics these days. So we've got with us experts in public policy and social change, and they're going to be talking to us about improving electoral roles through data analysis and citizen action. So please welcome Sridhar Pavisetti, a well-known public policy specialist in India. Just his resume is a lesson to commitment to public life, and he is the chief enabler at Center for Inclusive Governance, the founding director of Kautilya School of Public Policy, and is a regular advisor to corporates, local and national governments in sustainability along with scalability. We also have with us another powerhouse in conversation for social good. Please welcome PG Bhatt. He is a retired officer in the Indian Navy. He is the founding MD of Parity Computing India, and equipped with his vast experience in software and project management, he has spent the past decade analyzing public data like electoral and bettering the quality of data in electoral rolls in the country. So without further ado, over to you experts, and we can't wait to hear from you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shrishti. It's indeed a delight to be speaking to all of you today. We have enjoyed the previous speakers speaking about behavioral change, and today we are trying to attempt to do something much more complex in terms of trying to bring collective change. PG Bhatt and I have known each other for almost 13 years now. And it all began when Smart Vote was initiated, a very interesting initiative. And maybe we'll start something from there onwards as we go along. But firstly, this is going to be a very interesting year. We have some very interesting elections going to come up. One of it is going to be Tamil Nadu, as a friend of mine reminded. And one of the contestants is going to be Rajnikant and his party, right? So this is a Rajnikant level problem that we are talking about. And PG, so let's dive into it. And how bad are our electoral rolls?
Thanks, Sridhar. As you said, Sridhar and I have been working together for 13 years. 13 is a good number, lucky number.
Yeah.
And you know, I learned so much from him in association with him. And apart from being an observer from outside, in between, Sridhar also contested an election. So he knows firsthand that the pains and the problems and the good points and the bad points that happens when the system is not supportive and the system is not quality conscious. So his question was that how poor is the electoral roll? What are the issues with the data quality in the electoral roll to start with? I can just list out a few of them. Poor data quality. There are only 8 to 9 fields that you have to look at in the electoral record, a voter record, what we call. It starts with the wrong spelling. For example, if I start looking for my name is B-H-A-T, Bhatt is my name. So at best I may say, instead of B-H-A-T, it may be B-H-A-T-T. But I would not expect my name to be pronounced as B-H-U-T, which becomes Bhuth. And that kind of spelling errors are rampant in the electoral rolls. The cultural issues also come in sometimes, where the names are spelled differently. Like if a Tamilian enters for Gayatri, he or she may enter as Kayatri, K-A. If a Bengali enters Varada, he may enter as Barada, B-A-R-A. Or say, coming from Sridhar is in Hyderabad right now, I have seen Jagapati, whom I would pronounce as J-A-G-A, written as Zagapati, Z-A-G-A. Practically, not a joke. There is a Vice Admiral K-A as Z Raju, Z stands for Zagapati. So these are the kind of thing which make it difficult to search for the information, search for the name, for example, search by name. Now, I know my name in a particular style, but it is entered in various ways. There is one small problem, but enough to deter the elector, telling that, oh, my name is not there. It is not found. Another issue here, getting to the name itself, the same name is entered with different spellings in different contexts. Let us take, for example, Nandan Nilekani. Unfortunately, there are 7 Nandan Nilekani entries in the electoral roll, which is corrected now. I'm giving this an example because the name is very popular. Entered as voter himself, as husband, and 4 entries as father of 1 girl, because there are 4 entries for his daughter. Right now, there are 2 only instead of 4. So his name is spelled in 7 different ways in 7 different places that he has entered. So when we go for a named entity recognition or named entity disambiguation, you are misled because the same name is entered differently. Say, if I want to see the relationship and if that person is voter, so we can do a lot of analysis to see the age difference, to see is it possible that the person is father, the person is husband, because we have seen several places where the parent is 7 years older than the person or 5 years older than person. And Dr. Minir says that I want to see biologically how is it possible being a doctor. So that kind of things also happen when the names are spelled differently in different places in the same house. It also creates some more confusion, some challenges for people like us who analyze the thing. Wrong ages, now they have reduced. There are thousands of ages, people aged 0. And fortunately, one fine day, they all become 36-year-old. Overnight, they became 36, all of them. So I doubt if all of them are really 36 that day and if their age is true or not. So definitely, we have proof enough to show that many people are shown the different ages. Yeah, incidentally, we had people with the 4,080-year-old, people, 2,400-year-old people were there in the electoral, they have been corrected. Wrong relationship or sex. There are several people, males having husbands as the relations. Then there are several entries like name, ABC, XYZ, or yeah. There is one place it was written Gottilla in Kannada. I don't know. Name Gottilla. Yeah. It is entered like that when you look at the Kannada version of the role. So this is the kind of data quality that we have got. Of course, more is to be told about the house numbers and the section details, which I will cover later. So these are the basic voter record level problems.
I think it's very interesting, PG, and you remind me of my relational database classes that I was sitting as a student. I think this is a classical example of first normal form of data organization. Right?
Yes.
While the whole world has moved on to new forms of data organization, we still have mismatch at the most fundamental data element level.
Exactly.
And I think let's move on to the structural issues, right? I mean, we were talking only about the voter data level.
Correct.
Now, what happens when you zoom out and look at starting maybe with a polling booth, a block, and other levels, right? What are the set of challenges we see there?
Yeah, what happens is that the organization, there is an assembly constituency. An assembly constituency has got hundreds of parts. One part, 99.99% of the times, maps to a booth. If the size of the number of voters in a part exceed 1,400 in a city, 1,200 in a village or in a non-city, rural area, then they have to make additional booth. That seldom happens. So when you say a booth or a part, it is identical for most of the practical purposes. It is divided into multiple sections. And a section is an area with a geographical boundary. In a city, it will be more like a street address. In a village, it may be, some section of the village, or the whole village it may be in some cases. Now what happens is that the sections, if you consider in a voter list or in a voter list of a particular part, generally we would expect a few sections so that we will be able to identify the person by the section of the street address. Now, typically, majority of the electoral rolls in Karnataka as well as others, most of my work has been with the voter list of Bangalore, though I have analyzed voter lists of 13 different states and UTs. So what we find is that there is only one section, 1,400 people in one street or 1,200 people in one street. So naturally, or in reality, the address is not correctly captured. So we cannot reach out the person knowing the section address. There is one problem. Another problem, a section means a geographical boundary. And quite often we find members of the same house put into different sections and quite often different parts itself. Husband is in one part, wife is in one part, they share the bedroom. But that is how the electoral roll does that. So this one creates more of confusion. So what happens is that I find my name in a particular electoral roll. I go to the booth and my wife's name is not found in the voter list there. It may be in some other part. So I go and think that, okay, her name is not in the electoral roll. I try to register her again. Either it will be rejected, make me frustrated, or it will be accepted. So there will be a duplicate entry created. The original part, the name is there. Here it is not there. So there is a ghost there. So these kind of things, the moment data quality suffers, then the whole system suffers.
Absolutely. And I think PG, I think I'll remember this. I mean, I think one clarification is in order. We really have no issues with a man marrying a man. The only challenge here is been that, these are accidental marriages and not willful marriages, right?
No, they're not legal yet. They're illegal. Till now they are illegal.
Yeah.
So
no, but at least we don't have an issue, but just that, these are all government arranged same-sex marriages, right? Thousands. Yeah.
And there are many of them, yes.
Yeah. And secondly, also when we were talking about the poor organization of data and bloated roles, etc. I think we did have a breakthrough about a year ago when we had some dialogue going on with the chief electoral officer of government in Karnataka.
Yes.
In Karnataka state. So though we were able to present directly to him all the issues, not much has translated in action, right?
Yes.
So PG, can you just help us understand what have been the highs and lows of trying to communicate this to various officials, to various levels of officers at the Election Commission of India as well as the state election commissions?
Okay. Going back like our 13-year experience.
Yeah.
Initially, in the first part of it, I had a lot of support and cooperation from one deputy election commissioner. I'm ever thankful to him. You know the person.
Yeah.
The feedback was being taken and there is some effort to improve and some directives to the states, all the states, not just Karnataka, not just Bangalore. So there was some support. And in spurts, we do get some support. People do listen. But in general, even when we say that, okay, we want to help you, we want to work with the system, we want to improve the system, here is the software solution, here is the prototype, here is the proof, here is the demo. In general, there is a rejection, being defensive to start with, telling that there is no problem. And secondly, even if there is a problem, a kind of, if I can term arrogance, telling that, okay, who are you to tell that we are at fault? You can bring it up.
Yeah.
But if you remember what happened in 2009, an ambitious program was launched in July called EVP, Elector Verification Program.
Yeah.
Grand design, but the implementation was extremely poor. And a lot many directives were given without trying a prototype, without having a sample study, and it was not implementable. It was just not implementable. Though we tried to help, give a lot of input, telling that it has to work in this way, but nothing much was done. So this being defensive and secretive is the general norm, though in spurts, sometimes they do come and help us. But the feedbacks are recorded and registered, but they don't accept that, okay, feedback has come. And help also, they generally don't accept. Right now, as we talk, I'm in touch with the new director IT of the ECI. A new director has joined about 6 months ago, but because of the COVID cases, nothing much has moved, probably, that is what he says. So I'm again trying to break through and trying to say, okay, there are problems, which I will try to help you. I want to help you. And so far, it has been very lukewarm. I call him 10 times, he's busy with the meetings, or he would call me later, which doesn't happen. Mails don't get responded. But fine, I have all the patience to wait for it. Yeah. So in general, it could have been better. I can't say it is zero, but they could have taken more help more input from people like us?
I think this is a very interesting phenomenon where, though I have had a chance to work across various public service delivery mechanisms, be it the right to public services, be it urban reforms, etc. The very interesting thing that I think we encountered during our journey in electoral roles is not necessarily the basic challenges, but what I call as quasi-technological challenges, right?
Absolutely.
So I think if you could quickly talk about it, and then we can go to the solutions.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just leave them out. How there is a data politics, or data secrecy, or hindering people to work with the so-called public data. Till January 2018, the electoral rolls were accessible easily, published as PDF files, but readable, searchable PDF files. Now, suddenly in January 2018, they passed a directive telling that they would be all accesses will be capture controlled. So bringing one hindrance for downloading or scraping the web directly. Worse, they made the PDF files image files. Now, being image files, you can't search. You cannot say Control F and look for my name. You have to go record by record, line by line. And the average length of one electoral roll with 1,400 electors there is about 40 to 50 pages. Now, how patiently can you search for your name in a document with 550 pages? It is painful. We can't concentrate there. So that even for manual search, it is not serving any purpose. So they are serving one obligation of publishing them as a public document, but you can't do much with that. And if you want to extract the data to analyze it, they're password protected. And even if you extract whichever way, because they're images, because of the OCR process, there are too many typos that come in. So the false positive, false negative, the data quality will again suffer. So there have been a continuous concentrated effort by the authorities to keep the data away from the reach of people who can analyze them. Or even for a common voter who can find his name, that also has been made difficult. That is in a nutshell, Sridhar.
Absolutely, thank you. I think I would like to take just two quick questions, and PG, if you can keep them brief.
We
definitely. Can then go on to user questions. So let's talk about collective actions, right? I mean, there have been findings, there have been, we know the problems, right? And but how have people come together in different forms, different fashion, and what are the wins that they've had in their respective arenas?
Yes, Sridhar, as you have personally been doing, and many others have been doing, engaging with the system despite the resistance from the authorities is the only way we can go forward. Fighting the system alone is not going to help. Yes, we do have to go to the court, we have to file bail, we have to do various other issues also, but that should be the last option. We would like to work with them, we would like to help them, or we would like to be corrected also. So first thing what we can do is that spread awareness among the voters, encourage and facilitate enrollment and voting. That is what we have been doing, as you mentioned, with the Smart Vote, Janagraha, and various civic bodies all over the country. We know more about what is happening in Karnataka, being from this place, but I know a lot of efforts are happening from other states also, because we are in touch with them, though not very deeply. So one is that part. And several citizen organizations have also done a lot of analysis of the electoral rolls and approaching them back, telling them, okay, there is a problem. Now, it has also helped us a great deal, like the actions that we have taken. For example, in 2012, when out of 65 lakh voters of Bangalore, 13.5 lakh voters were deleted wantonly, purposefully, knowing that it was illegal. So what, I will do it. That kind of arrogance was shown. And despite 2 months of running up and down to the CEO's office, requesting ECI, no action was taken. Then we approached the High Court of Karnataka with the PIL. And the case was so clear, and the directive was very simple and very straightforward, asking them to be restored by the CEO of Karnataka, Suvamoto. So there is a very nice case telling that, okay, we could restore such a huge number, about more than 20% of the voters who were illegally deleted, we could get them restored by the actions of the civic society, all of us put together. Again, it happened in Maharashtra also, where the election commissioner, Brahma, he apologized publicly, telling that, okay, I'm sorry, they were illegally deleted. Again, public action. BBMP elections 2015, Bangalore. More than 3 lakh voters were excluded from the voter list till about 2 weeks before the elections. And because we could download, analyze, give them feedback, raise the level up to the thing possible, they could get back. So even disenfranchising which happens, we can stop by some public actions. And we all know a lot of enrollment drive by individuals, by organizations like BPAC or Smart Vote, Janagraha, Whitefield Rising, so many RWS in Bangalore, we know, and so many organizations, in Bombay, we know, etc. So this does help. And voter education on their rights, their reason to vote, election process, help to vote. We can help the challenge voters, that is also happening. Yeah. So in many ways, we can engage both with the population, with the voters, and also with authorities, and see where we can find a good balance. And that is what we can do, and that is what we have been doing. And we have seen some good results for sure, satisfying.
Absolutely. And I think on this note, I think it's very, very interesting how we can continuously keep making incremental changes, and at the same time, sometimes we get lucky and we make vast changes, right? In this background, we at Kautilya School of Public Policy are looking forward to holding a hackathon on the electoral rolls very shortly. Do keep looking for us at kautilya.geetham.edu, where you will get to hear a lot more from PG Bhatt and me on what are the technological interventions that we can make collectively to take a much closer look at the health of electoral rolls state by state, and then make a big push forward. At this point, I just want to re-emphasize the importance of keeping a long-term positive focus for change. Change will not happen overnight. We will have multiple roadblocks, multiple diversions, but we are at a place where I think we can make much more change in the coming 10 years than we have been able to make in the last 70 years, right? PG, how do you keep yourself motivated?
Okay, there are some research which encourage me. As I just mentioned, the quality of electoral rolls have definitely improved over the past so many years, and I can definitely map with my feedback and actions being taken. That is encouraging. And electoral process and electoral roll management system is one area of the huge public work that is happening. So this is one area which can help us to build systems in other areas also. Like, as you know, I've done some work with the public distribution system, NREGA. Right now I'm working a little on the census reports, the age heaping problem there, the quality of data. And so they're all related. So once you do work in one area, we can extend it to other area, and we can see the commonality among them, and multi-perspectiveness comes in with that. So it's a great learning experience also. More than anything else, this work has brought me in touch with the wonderful people. Like, we would have come in touch with each other, but for this kind of common work, the common interest. So the greatest gift I have got is meeting so many wonderful people who are working selflessly for a common cause and not giving up. That's what keeps me motivated.
Absolutely, PG. I think that's been the biggest part of the wonderful journey that we have shared. And I think I would like to give the organizers the control back 3 minutes ahead of our end time, so that if they would like to throw some questions to us, we would be happy to answer.
Certainly.
Over to you, Prakash.
Thank you so much, PG Bhatt and Sridhar, both of you.
You could trust Pabi to give back rather than take in the middle of this entire. It's been an extremely beautiful conversation. It's eye-opening. There are a bunch of questions, some of my own. For one, I know that this is something that you both have been working so many years with. Have you found an answer to what What is the possible motivation for policymakers to change these ways? Like you said, the entire data, the whole data, 55 pages is in an image format, right? And whatever the purpose for doing this, is there any kind of motivation that could make them to change this?
Well, I think the stakes are very high. I think one thing we should always remember, Reshma, is that it's become a zero-sum game in Indian public delivery, in public life. People are saying that at all costs I'm going to win, and then it's for me forever, right? And that's where we always believe in multiple approaches to change, right? And one of the most powerful idea that has worked for all of us who have been fighting on this issue has been the asynchronicity of change, right? What we do is we do our reports, we do our research, we put out our findings multiple times, and we don't get discouraged if it doesn't happen in the next 24 hours, next 1 month, or next 2 months. We believe that this research being available for people to be able to see and then go back and reflect and get engaged at different points of time has built a huge ecosystem. The National Election Watch, of which I was a part of in 2008, has over 1,200 NGOs which are working on how do you reduce money power and muscle power in electoral politics, right? And we should also remember that even US did not escape this. There was the Gilded Age. There were robber barons. There were barons who built who took on illicit contracts, and hence they got rich. And today they have universities named after them, right? So I don't think we should despair so much that where we are in India. And as I said, the next 10 years, we will see a lot more change than we have seen the last 75 years. Multiple factors, and I think at Kautilya, that's where we are very, very much focused on, is saying that we are a transitional economy. Many of our youngsters today are asking for larger purpose of their jobs, right? They're not just saying what is the salary that I'm going to start, but what is the impact I'm going to create, right? And I think this is a very interesting opportunity, and hackathon is something that we are very much looking forward to, wherein we want to bring amazing youngsters and come in and ask this simple question of saying that, as PG started by saying, this is not how you manage data records. A simple data record will not allow you to put something as blatant as 7 different spelling for a single person, right? So how do you do those redundancy checks, etc., is something that we are looking forward to.
Sridhar and PG, is there any truth to this point of view that is generally people in the rural or semi-rural areas who are much more active in the local politics or more politically aware, as opposed to people in the urban cities, urban areas in the country? From what I understand, most of us in cities would not even know which particular municipal ward they belong to. They don't know the name of their councilman. Is this just a mistaken notion, or is there some truth to this? What can be done about it?
I would like PG to, PG, go ahead. I think the urban apathy is something that we should demystify with the data. Please, PG.
Yeah. So, Prakash, what has happened is the voter lists are highly bloated, and the quality of the voter data is far worse in cities as compared with the rural areas. Now, when I say that a particular voter list, it has got large number of duplicate entries, a large number of people who are found in the voter list who are not really there. So when you say percentage of polling, when you say that, okay, Bangalore polling was 54%, every time I challenge that if it was more than 54%, I would be worried. Because when they say 54% of 1,000 people who are in the electoral records, out of which at least 200 to 250 are wrong entries. So this percentage of 54, what they declare, is actually 70% in most cases. And time and again, they're not able to say otherwise, but they continue to do this one. So one part of the answer is that the city dwellers are not having any apathy. They are participating as well as the rural folks. Oh yeah, there would be some variations here and there. that is one aspect of it. The quality of the electoral roll itself is worse in cities as compared to the villages. Another thing is the size of the booths. This also we have shown time and again that when the size of booths increases, the voter turnout comes down. So there was a time it was illegally large. Now it has come down. Generally, it is not more than 1,400. But if you compare Calcutta or Kolkata booths are about 800, 850 people in one booth. Bangalore, most of them are 1,300, 1,400. They are up to the brim. So people go, find the queue, come back home, think, oh, Pakalam, we'll see later. And then they sometimes go, sometimes they don't go. These are the known things which has been analyzed, visualized, and reported. And some action can be taken. So instead of reducing the size of the booth, earlier it was 1,200 maximum in cities. Now it has been made 1,400. There's up to 1,500 is acceptable. So if you see the behavioral aspects of it, by comparing across the country, we already have answers in the hands of ECI. It is only a question of accepting the reality. So in short, I do not consider there is an apathy in the urban voters.
Just to add one other data point, if you look at voter turnout in some of the other democracies, we always benchmark ourselves with, right? The voter turnout in US is probably about 50% people turn up to vote. And as PG said, we are probably voting at 70% if you take away these errors. So I think Indian democracy is very vibrant. We have structural issues, but that doesn't mean that we have to be, we have to lose our hope, And I'm really hopeful for the days ahead, and let's make it better. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Thank you. Here is another question connected to this. Is from let me get it right. Ali Adil. He says, what would you say has been the implication of the issues in electoral rolls that you have described on the public process of electing representatives? And I understand this can be a loaded question, but please take a shot at it. What is the impact of this on the whole process of electing our representatives?
I have a take on this, and then I would like PG to also answer on this. We will be surprised, and we'll be thinking that the hold over the electoral machinery is absolute, right? Only one party kind of dominates the influence as compared to multiple parties being able to influence, right? We see this happen multiple times because the cabinet in a state, the union cabinet, etc., has a lot of authority over how much to facilitate the Election Commission of India to act independently, or how much to constrain them by putting multiple roadblocks. The Election Commission of India is fairly independent in the Indian setup. You should always go back and talk to your the electoral registration officer, the ERO, and you will see that it is actually level playing field. Multiple parties are able to keep multiple sections of people away based on who has influence on that ERO. So we are a very, very deeply entrenched political system that oversees these inclusion and exclusion errors that happen in the voter rolls. So I think unless you empower technology to catch this blatant abuse, as PG said, if 20% of electorate can be disenfranchised in the IT capital of India, that's like Bangalore, there is something that we should be really bothered about. Right? And we have seen this happen across regimes. I don't think the data supports one party to be worse than the other. PG, over to you.
Yeah, I support your views, Sridhar. Like to remedy that, up to some extent or up to a great extent, I would say, a technology watchdog would be the cheapest and most practical answer in today's world.
So right, PG. Let's put this now into action. I think 13 years we have waited for sporadic action there, but I think if all of us put our hands together, we can put in that technical watchdog over these public data, public assets. Right. Only when we protect the commons, then we will have a vibrant democracy.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. We have many more questions, but we have also run short of time, and we also have our next speakers already waiting for us. So we're going to thank you on behalf of people from all over the world. In fact, we were recently speaking to someone from Brazil, and they, I think, have got elections upcoming in October, and they were talking about this whole idea of how do you motivate people to register more. Maybe if they reach out, we should ask them to get in touch with both of you.
Absolutely.
To this more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. It was beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen.
Thank you.
Are you tired of flat tires, traffic, COVID plans with nowhere to live by mother, seagulls, ketos, serious backstory,
Cortana, you
nuclear threats and auto-tune? Well, look no further. What you need is a revolutionary product called Framing the Problem Differently. Framing the Problem Differently is a new product designed to make all your problems go away. Is the problem really a flat tire? No, it's going to work. Quit. Now you have nowhere to go.
Sister, you're on mute.
So I called dibs to introduce our next guest on NowFest 2020. I had taken a course on edX, and it was a great experience, which actually made me get involved in the field of behavioral science. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm here. So let me introduce with a lot of excitement Professor Dilip Soman. He is one of the topmost experts in behavioral science today and its applications to consumer well-being, marketing, and policy. He is a Canada Research Chair in Behavioral Science and Economics, Director of the Behavioral Economics and Action Research Center at Rotman, and the author of the best-selling book, The Last Mile. He will be covering the importance of context in behavioral science during this session. So I'm very excited to hear from you. I'm sure everyone all over the world is too. So over to you.
Thank you, Shrishti. That was a very, very kind introduction. As Shrishti mentioned, I'm going to speak about context, and I'm going to make the simple claim that context is everything. And the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to share with you, firstly, a slideshow which will give you a visual accompaniment to what I'm speaking about. I'll make the simple claim about context being everything, but I'm going to do it by doing the following few things. I'm going to speak very briefly about the center that we run here at the University of Toronto called BEAR, and one of our initiatives called BI.org, Behaviorally Informed Organizations. I'm then going to spend a little bit of time on three scholars. We'll start with William James, who lived and worked in the late 1800s to the early 1900s, Egon Brunswick, who lived and worked in the early 1900s, and of course, Richard Thaler. And I'll get to the punchline in terms of what I mean by context is everything. We'll then talk about three simple examples, three case studies, which illustrate some of the points that I want to make, and then end up with some prescriptive advice. So that's the agenda for my session, and hopefully we'll have a lot of time for questions and discussions at the end. So let me start off very briefly by talking about the various activities that we do here at the University of Toronto. BEAR is a very Canadian animal. It stands for Behavioral Economics in Action at the Rotman School. And we are a research center. We're different from many other research centers in that we actively work with a lot of our partners, be they partners in government or partners in the for-profit industry or a lot of not-for-profits, and we co-create research with them. One of our initiatives is called BI.org, the Behaviorally Informed Organization. And the big question that we raise in that initiative is how do we actually get organizations to embed behavioral science in the way they operate? How do we get organizations to live and breathe and actually use behavioral science in every single aspect of their operations. And then finally, as Shrishti mentioned, we run a course called BE 101X. And I know there's a lot of people perhaps on this call and elsewhere that have gone through the course. And to all of you, thank you very much for being part of it and for being part of the BE 101X family. It's been a lot of fun doing the course, and it's especially gratifying to see people come through and say what Shrishti just said, which is that it was the course that really inspired people to jump into this field and do some really great work. So that's always fantastic to hear. Now, having said that, let me briefly touch on 3 challenges that we at BI.org are interested in. And by the way, on the right-hand side, you'll see a picture of a forthcoming book. It's called The Behaviorally Informed Organization. And I've co-edited it with one of my former doctoral students, Professor Catherine Young. Cass Sunstein has written a foreword for the book, and it has contributions from many, many, many of our academic and industry partners addressing some of the questions that I raised earlier. But the 3 challenges that we are really interested in are, one, the notion of sludge, and I've spoken about sludge in several forums. Think about sludge as the evil cousin of nudge. Nudge makes things easy for people, sludge makes things difficult for people. And we are interested in trying to see how we can identify scorecards, how we can think about helping organizations see sludge in their systems, and in fact, make sure that we can clean sludge up on an ongoing basis so that we do not create welfare reduction for our end users. So sludge, a big initiative here. Embedding the science in organizations. How do we get organizations to be more scientific? And then the one that I'm going to focus on today, the notion of scaling, horizontal and vertical scaling. What we mean by horizontal scaling is taking an idea, taking a product, taking an intervention, and applying that to other contexts, similar contexts, be they in different geographies, be they in different target segments. And vertical scaling simply means taking a pilot, taking a product, and scaling it more broadly to increase coverage within a country, within a segment. And so we're going to talk a little bit about both. And when I go back to the claim that I was going to make, that context is everything, I'm going to make that claim at several levels. I'm going to make the claim that when you read an academic paper, for example, you need to think about the context in which that particular paper was done, the context in which that particular study was conducted, before blindly applying it to your own situation. When you look at a successful intervention or a successful product that was that's been in the news, that you've read about, that has clearly worked somewhere else or at a different point in time, you need to think carefully about the context at that point in time versus the context that you are in now, before you decide to simply transplant that idea into your present context. And so context is complicated, context is multifaceted, context can make or break the success of interventions, of products, and of ideas that we come up with. So that's the general gist of what I'm going to talk about over the next little bit. So let me start off with the notion of translation and scaling. There's a lot of recent work in this area by John List at the University of Chicago and several of his colleagues. I've written a bit with my colleague Tanjim Hussain. And the central idea behind, or the key finding behind the scaling research, is the notion of a voltage drop. So by the way, I'm an engineer by training, and so you'll probably see some of my engineering bias show up here. But a voltage drop is the simple idea that you can take a intervention that has done phenomenally well in a randomized controlled trial or in a lab trial, and then when you take it to the field, it just doesn't work as effectively. The effect sizes are small, it's not powerful. And there's a number of reasons for why that happens. The field is different. The field is what we call heterogeneous. There are different kinds of people. In a trial, we normally do our research in the context of a homogeneous group of people. But in the field, you have different kinds. There's different contexts. And so what works in one context, like I say, may not actually work in a different context. There is also another thing to be aware of, and the idea of publication bias simply suggests that when we read published research, when we read stuff that shows up in our journal, that the underlying principle is that journals tend to publish things that show stronger effects to begin with. Right? And so Stefano Della Vigna and Liz Linos have a fantastic new paper where they look at interventions that were done by a few public policy units across the world, compared the ones that were published in journals versus the ones that were not published in journals. And essentially they find a fairly significant difference in effect size. The stuff that gets published is the stuff where effects are strong. The stuff that doesn't get published is the stuff where effects are weak. And at some level, you would say, well, this is very intuitive. This, as a journal editor, you obviously want to showcase the results that are strong, the results that have shown to have a significant effect. But as a reader, it creates a heuristic-driven bias. It makes you believe that a lot of the research in behavioral science actually results in significant effects. And Prakash, I mean, I heard you ask questions to various panelists earlier today and yesterday about behavioral science being a magic wand. It's often not a magic wand. But we do have this illusion of behavioral science being a magic wand because we only read about the successes and we do not read about the failures. And so that's something important to keep in mind. In the book that I just mentioned, Catherine and I talk a lot about the whole notion of when we do our research, populations are not representative, the context is not representative, and we often make a case for why there is a fairly serious misunderstanding of what evidence means in the behavioral sciences versus the physical sciences. So these are all points that I'm going to get to in just a minute, but I'm going to go back in history a little bit, and I'm going to go back to the late 1800s. William James, great American philosopher and psychologist, wrote a couple of very influential volumes, uncreatively called The Principles of Psychology. And he made a number of different points in there, but here's the one that stands out for us, which is the idea that behavior is a function of the relationship between an organism, in this case, a human being, and the environment. And William James was simply saying that you cannot study behavior independent of the context, independent of what he called the environment. And in fact, what he called the environment was essentially what we refer to as the context. And so William James, being a philosopher, was fairly dramatic when he wrote about how organisms interact with the environment. He kind of likened human behavior to the act of taking a walk through a forest. And William James would say things like, sometimes the forest presents obstacles, fences, and sometimes there are gates. Sometimes there's a clearing in the pathway. And if you really think about it, the notion of nudge and sludge can actually take roots in some of what William James spoke about. A nudge makes things easy. And so if you see a clearing in a pathway, which essentially leads people to use that path, the easy path, then that's like a nudge. And if in fact there's an obstacle, that's a bit like a sludge. And so I'd say the foundations of a lot of what we talk about today in the notion of choice architecture were actually in the writings of William James back in the late 1800s. A little bit after that, in the early 1900s, Egon Brunswick, who's a Hungarian psychologist who actually doesn't get cited or studied as much as I think he should be, wrote about a lot of things, but one of his key contributions to the field of psychology was the notion of representativeness in experimentation. And he made the point that oftentimes our experiments do not represent the real world. And so let me give you a super quick example, right? So let's imagine you're in marketing, you're trying to understand how much people are willing to pay for a price, or how much they're liking for different kind of products is. And so those of you in marketing are familiar with conjoint analysis type of tasks. So let's imagine you have two quality levels and two pricing levels. And so as an experimental designer, we are taught to make sure that the two variables in our experiments are independent of each other. And so we do a 2x2 design. We'd say, let's look at a high quality, high price product. Let's look at a low quality, low price product. But in the interest of a fully cross design, we also look at a low quality, high price product and a high quality, low price product, because that makes our design complete. Now Brunswick would say, in the real world, you don't see those two types of products as much. You don't see high quality, low price products or low quality, high price products. And so whatever results you get in the experiment should only be interpreted in the context of the experiment. And that's representativeness 101. Or the opposite corollary to Brunswick's point was that we should experiment with conditions, with the state of the world that actually mirrors the real world. And so if in the real world, we find two attributes are correlated with each other, then they should be correlated with each other in the experiment. Right? And there's a lot of other things that Brunswick wrote about that we can now interpret as critiques of the way we do experiments, the kinds of questions we ask people. For example, we now know that a lot of the effects that Kahneman and Tversky originally demonstrated, and several others have demonstrated through the famous heuristics and biases programs, might weaken depending on how we ask questions. So one important quote unquote bias in the behavioral science is overconfidence. And we can actually show that overconfidence decreases if you ask people easy questions versus hard questions. We only see overconfidence in certain domains, but we do not see it in all domains, or the way in which the questions are constructed, right? So we know people struggle with trying to understand probabilities, and we show heuristics and biases when people use probabilities. But if you ask them questions in terms of frequency, then in fact, those effects weaken. Likewise, we know people struggle with the concept of a duration. And so when you ask people questions about hyperbolic discounting today versus 20 days from now or 21 days from now, they struggle with those questions. But when you give them a specific future date, 3 weeks from today on a Friday like today, then they're not as bad at answering those questions. And then finally, obviously, the notion of the population. We want to make sure that our representative population answers our experiments, because otherwise we cannot generalize. And so that's really where we have struggled as a field. And of course, the famous weird abbreviation captures the fact that a lot of the psychology that we sample from as behavioral scientists that we use to design interventions is based on a very small geography and a very small subset of the population. And that's something that really needs to be changed. So that was Brunswick. And from Brunswick, I'm going to go on to Richard Thaler. And of course, Richard, we know for many, many things. But one of the things that I'm going to focus on is his most recent book, Misbehaving, and the idea of a SIF. What is a SIF? It is a seemingly or a supposedly irrelevant factor. Right. And Richard, of course, argues that there are a lot of things in the context that can change the way people make choices. So the physical features of a context matter, whether you make the decision in a store versus outside the store, whether you make it in a physical store versus a digital store. The surface features of the task matter. How the information is presented to you matter. The time matters. And the time matters not only in the sense of how much time you have to make the decision, but the time of the day matters. The day of the week matters. The season matters. Other things you're doing matter. Whether there are other people around you matters. Everything matters, right? And again, the big takeaway from the fact that SIFs are so important is that we need to be cautious about interpreting the results of other people's experiments, of other people's successes, of other people's products, because your SIFs are probably going to be different from their SIFs. So all of this put together to say, context is everything. All right. And so let me give you the punchline. So if I had like a 5-minute talk today, this is what I would have said. I would have said, well, look, we know it is becoming generally popular to help consumers make better decisions through these large scale behavioral interventions, call them nudges, call them choice architecture interventions. A lot of these interventions are based on convergent published research. And when I say convergent, it means there's a lot of research, not just the one paper, not just the 2 papers, but multiple papers that seem to say the same thing. that seem to point in the same direction. Those those pieces of evidence could come from the lab. They could come from small-scale trials. Do these interventions always work? I think the answer, as you might have expected, is no, they don't always work. And they don't always work because of three things that we need to watch out for. The first thing is context dependence, the notion of a SIF, the notion that our representativeness might not have been maintained in the study as compared to the context that we have at hand. So simple design features of the scaled up interventions could cause secondary effects that completely flip the results. There might be a SIF in your environment that might not just weaken the result, but actually perhaps completely change it. We also see a temptation on the part of many practitioners to throw in as many different interventions into a new product or a new nudge, right? So I've been in meetings where we will review the evidence. We'll say, oh, here's a study that showed that A can cause a particular behavior change. And here's a separate study that shows that B can cause the same behavior change. And a third one that shows that C can cause the same behavior change. And so oftentimes it's tempting to say, well, if all of them can cause that behavior change, why don't we do all of them simultaneously? Let's just put everything into the kitchen sink. Let's see what happens. Sometimes that doesn't work. It doesn't work because these interventions can interact with each other. They can do so in complex patterns and unpredictable ways. And this could be a problem. And then finally, the notion of heterogeneity. Heterogeneity simply means different people react differently to interventions, right? And so if people are different from each other, and I don't just mean across geographies, across cultures. I mean, culture is a big, broad construct, but even within a culture, within a geography, within a city, you could find differences in how people react to interventions. And if we could somehow develop a good science of how to understand those differences, could we potentially customize and scale interventions? In fact, the paper that Tanjam and I recently wrote is called Successfully Scaled Interventions Need Not Be Homogeneous. When we think about scaling, we often say, well, let's look at this idea and let's roll it out to the entire population. And the point we are making is that that may not be a prescription for success, that perhaps if we can understand how different subgroups react to different forms of intervention, then we can somehow customize. Okay, so that's the punchline. Let me spend a minute again on context dependence, because that's really the theme of what I want to drill home today. Keep in mind that the nature of evidence in behavioral science is very different than the nature of evidence in physics. Let me tell you what I mean by that in just a minute. So in the behavioral sciences, we make a case for what we call in situ evidence. What is in situ? Evidence collected in the context in which you want to do your final intervention. So this could be obviously the same culture, the same circumstance, the same media choice, and so on and so forth, the same way in which messages are delivered. Because as we said earlier, SIFs are always different as a function of context. And so you want to make sure that you test with the same SIFs as much as you can, as you will encounter when you roll out the entire product. The other challenge we often see in the world of the practitioner is a solution-mindedness. Practitioners want solutions and they want them quickly. Academia works on slow cycles. So those of you who follow cricket, academia is a lot like a test match. We take our 5 days, we enjoy our cup of teas, we take our breaks, we pace ourselves. Practitioners are a lot like T20 cricket. We want to get it done. By the end of 3 hours, I want a result. And then I'm off to the next game. And solution-mindedness creates a pressure to pick solutions simply, to pick solutions quickly, right? And that results in an over-reliance on frameworks like EAST. So some of you are familiar with the Behavioral Insights team. Make things easy, make things accessible, make things simple, make things timely. There are a lot of these frameworks floating around. And so I wrote an article a couple of years back called The Elegant Simplicity and Potential Pitfalls of simple framework. And the pitfall in my mind is when we rely on a framework, we are relying on somebody else's generalized success stories. But again, we ignore the fact that those other people might have had a different SIF, might have worked in a different context, right? But all of these things create a preference for what I call an off-the-shelf solution. And I'm probably going to be unkind in my next illustration, but that illustration talks a little bit about how we as applied behavioral scientists have gone about choosing how to design interventions, right? And a lot of what happens is I think represented on that first row of this illustration, right? Like you go into a nudge store and then you kind of look around and you say, well, you know, I've got the social proof and Christina has published a lot in that, and let me go look at her papers. And then there's loss aversion and Richard and Kahneman have published a lot there, changing defaults and so on and so forth. You just kind of pick one, right? And you pick one and you try it on, and of course it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit very well, right? Because again, different SIF. The alternate approach is going to a tailor, coming up with a bespoke solution. You measure, you try, you measure, you adapt, right? The Behavioral Insights team actually has a fantastic paper called Test, Learn, Adapt, TLA, right? But one of the things that they don't explicitly emphasize in the paper is that testing must happen in the context in which you are doing the actual intervention, right? Again, I'm going to say this like a few hundred times today. SIFs are different. Okay, so we want to test in the context in which we're going to intervene and in which we're going to actually create a solution. Now, this is very different from the way we think about evidence in, let's say, physics or engineering, right? And the reason for that is the SIFs in physics are not that many. So there's not a whole lot of context effects that determine, for example, gravity or the speed of light. Okay, the speed of light is the speed of light. It doesn't matter it's in the morning or the evening. It doesn't matter who's shining the light. It doesn't matter who's seeing the light. There are not too many SIFs, right? And it's the same for chemistry, to a lesser extent, biology, and so on and so forth. So in a lot of the physical sciences, our context brackets are very wide. We do not have as many SIFs that drive our outcome. And so it's perfectly okay for us to read the literature, to do a meta-analysis of what's been published, and simply use those interventions, right? That's very different in the behavioral sciences. And unless we understand that, we will continue to behave as if we are simply going to the nudge store and picking up interventions that have worked for other people because we are going to ignore SIF. So let me quickly share with you 3 examples. I'm going to take a few minutes doing this, and then I will shut up and open up for questions and comments and discussion. The 3 examples that I'm going to share with you, one is from South Korea, intervention introduced by the South Korean government to curb credit card overspending. The other 2 examples are going to come from Mexico, and this is work that we at Bear did with our partners Ideas 42, based out of New York, and CONSAR and a couple of their allied funds. CONSAR is the pension authority in Mexico, where we tried to make Mexican pension statements more engaging, more salient, more vivid to try and motivate voluntary contributions. And we also used a text messaging intervention as an implementation prompt for voluntary pension contribution. So very quickly, a couple of minutes on each story, and then we will move on. So story number 1 on credit cards. Right now, we know from behavioral sciences by work done by a lot of people that credit cards facilitate spending by reducing the so-called pain of payment. So those of you who were in BE 101X, you've seen some of this stuff. The idea that it's easy to tap a card, you don't experience a pain of parting with your money, but also that paying with credit or paying through electronic means reduces your memory for past expenses. Therefore, you overestimate your available funds and you make a mistake to the systematic side, which is that you believe always that you have more funds than you have. And so a lot of that research has also shown that if you remind people about how much they have spent in the past, it actually weakens the effect, that people now become a bit more calibrated. And that's classic. That's the idea that, we've got and we've got an effect. We understand why it happens. It's because of a weaker memory trace. We correct for that weakened memory trace, and the effect goes away. Now, we know this thing. We know that this intervention works. We've done it in a lab. We've done it in a small randomized trial. We've done it in quasi-experiments. And so, somebody could read all those papers and basically decide that, look, if as a nation we decide to send reminders to people about how much they have spent, maybe overall spending should go down, right? And so that was one of the lines of thinking when South Korea introduced this policy. There were several other issues. They were worried about fraud, and let's not get into all of the implementation details. But the bottom line was, once a text alert system was set in place, and this is now a text alert system that's common in many countries. You see it in India, you see it in Canada. But once that was set in place, the government expected spending to go down. The authorities expected spending to go down, but it didn't, right? And not only did it not go down, but there was actually a backfiring effect. And in fact, what ended up happening was that for a significant number of people, about 88%, people actually ended up spending more and not less. Okay, so not only did it not work, it backfired. But again, heterogeneity. For 12%, it worked. Okay, who were these 12%? These were the heavy spenders. For them, it went down. For the light spenders, giving people reminders, reminding them about how much they had spent, actually made the problem worse, right? And ex post, we can explain this. So in our research, we were able to explain why it happened. And it happened because people developed some sort of a digital dependency. There was a difference between the way we had done our experiments in reminding people versus what was happening in the intervention, right? In our experiments, the reminders went through the same channel, the same platform where people were making decisions to purchase, right? So for example, when you tapped your credit card, it would first show you how much your cumulative spending was, and then it would ask you to confirm that you wanted to make the purchase. But that wasn't the case in the intervention, where the reminder ended up in your mobile phone. And people would say things like, oh, if I ever need a record of my expenses, it's in my phone. Right? So they had this digital dependency kind of thing going on. And if only the authorities had done a trial, an in situ trial, before rolling this out nationwide, I suspect they would not have been in the situation where the entire thing backfired spectacularly. And so here it wasn't about the culture per se. It wasn't about culture, right? It wasn't about geography. It was a difference in the original experiment, in the original trial, in the way in which feedback was given in the original set of experiments versus the way they rolled out now. So important detail in the context had a massive role. Okay, Mexico. Without getting into details of Mexico and the pension system, we were trying to get people in Mexico to increase their contributions to their pension funds. And it turns out the voluntary contribution levels are pretty low to begin with. There were not too many people that were contributing voluntarily to the pension system. And here's the way the pension system works. Citizens choose a retirement company, then they make a mandatory contribution, 6.5%. Government believes that you should be saving or contributing an additional 5 to 6% to have a comfortable retirement, right? So that's the story. Everybody in Mexico gets a quarterly statement encouraging you, among other things, to make voluntary contributions. And the statement was rather dull. So the one on the left-hand side here was the way the statement used to look. People didn't really, based on what we could tell, read the statement carefully. It was, as you can see, in two colors, roughly black and white and gray. Nothing more than that. And other than the red, which said important, there was not a whole lot of excitement in that statement. And so one of the things we did was we did an exercise where we said, let's make the statement more engaging. Let's make it informative. Let's give it color, let's give people the motivation to want to contribute more. And so we introduced a few features. So there was a thermometer here, which essentially showed people how well they were doing. In this case, orange meant, not as well as you should be doing. And so that hopefully increased the motivation. We did a few other things. We had interventions where we looked at loss aversion. So for example, this one, what would you lose if you didn't make voluntary contributions? What would you gain if you made a voluntary contribution? So again, taking stuff that's worked in the literature that we know has worked in the literature. We tried implementation prompts. So we introduced a wallet cutout so that people can carry that with them and make contributions. And so, the standard toolkit, if you will, in this case, focusing on on a future where you have lots of bills versus focusing on a future where you're enjoying the beach with your family. And a couple of things happen. So for about half the population, this intervention worked. It worked in that we had evidence to suggest, and this was done in the context of a large field trial. So let's focus for a minute on the left-hand side of this picture, right? The high-ranked firm, right? These were people for whom their fund was amongst the higher-ranked funds in terms of performance, right? So imagine the following story. You get your quarterly statement. In the past, you didn't even look at it. Now it looks nice and colorful. It's engaging. You start reading it. You read the information about the performance of your fund. Your fund is doing well. You say, well, I need to save more for retirement. And so a lot of the interventions, the gain frame, the loss frame, the family appeal, the wallet cut, all of these things worked compared to the old statement, right? So you see the pink bars are all taller than the blue bars, right? So simple idea, you make information simpler, you make it more engaging, people read it, they're motivated, they contribute more, right? But see what happened on the right-hand side. This is what happens when your fund isn't a high-performing fund. Okay? So and as you can imagine, like in any given period, you will have some high-performing and some low-performing funds. It's the ranking that matters. It's not the absolute level ranking, right? So this is a low-ranked firm, okay? And here's the story that I think is going on here is now you made the information simple. Now you made it engaging. People looked at the performance and they said something like, oh my God, my fund isn't doing well. I need to save more. Maybe I'll just invest somewhere else. And so we found people took money out. Well, maybe they didn't take money out, but they reduced voluntary contributions compared to the control. And that's a classic example of a backfiring effect because two things were going on in the old world. Information about the fund and the performance wasn't easily visible. But when we made it visible, we made it easy to see, now it backfired. Right? So again, a different form of heterogeneity, but something that we needed to have thought about. And so now, obviously, as we are designing further interventions, we'll keep in mind that you also highlight negative information through making information simple. And so just simplifying information doesn't always end up in the desired outcome because now you throw the spotlight on negative information and that has a perverse effect. Okay? Last example, and then I'll start winding up. So we also sent in Mexico text reminders to people. And again, in designing these text reminders, we did the usual stuff. We looked at, it's just a simple reminder. So the basic alert was, it's the end of the month. Maybe you should consider making a voluntary contribution. Or the fresh start effect, right? And in particular, we do it at the beginning of the month. So it's a new month, time to start thinking about the future. A small amount intervention. John Gorville has written about pennies a day. And so we used an idea like that. For only a few pesos a day, you can actually ensure your successful retirement. Individual security, think about yourself in the future. Lots of these kinds of interventions have been shown to be successful in the United States and the UK. And then the family security. And this was interesting because we've been talking a lot about culture and what messages work where. Individual security, building empathy with your future self has been shown to be a really powerful motivator in like I said, the US and in the UK, in many weird countries, if you will. it doesn't work as well in Mexico. It's a very family-driven society. And so a lot of people interpreted thinking about your own future and contributing towards your own future as taking away from my family's present, right? And so the messaging had to change. The messaging had to become your family's future. And so long story short, we did a test with all of these different kinds of interventions. The chart here shows you the results. And I'm going to just, for a moment, look at the two conditions: control, which is no messaging, versus the family security message. And so you can see the difference in the bars. And so clearly it worked, right? Now, as I reflect back on how we as social scientists do our research, or how we as practitioners report the results of our research, this is what we do. We look at a control condition, we look at a treatment condition, and we show two bars, and we say, well, as long as the treatment bar, as long as the intervention does better than the control, we are happy. We deem the intervention a success, right? Now, that's great, but there's much more we can do, right? So for example, this family security bar obviously might not work for people that don't have a family. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. But the rocket science is in figuring out who doesn't have a family, right? Because as you are scaling, you're not doing this on a one-by-one basis. You're broadly sending out text messages, right? And so in our research, we essentially used a simple machine learning technique. And I'm not going to get into details, but it's a clustering algorithm, right? So we can actually send out these different interventions, and we can generate clusters based on age and gender, and whether there were previous contributors or not. These were the only 3 demographics that we knew about all the people receiving the messages. And we can now start plotting which is the cluster to which the family security works the best. And we can now start seeing heterogeneity, right? So again, this is heterogeneity within Mexico, within a certain fund. And here's what we found, for example, right? So just comparing the control versus the family security bar, for age less than 27, the family security message backfires, right? So on an average, these are people that don't have a family, right? It's really strong in the middle age group, as you see here, the 28 to 42. The intervention works really well. Greater than 43, it doesn't really work significantly, right? And now we can start getting pictures like this as a function of age, as a function of gender, as a function of the interaction between age and gender. So for example, for women, the cutoff is more like 25 years of age. For men, it's more like 29. And ex post, after we've done the analysis, we can explain all of that, right? But the trick is in making the prediction. Okay, and what we've learned is if we apply these kind of clustering algorithms to digitally delivered or electronically delivered data, we can, as a habit, start understanding heterogeneity, start understanding these different clusters, even within a context, even within a culture, right? Even within a geography. And so context within is equally important than culture. I love studying culture. I think it's a great thing to think about. But oftentimes it's not just culture. It's even more heterogeneous than that. And context, like I say, takes the form of sifts that are very difficult to see, but we can infer what those sifts are for different people. So let me start wrapping up. Is the field weird? Yeah, it is weird. It is weird. It is definitely weird. And it is particularly weird if you treat published research as representative and true. And by that, I don't mean that the research is wrong, but it's only true in the presence of certain sifts. And I think we must try and make it a habit to ask ourselves every time we read published work, every time we read somebody's fantastic bestseller book, every time we read about successful interventions and products, what were their sifts? What was the context, right? And do I expect that same context to hold in my case? But it doesn't matter if you're working on your applied research using a custom tailored approach, right? So avoid the temptation to go to the nudge store and simply pick an off-the-shelf solution, because that's going to land you in trouble. So let me quickly wrap up. The first important point that I do want to make is the nature of evidence in behavioral science is very, very different. We must have in situ testing. And if you don't do in situ testing, you're essentially ignoring the sifts at your own peril. One. Two, we need to embrace heterogeneity. We need to account for heterogeneity. We need to account for differences in mindset, in context, and SIFs. So successfully scaled interventions need not be homogeneous. In fact, the best ones are actually not homogeneous. And then finally, avoid over-reliance on frameworks like East and Simpler. I mean, they're great. They're a good starting point. They have a role to play. They help us think about the basic principles. But I think, our research, our intervention design, our product design needs to be grounded in simple first principles. And if it is not grounded, then we are essentially ignoring the fact that context is everything, and that may not be a good idea. So let me just quickly end up by thanking a lot of people who have contributed to this work. I'm not going to name all of them, but in particular, I want to thank a few agencies at the bottom of this slide: CONSAR in Mexico, the Canada Research Share Program in Canada, IDS 42, the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, and of course, funding from BEAR for a lot of this work. So I will shut up and turn it back to you for questions and comments and suggestions.
Thank you so much, Professor Dalip. That was power-packed. We actually had a lot of questions, but then we realized you have already covered.
You've literally covered it all.
We did have a lot of questions around culture, what we typically call the Eastern way of looking at problems or the nature of reality or the universe, as opposed to the Western way. And we were wondering, what would your point of view be on it as someone who has traveled across both the cultures?
Yeah.
A good amount of it you've already touched, but if you want to say something more, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting that you bring up the notion of culture as an explanation for differences in behavior, right? And I think that's true to some extent, right? The way we are trained to think, the way we are trained to generate responses, the way we're even trained to attribute success and failure to ourselves versus the context, more broadly speaking, does determine the way in which we react to situations, right? And so, having lived in the United States and to a lesser extent in Canada, you see this whole notion of individual having mastery over their environment. But as someone born in India, for example, I mean, there's no mastery. And so I end up sort of somewhere in the middle of the two, is learning to recognize where you have the mastery and where you don't. All right. And I think that's an important skill, is oftentimes people either swing to one worldview or the other worldview, but it's really recognizing what are things you can control and what are the things that you can minimize in terms of what you can do, and then working according to that. So the COVID pandemic, for example, has given us a classic way of thinking about this. The COVID-19 has changed the world in that we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. All right. And when predictions about tomorrow become harder to make, then we need to change the way we think about using information to make decisions. Okay? In the past, experience mattered, right? It mattered because yesterday was the same as day before yesterday and the same as the day before that. And so we've learned during those 3 or 4 days, the world is going to look a lot like that tomorrow. And so we can apply that learning to the future. But now that may not be the case. If tomorrow is going to look very different, then yesterday's experience might not help me, right? And so, I've already exposed my nerdiness in terms of engineering and cricket. But so here's a third one, which is Star Trek or Star Wars, right? So Star Wars, right? Return of the Empire. Remember the scene where Han Solo is navigating the Falcon through the asteroid belt? And at the beginning, I think C-3PO says, that the odds are 1 in 2.8 million, whatever it was, right? And he basically says, forget it, like odds are irrelevant, right? And so what you need is a ship which is maneuverable. You need the ability to immediately see what's happening in front of you. And you need to know how things are going to change. So it's not like knowing the model, it's knowing what the model is, right? And I think that's, in essence, a very different approach to living life. It's navigating life rather than managing life. And these might sound like a semantic difference, but to the extent that the world is unpredictable, we need better navigation skills. To the extent that the world is predictable, then management is fine, right? I mean, to me, management is like driving with your rear view mirror navigation is making sure you have a good widescreen. So I don't know if that answers your question or probably makes it even more complex to understand.
And thank you for bringing up Star Wars and Star Trek. In fact, Reshma keeps on bringing up Star Trek world when we, get into our own work around culture and consumer. And it's always lovely to bring about the stories of the Romulans, and the Vulcans, and the Klingons, and the Ferengi on the Star Trek side, and explain how the Federation of Planets is planning to go with a non-judgmental approach. Number one, with the prime directive, and then figure out solutions or the way to interact with them given their cultural codes. We find it easy to use that. We also realized, noticed sometime back, you said there's an over-reliance on framework, and there are two things essentially, I think, which we, when I say we, I mean a lot of practitioners face. Number one is this whole question of framework, over-reliance, where it almost looks like knowing the name of a framework or two nudges makes you a behavioral science superstar now. Unlike the other sciences, the entry to bar is quite low. I keep on saying you can't quote the first law of physics of inertia and say, I know physics now, but it's very easy to say, I know, the laws of motion, and now you know something about behavioral science. So,
but Prakash, one other quick thing, I'm just going to jump in there, right? There is another difference, which is the first law of physics is often a lot more universally applicable than, for example, loss aversion, right? And I think that's the point that people miss.
Yes.
So anyway, I'll let you continue. Sorry.
Okay. So, it is easy for us, or many of us, to deal with the whole over-reliance on frameworks. In fact, there was an incident where we, just created a new framework for someone. His last name was Call, and we said, you know what, you need framework, here is one for you, I'll make one for you using your surname. And we turned Call into knowledge isn't enough, people need context. Adoption is all about behavior. U was understanding takes time. People may use shortcuts or biases, and L was let fish eat worms, meet people where they are, don't give them strawberries if they want worms, right? So it was a way of explaining that. The other challenge, though, is this whole question of, and you mentioned saying people think it's a magic wand, 100% guaranteed solution. But on the other hand, there are people who are skeptics. We had a panel yesterday from Latin America, and Mayra Alejandra was there, Carlos Cartagini was there from IADB, and they say there's almost at times a reluctance to take in an advice when you present it as a behavioral solution. So there is this spectrum on where people...
It's something that we've seen ourselves also in possibly around 16 or 2015 or 16, when you went around with an intervention, you had an idea that dealt with behavior. It was immediately that, no, that's not what we're looking for. We are looking for, there is an over-reliance on communication. And the idea that if you tell people what to do, they'll just do it. Or you point them in that direction. And
there is. So I have a couple of quick comments on that. So one is, I think there is that issue of people having a mental model of what a behavioral solution is, right? But I do think that we as applied behavioral scientists are a bit to blame for it. And we're a bit to blame because I actually think it's really hard to articulate a problem as purely behavioral versus not. Right. I mean, at some level, every problem is behavioral. No problem is behavioral. Right. Like I said, I'm an engineer, so I kind of see everything as process. OK, so and maybe I shouldn't, but maybe it's an aspect of the process that causes a behavioral problem. Maybe it's an aspect of the communication that causes a behavioral problem. Right. And so maybe, maybe there's a different story to be told about what our contribution is. It's not about changing behavior per se, but changing something else to change behavior. Because I think organizations also, and I think that's one of the points we make in our book too, is organizations exist in silos. We know that, right? I mean, it's all very fine to say, I wish there were no silos, but they're not going away any soon. So we've got to work with the silos. So I think that's one, right? I think the other thing that we need to think a little bit about is where our contribution is. And I think our contribution is really in helping people collect the evidence. Right. And so this whole notion of test, learn, adapt, right? To me, ideas are cheap, right? Anyone can come up with an idea. Making it work is the challenge. And I think to the extent that we can help organizations reduce the cost of experimentation, to me, that's success. All right. And so, oftentimes I sit in these, and I'm sure the two of you have done the same in like these marketing quote unquote strategy sessions where we spend like 4 hours trying to figure out whether we should offer like a discount or, add a new product, like a new ad or something, right? And I often feel like saying, why don't we just like test it out? Like, let's do a trial, right? Because the answer to that question depends on SIFs, okay? And oftentimes as a consultant, I'll be brought in and I'll say, okay, I don't know the answer to that question, but I can tell you how to find out. That's where I can contribute, right? And of course, there's a healthy mix of skepticism, which is like, we're paying you all this money and all you're going to come in and tell us is like collect data. But I think that truly is where we can make a difference, is to help organizations understand that the test, learn, adapt approach, the in situ testing approach is a surefire way. And I mean, Google has learned this, right? Like, there are no strategy sessions at Google. You want a blue background or red? Well, let's figure it out, right? And I think that's the gold standard that we need to move towards.
There were questions here.
By the way, I didn't want to see. I see Cooley behind you. Well done.
Guide. These were career options in case it doesn't work out.
So I'm not going to ask you what role in Cooley, but let's.
But then the fantastic story about this poster, because you bring it up when you're talking about culture, and you say, well done. And we were speaking with someone from Caribbean, Steve Audit, and I think he's going to join us tonight on the design thinking panel. And he noticed that, and he said, you know what, in the Caribbeans, that's an offensive slur to me, the word coolie, right? So culturally, there are, I mean, you've spoken it all.
Look, I mean, there's obviously heterogeneity in language and expression, right? I mean, to me, these are the easy wins in communication, right? But I do think there is something fundamentally similar across people as a species, right? And you're a Star Trek person, you know how different humans are from the Ferengi and so on, right? Yeah. And I think it's really the notion of exploiting exploiting is a strong word, but understanding the underlying similarity while respecting the interventions that cause those effects, right? So my sense is, in general, all of us are loss averse. I mean, maybe to different extents, right? But the way you would express your loss aversion or what you would consider a loss might be different in India versus Canada versus the Caribbean. And I think we need to think about all of our basic psychological variables along those two dimensions. We often tend to confuse how we trigger loss aversion, for example, or mental accounting or whatever else, with the act of mental accounting itself, right? It's categorization, right? All of us categorize things. I mean, it's a no-brainer, like, human beings, that's what we do. But that's the root of good stuff, which is it makes it easier for us to process information. Bad stuff, stereotypes. All right. So I think it's really the how that we as behavioral scientists can focus on. But the what, I think, is like, a lot of people talk about cultural differences, but I mean, I think we should respect the similarities. I think the species has adapted from the same basic principles. And I think there's a lot of similarity. But, to your point, I think at the surface, obviously lots of differences.
There's actually related to what you were talking about. Sirjan Kaur asks, are there any universals that override context? And
so no is the short answer, right? And again, like, as a scientist, I would never say for sure, but no. So for example, let's pick loss aversion, right? I mean, that's one of the most replicable findings in our field, right? People have tried to replicate, and worst case, we don't get a strong effect, but loss aversion generally works, right? Now you can actually think about framing effects like loss aversion in a marketplace context, right? So for example, framing something as a gain versus loss, okay? We know that losses loom larger than gains. And so if there's a price differential, frame it as a potential loss versus a gain. If everybody else in the market is doing it, and now your decision is, should I frame it as a gain versus loss? Right? It turns out framing as a loss might not work well for you in a competitive setting, okay? But that's not because loss aversion is different. It's because a new attribute, in this case, novelty, becomes salient, right? And so oftentimes it's hard to, people will do this and say, well, loss aversion didn't work. right? It's not clear to me loss aversion didn't work. What's probably happening is something else is overriding it, right? And so that's what makes this field interesting. We really need to understand whether it's the underlying effect that's stronger or weaker, or is there something else that's dampening the effect of that?
Well, I can see I've been searching and there are a lot of questions, and we have 3 minutes time. I'm at a loss which one to pick up.
Randomly.
Random, right? All right. Okay, fine. Here is this question from Pedro del Carpillo from Heuristica, Peru, Lima. How can we know if the result of a research has external validity?
It's really the notion of matching context again, right? So in the book, for example, in the last chapter, Catherine writes a nice sort of checklist where it's a series of a few questions where you can go in and see, context is a function of physical environment, context is a function of how information is delivered, and so on and so forth. So it's just a checklist, right? And you go through the checklist and see, well, look, here's my context, here's theirs. It's same on every dimension. I think you're then reasonably confident that the effect should replicate, right? But any of those things don't have check marks, then our prescription is to test on that dimension at the very least, right? So does delivering the same message through a text message versus an app, does it have the same effect? And it's a simple test to do.
And then there is one, I think we'll take up the last question is from Jayati Jayatigar. And the question is there something about collectivistic cultures and individualistic cultures which has prominently popped out in the research done so far?
Gosh, I mean, a lot has popped out. I'm not even going to go into what I know about that research. I will say that I'm like, and you probably know this based on the last 58 minutes, I'm not convinced that collectivism versus individualism actually explains anything. Right? It does, it's a good top level view. And it's again in the spirit of categorization, right? Like there's like a million different SIFs, a million different things. And we can say, well, let's categorize them into two kinds, collectivist and individual, right? But I'm not convinced that those explain stuff. It's a good story to tell. And I don't mean anything negative about the research, right? But yeah, I mean, we know that collectivists behave in a certain way. We know that, for example, attention to what the world thinks about me, playing a role in decision making is different for collectivists versus. I mean, we know all of that stuff, right? Mastery over the environment, but to me, I think I'm much more of a bottom-up researcher, right? Like let's not divide the world into two camps and look for differences. Let's try and understand each of the SIFs. Let's try and understand what role does language play or whatever else, right? So that's a complicated answer to a simple question.
And well,
I really wish we had more time, because it seems like we could just keep having this conversation.
We could. It's a bit of a somber day. One of my childhood, heroes as a musician passed away earlier today, SP Balasubramaniam. Yes. So I'll just end up with a note saying that we should, we should always be aware of what's happening in the world around us. We respect all kinds of art, culture, all of that stuff, and be as inclusive as we can. But SPB was special. He was a great singer, inspiration for a lot of people in my generation. May he rest in peace.
Thank you so much, Dilip. You spoke at wonderful things. You talked about engineering, you talked about Star Wars, behavior, you talked about culture. It's a beautiful tribute to SPB. We are not, no one is happy about this has happened, and it's always troubling to know something that has happened, especially if it's a childhood hero. Thank you so much for spending this fantastic hour with us. And on behalf of all the people who are blogging from different corners of the world, we thank you again.
My pleasure. Thank you for organizing this.
Have a good day.
Yeah, take care.
Simple. Who needs a tire now? Too much traffic, COVID, too much COVID. Bruh. Plans with no will to live. Solid. My mother, same one too. Framing the problem differently is a unique solution that eradicates the problem from the root. No solution, no problem. Try framing the problem differently. Available right about now.
Now Fest. Yay, so exciting.
Hello, and welcome to our panel for day 2 of NowFest 2020. So to introduce our panelists for today, we have Dr. John Rosenbeek. He is the moderator for today's session, and we absolutely couldn't get enough of him on day 1. And we're so happy that he is back for day 2, moderating this session on setting up a nudge unit, stakeholder alignment, and accounting for cultural context. Dr. Rosenbeek is a By Fellow in Psychology at Churchill College. His research focuses on online misinformation and the design of interventions to counter the problem at an individual level. Joining him on this panel are some very heavy names, which a lot of us from all over the world are very excited to hear from. Please welcome Fadi Maki, founder of Nudge Lebanon, Qatar Behavioral Insights Unit, and the Consumer Citizen Lab. He is also a member of the World Economic Forum's Council for the Future of Behavioral Sciences, among many other positions. With him, we have Pooja Haldia, co-founder and senior advisor at Center for Social and Behavioral Change at Ashoka University. She's an expert in applied behavioral science and public health, nutrition, and financial inclusion. Then we have Jayad Mahat, a policy economist and director and co-founder of the Nepal Institute of Policy Research, with expertise in the area of youth, sustainable development, knowledge management research, and policy advocacy across Asia, Europe, and Latin America. And last but not the least, Neela Saldana. I am very happy to introduce her because I took her course this summer with Ashoka University on the introduction to behavioral science. So Neela is currently an independent consultant. She was the founding director for the CFBC, the Center for Social and Behavioral Change at Ashoka University, and her work is complemented by rich private sector experience in insight, strategy, marketing in both India and the US. So please take it away, guys.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Am I audible for everyone?
Yeah.
Great. So thank you for having me back. That's very kind. I myself have never set up a nudge unit, so I will not be speaking from experience today, but I do work in academia, at least so long as they haven't kicked me out yet. Last I checked, they hadn't. I think there's also some interesting overlap between, obviously, behavioral science, nudging, and so on, and academic research. So it will be very interesting, I think, to talk about that part of the way. But the way that I have actually envisioned this talk would be to say, let's have our esteemed speakers talk about the topic of their interests and the topic of the panel discussion for about 10 to 12 minutes each, max 15, I would say. After which we will engage in a bit more of a free-form discussion amongst ourselves. And also after that, we will have time, hopefully quite a bit of time, for audience questions as well. So everyone listening in, while you're listening and you're coming up with a question, please let the organizers know. And we will hopefully get to your question, assuming there's not hundreds of them, which will be a bit too much. So the way I wanted to structure this is to let Dr. Fadi Maki go first, then Jaya, then Neela, and then Pooja, if that is okay with you. I think that's more or less what we had agreed, approximately, right? So without further ado, I suppose, Dr. Fadi Maki, please take it away.
Thank you, John, for the introduction. I will share my screen. Is that visible? Are we fine? Right, play. Is that speaker mode? Okay. So thank you, John. Thank you for the organizers for this great conference and event, and great to be with such distinguished panelists and good old friends such as yourself and Neela and a few others. So what I will talk about today is sharing some lessons learned from the setup of behavioral insights and nudge unit in the region, from Lebanon and Qatar in particular, and talk a little bit about a few other instances and say, what have you learned over the last 4 or 5 years working in this area? So it's important to just to start saying that what was Qatar Behavioural Insights Unit is now called B for Development. So after a few years of piloting and being incubated in the Office of the Secretary General of the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy in Qatar, the decision was to turn this pilot project of Nudge Unit into a proper foundation with proper legal setup, with expanded mandate, and so on. So we were set up more than 4 years ago to work initially on challenges that the World Cup is facing, Qatar and the region, and that have behavioral roots that we could not deal with using conventional weapons, as it were. You need to inject a better, a more superior understanding of human behavior to be able to address those. So as Nudge Units were spreading around the world, nothing was happening in Arabia until 2016. So Qatar set up that first Nudge Unit. Lebanon was immediately after that, where Nudge Lebanon was launched. Both of them kind of working very closely. And then since then, we've seen the number triple and then even more. So now either every government in Arab countries has set up a Nudge Unit or behavioral science unit, or has started experimenting with behavioral science. So without having yet established a proper kind of structure. So that's very interesting. So it's happening. So behavioral science is really happening. And what I want to share is kind of set of 8 lessons learned, which I will kind of immediately move to and then kind of dwell a little bit on. The first one is, how do you decide on the approach when you decide to launch a unit? Start, then announce, experiment, then announce, and so on. So there's this kind of decision, and we'll share kind of few specific examples telling you the pros and cons of those. The second thing is, everybody now talks about the need for a champion, someone who would really believe in government to take that forward. So I would say, yes, absolutely. This is very important. However, do not forget the importance of the beneficiary champions, what we call the operational champions, those that will make or break an experiment. So that's something I will talk about. Second and thirdly, initially you need to kind of start with quick wins, with small experiment, pilot experiment, and quickly balance that with more complex set of experiments, but always have a portfolio of kind of dual sets of kind of experiments, the small, the big, the lengthy, and so on. The fourth thing that I will talk about is that experimentation could be applied at 2 levels: at the straightforward policy challenges, and at what we call the layering approach, where you apply pretty much to every challenge, kind of working on different things in it. I'll come to that in a second. Fifth, I will talk about capacity building. So now we're beyond proof of concept. There is more demand for behavioral science, and the only way to do it, to satisfy the needs, is to build capacity at source. So this is very important. I'll talk about this. 6 is basically try to build it early on the strategic planning. 7, build capacity, build communities of practice to bring people from closets who have been educated in behavioral science but don't know where to bring it to there. So community of practice in every country is very important. And finally, communicate clearly and frequently on what's happening. Even communicate failures and celebrate failures, as we like to call it, but run surveys, understand what the perceptions of people are. So let me move to the first lesson learned, which is kind of in Qatar. What we've done is we launched, so it was announced by the Supreme Committee that we set up the unit, but there's a humongous amount of work to start. I mean, looking at the strategy, looking at the benchmark, what kind of operating model, building the capacity, recruiting a team, which meant that while we launched we were not ready to experiment before some time, which meant we created a lot of expectations, which created a lot of pressure on kind of us to perform and then do kind of show results. And results were not yet to come before building the foundation. What we found in Nudge Lebanon is much more different, is that what we did is actually started with a kind of a bunch of us as researchers working together without yet an institutional structure. So we ran a couple of experiments, the famous one, the electricité de Liban, the traffic, the seat belts, fairly straightforward ones. And then when we set up the unit, we had in our baggage a couple of experiments that we could talk about. So that kind of was very interesting, and Kuwait did something in between. So they got themselves ready, and while they launched, they launched kind of not before kind of running experiments, but they launched after kind of an initiative, which is a joint course that they did with the university there. So kind of something they launched with something happening there. So these are kind of some of the approaches one needs to think about, because each one of them has a downside. One needs to manage expectations and so on. The second thing, we always talk about the need for champions, a prime minister, a president, someone in the leadership. It's very important because they will open doors, they create access. So that is extremely important. Someone who is a firm believer in the power of behavioral science, of experimentation, of evidence-based policy making. So this is very important. So yes, I mean, I'm not kind of saying no to this. However, we quickly found out that it's not enough. Even though a minister or kind of someone high up would tell you, I want this, and would direct you to work on this experiment, if the beneficiary ministry with whom you're working is not fully on board, they can kill it then and there. So it's very important to identify those operational champions at the target ministry or entity and work closely with them. And actually, and something that we learned is that go with co-creation. Make sure one mistake we should at any cost avoid. Don't go telling them we want to work and test something at your premises. That's not the way to do it. The way to do it is work with them on the challenges, let it come bottom up, and then identify together something that they have access to their data, that's something that is interesting, big priority for them, and then co-create the solution through a set of kind of workshops. So co-creation with identification of operational champions is very important. And as I mentioned, it's very important to start with a small set of experiments, the pilot ones, the micro ones, even at some stage, but quickly balance that with more complex ones. Why it's important to have the small ones and the pilot ones? Because it helps in the narrative. It helps when you're speaking, when you're knocking on doors, talking about behavioral science. Yes, you can talk about the classical one, kind of the social norms in getting people to pay taxes, the salience of messages, the commitment, the default. Yeah, these are important ones, don't get me wrong. But what could be more powerful is talking about fresh experiments that have worked, that are pain points for the policymakers you're talking to. So even if it's small, just showing them how this is done, it helps with the narrative. It helps you kind of build buy-in as such. So always balance quick wins with a set of kind of more complex challenges. The second thing that I want to talk about, we've seen really that kind of you could apply behavioral science to quite a large number of policy challenges, from getting people to eat healthy, to check with doctors, to continue with the protocol of treatment, public finance management, late payers, inclusion, labor, environment, sustainability, plastic, education. So really a wide set of policy challenges. And that basically, you hit it kind of on the head. Really, you dissect the challenge, do the behavior map, and look at the entry point. So fairly straightforward kind of challenge. That's what I call the direct applicability of behavioral science to specific and fairly identified sets of challenges, fairly identified sets of target behaviors that you want to work with. But the second level, which could be agnostic to any specific policy challenge, which is really laying what we call putting a layer of behavioral science on top of existing programs to enhance their effectiveness. For instance, to increase mobilization and engagement in a program, to get people to attend the workshop, to be more engaged, and so on. And this is the experiment that kind of famously we worked with UNDP in Yemen to work on. It's the big family, of course, is prevention of violent extremism, but it was kind of layering behavioral science on top of a program of psychosocial support to build resilience of youth and vulnerable groups against violent extremism and facilitate community self-healing. So the objective was to use BI to generate interest in people, getting people to participate in those workshops, to attend and to be engaged. So that's basically one example where it literally could have been any program where you want to generate interest, get attendance, and engagement. So this is an important kind of layering that we see nowadays very commonly applied. Another thing that we will kind of start seeing is that there's a growing need for capacity building in beneficiary organizations. So, I mean, I remember 4 or 5 years ago when we started, we would be knocking on doors telling people about the importance of this and we'd like to work with them. Right now, we have the nice problem of being overwhelmed with more demands. And the only way to satisfy this is to really build capacity at source, at the beneficiary. And the way to do it is to create workshops, to create kind of quick course style applied courses and do internships, fellowship, and work with government. So this is going to be very important. And another thing that we always now talk about is really, and I'm very fond of, is the approach that President Obama did. 1 year after launching the social science and social and behavioral sciences team at the White House, what he did is like issued an executive order mandating every single government unit to identify policies where BI can improve welfare, develop strategy, recruit BI experts, to literally review their programs from a behavioral lens. It's a mandate, it's an executive order, and ask them to work with that unit. And kind of, this is extremely important. UN is now considering this to be done at the highest level. So, and now a lot of organizations are looking to do exactly this, whereby you streamlining use of BI not as a center of excellence anymore, but literally as a capacity building across a whole set of organizations and at the country level as well. Another thing, a lesson that is also very important, a lot of our countries in the region and kind of everywhere, they have the strategic planning process. Some of them have councils for that, some of them have ministries, some of them have agencies. The idea is to launch strategic planning, like vision documents, like typically 10, 20 year long, followed by midterm strategy, which is aligned to that, and then followed by operational plans and business plans a year or two or so. So what we've seen is very important, is making sure you introduce behavioral science at the strategic planning early on in the process, so that you really have kind of created the opportunity to bring that early on and affecting those long-term visions and plans, so that when you're aligning with that, you're aligning with behavioral science in mind. So making sure the process is kind of bring that behavioral science in the long term, which will kind of translate into midterm and shorter term strategy. So bringing it earlier on is very important. As I mentioned before, community of practice is very important. And I think a lot of countries now are doing that, which is essentially some kind of an informal network of practitioners and academics of behavioral science. And that is extremely important, because then you share knowledge, you share information on what you're doing, you keep abreast of different findings, you discuss potential collaboration between academia and private sector, you organize events, and just do that informally or more formally. And we've seen a lot of those networks kind of mushrooming around the world. And that's extremely important in doing this. BX Radio we've been doing in Lebanon with the Qatar Behavior development is very important because it brought all the Arab behavioral scientists, practitioners, academics together, and then we do it all the time, kind of in a concerted way. The last point I want to talk about is importance of communicating frequently and use of surveys and actually use experiments with surveys and always update perceptions. And this is one experiment that we did recently in Qatar on the back of a survey. So basically, nowadays we always say, don't miss an opportunity to run an experiment, even when you're running a survey, and literally keep the entire survey the same for both control and treatment, and introduce one kind of treatment condition at the end of one group, just to test something. What we've done here is tested how much people trust to go and speak to mental health consultation services online. And we've been tracking growth in post-COVID-19, a growth in uptake of these services. And what we've seen is that once you tell people, which is the treatment group in that case, that more people are resorting to this, that had a big increase on trust in this. So basically, treated respondents were 1.34 times more likely to score in the higher trust spectrum versus lower ones, equivalent to 34% increase in the odds of highly trusting mental health services. So always, I mean, the big message from this is never miss an opportunity to run experiment, even when you're doing a survey. This is quickly just to show the key components of a successful behavioral science unit. So you need the organizational structure to make it quite defined. You have the team profile, set of behavioral science, communication experts, psychologists, and subject matter expert, public policy, economists, data analysts. So just making sure you have that set. Advisory panel is always very important to have, particularly if you don't have an ethics committee, making sure you work with that. Interagency cooperation, this is very important, kind of if you're a governmental entity, to have that collaboration with other government entity, the community of practice, and linkage with academia, which could be at a different level. My concluding remarks, John, is really, yes, I mean, behavioral science is kind of becoming very attractive. There's a big jump on this, but while we talk about the power of behavioral science, we just need to make sure we don't build unnecessarily expectations that could not be met. So we need to always talk about the limitations. So many challenges, yes, they have behavioral roots, but many challenges don't have behavioral roots. And then we need to always think of behavioral science as a complementary set of tools, okay? So in one case, very recently, a very sad case of celebrity shooting. This is very common in Lebanon. We try to work with behavioral sciences that obviously the structural and non-behavioral components are still very powerful. We still continue to work with behavioral science tools, but obviously the lack of enforcement in government, the widespread use of weapons is very strong, and it's not something that could be addressed solely with behavioral science. So the application could be done, as I said, in the layering approach to any defined problem that has behavioral challenges with well-articulated target behavior. When we talk about it, it's about measurable improvement. That's very important to manage the expectation, not necessarily drastic solution. So initially, the main focus was to change the mindset of people to whom you talk to on behavioral science, on the importance to be convinced to work with us. So now we're beyond that. There's this common understanding that behavioral science is very important. we are now into the second wave. We're beyond kind of proofing concept, as it were. We now have to move to the second wave, which is making sure behavioral insights is inclusive, is equitable, and to do this, we need to increase and scale up use of capacity building programs in not only in government, but all the implementation agents that are working in development areas and academia, particularly in a place where a lot of governmental services in conflict zones are kind of disintegrated. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Fadi. That was incredibly interesting. There's already a few questions that I can see being very interesting now, and we'll reserve them for later. For now, Jaya, please go right ahead. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. So let me first share my screen. So is it visible, the screen?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So again, I mean, like, so considering the nature of this event, so I assume that there would be a lot of people and professionals who would be attending or listening to kind of behavioral conference or behavioral science even for the first time, and who may not have very technical knowledge. So I'll try to, so in my session, I'll try to make my content as simple as possible to help them make understand why behavioral science matters in their lives, and how, I mean, like, maybe in their daily lives, they might be seeing a lot of events happening around them without them noticing that, okay, they come from behavioral science. So again, my focus would be on kind of South Asia, considering the rich culture from the region. Okay, so I'll be basically talking about three different kind of behavioral knowledge. So some of them, they are kind of being used for decades, and they are kind of helping us to have some positive outcomes in terms of policy implementation, and also in terms of other programs. And the second category of behavioral science knowledge I'll be sharing about would represent the knowledge that we have been practicing for centuries, but I think they are rather kind of pushing back the good things that are supposed to happen in our community. And the third category of behavioral knowledge or cultural knowledge that I will be sharing about would represent the emerging cases of knowledge, and that are kind of that are the focus of researchers and scientists around the world at the moment. And again, the first two category of the knowledge, I think, would require a community level effort to implement them, or kind of make them some changes in those knowledge. But the third category of knowledge I will be sharing about would represent the knowledge that can be controlled by the individual itself, or in some cases by the community itself. So just to start the good knowledge that we have been seeing over the decades in our part of the world. So I mean, like, so the incidents of public littering and urination in public are pretty common in South Asia. So if you go to some most of the cities in India, and again in Nepal, so I mean, like, you would see a lot of publicly littered waste around the street. And again, I mean, like, it's very likely that you'll be seeing a lot of people kind of peeing in the public. So again, I mean, like, government in the region, they have tried very hard in the past to control or minimize those kind of incidents. But considering the nature or culture of the region, I think besides government policies, so those kind of initiatives that come from cultures or religions, I think they have proved to be more effective. And I think just to give you a context, right, why these kind of things, they happen to work in this part of world rather than other government policies. So I think we need to see how culture has been embedded in the South Asian society. So there was a pretty good study back in 2010 by Pew Research Institute, and that found that so almost 15% of the global population, so that's a little more than 1 billion people in 2010 were Hindus, and out of them, so 95% of the Hindus, they live in India alone. So that means, I mean, like, and if you go to any part of India, it's very likely that, I mean, like, you will be meeting a lot of Hindu people throughout your day. And again, in terms of proportion of Hindu people as compared to the population, so I think so Nepal, I mean, like, so Nepal has more than 80% people who follow Hinduism. And again, if you go to India, so in India we have around 79% of the people who follow Hinduism. So the issue of kind of bringing the concept of Hinduism and again linking it to the behavioral sciences, that okay, in the past, the government, they have tried their best to control or minimize the incidence of public littering and urination in public, but they hardly worked. But when people started building temples on the roads where public littering used to be pretty common, I think the incidence of public littering suddenly went down. And in addition, so in addition, they also kind of began posting photos of God and goddess across the streets to make sure that people do not urinate there. And I think that really has minimized the incidence of urination in public. And the practice of these kind of things to minimize public urination and public littering is not only limited to India and Nepal, and even in Bangladesh, I think they have been using these kind of tricks to minimize or solve those kind of issues. So again, just to give you example, right? So why, again, I mean, like, so these kind of behavioral knowledge which are driven by cultural factors should be promoted in the region. So I think most of you must be aware of the mega project or multi-billion-dollar project initiated by Modi government when he came to power back in 2014. So I think between 2014 and 2019, they constructed almost 110 million public toilets, investing about 28 billion US dollar. And the major aim of that kind of initiative, which was called Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, was to achieve zero defecation and also kind of minimize the frequent incidence of public urination across different part of India. And last year, on October 2nd, the government of India claimed that by implementing Swachh Bharat Abhiyan and building more than 110 million public toilets, they have achieved their targets. And I think they also declared some of the states and union territories open defecation free. But again, if you read through the critics' comments and again the policy researchers' comments, so they criticize the government for not being transparent in terms of sharing the outcomes of their entire initiative. And they claim that though the government has built almost 100 million public toilets, but in the village, the government literally forced people to use public toilets. So I think there was no incentive for people to use public toilets. Or by mean, I mean, like, so this, or by that, I mean to say that the government simply wanted to open its mission rather than understanding what people wanted to follow or what were the practices or cultural aspect that hindered people from using public toilets. So because of that reason, or the government's failure to incorporate some cultural knowledge or behavioral knowledge or religious knowledge into Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the entire initiative was not able to achieve what it was aiming to achieve for. And the second example is, I mean, like, if you go to Mumbai, the financial capital of India, it's pretty common to see people urinating in the public. So back in 2018 or 2019, few youth who were frustrated with those kind of polluters, they started one pretty cool initiative called pissing tanker. So they literally, I mean, like, they will be going in an yellow water tank, and they will be wearing masks to hide their identity. And if they see anyone peeing in the public, they will be simply make them drown with the water. Though the videos of fishing tanker engaging in those kind of activities became pretty viral on YouTube and other social media, but the real impact of fishing tanker was pretty minimum. And even the critics, they doubt whether those kind of initiative would have any large and long-term impact on government policies to minimize public urination events in the country. So my point here is that, so definitely, I mean, like, so if you have a problem, there are multiple ways to solve that one. But considering the nature and religion of a particular region, you need to make sure that you try to incorporate some parts of local religion and culture to rather create some sort of fear for people not to engage in those kind of activities. If those considerations could be incorporated into the policy making, I think, I mean, like, the policy initiatives aimed at minimizing the incidence of public urination and public littering could be minimized. So let me go to the second type of knowledge, right? So the first type of knowledge that I just finished explaining are some of the knowledge that we have been practicing for decades, but which have been helping us to have some better policy outcomes. And in the second type of knowledge, so second type of knowledge. So we have been witnessing this knowledge for I think centuries, but I think these are some of the cultural and religious knowledge that have rather been further dividing the society. So you can see that, I mean, like, if you go to any temples in South Asia, including in India and in Nepal, you would see it's very likely that those temples would be dedicated for Hindus only. But again, if you go to some religious places of other religion, then those places might be exclusively for the people who follow that particular religion. So by default, so some of the people, they are barred from entering those places. Entering those places. And again, if you see the kind of tourism sector in South Asia, including those in India and in Nepal, so we see the federal government and local government, they utilizing those religious and cultural places for tourism activities. But my point here is that if you simply bar people from entering to those places based on their religion, caste, and gender, then how can you promote economic activities at those places? So I think we need to be very mindful of kind of incorporating or kind of changing some sort of cultural factors or religious factors when we are working on particular policies or particular policy targets. And finally, I'll come to the third category of knowledge. So these are pretty recent, and I think many of you have faced or witnessed or practiced them on daily basis. So just to I mean, like, just before going deep into this kind of knowledge, let me highlight some facts which are related to Nepal, right? So in Nepal back in 1995, there were less than 50 internet users in the country. But recently, as per the government of Nepal's most recent report, so there are more than 22 million internet users or internet subscribers in the country. So that means within 25 years, the overall internet subscriber base has increased by more than 444,000 times. But are we, I mean, kind of using the rise in internet and other technology, and also the growth in internet subscriber for better outcomes? That again is subject of huge debate, right? And again, just coming to my slide. So I think so. I mean, like, so most of the social media and again email service provider platforms, they have been using kind of whatever data that they have to affect or kind of moderate the behavior of the users, right? So if you simply update your status on Facebook, and if someone comments or likes or kind of gives a reaction, then you would be receiving one notification, right? So just imagine that. I mean, like for 1 week, if you do not update any status on your Facebook or on any other social media, and you do not use, you do not comment on others' updates, it's very likely that amount of notification that you would be receiving during that week would suddenly go down, right? So that means if you have less notifications, then it's very likely that overall time that you spend on those kind of platform could also be minimized by a substantial level. So the same happens with Google, right? So I think the Gmail has recently started sending a reminder. If you, let's say if you have sent an email for a meeting to your colleagues, but you haven't heard back from them for some time, then Google would send you a nudge asking you to resend the email to your colleagues for the event, right? So Google is also using to make you use their services more, and also to accomplish or make your plan work in better ways. And similarly, almost all other social media platforms, including Twitter, be it Instagram, be it LinkedIn, be it TikTok, right? So almost all the internet powered platforms, they have been using people's behavior to better increase their overall user base, for which they have been collecting a lot of data from the users. So my point here is that, so my point with this third category of knowledge is that, again, it depends, right? Whether whether you are the individual who needs a lot of knowledge in order to accomplish your works, or if you are a professional who rarely needs any knowledge on those kind of platforms to accomplish your activities. So it all depends on individuals whether they have to use more knowledge or not. And for that reason, all the internet platforms, they allow you to customize the amount of notification or amount of knowledge that you would be receiving each time or each day. So the final.
I'm very sorry to interrupt very briefly. We are kind of running a little bit out of time.
Okay.
Would you mind wrapping up?
Yeah, Zona, I'm done. So the final one is kind of the courtesy of the photos, right? So I'm done. Again, if you have questions, I will jump in later on. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much. Okay, wonderful. Thank you kindly for the presentation. Next is, I believe it's Neela. Is that correct?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I've already learned so much by being on this panel, so it's really great. I'm not going to take up too much time. I want to bring a slightly different perspective to setting up nudge units or behavioral science units in organizations. And that really comes from my private sector experience and then the development sector experience that I had. So to give you a little bit of background about me, I started out as a marketer. So I come from to behavioral science in a slightly unusual way, in that I'm a marketing person, got my MBA, worked in consumer packaged goods in marketing, got a PhD in marketing, which turned out to be thinly disguised behavioral science. And then joined again another marketing company post my PhD before getting into development. And so I just want to talk about some of the lessons that I learned. Some of those have been very ably represented, so I won't take up too much time. So let me, without further ado, actually share my screen. Okay. So I just have 6 pictures. Hopefully that would, we all know in behavioral science that pictures are more vivid than words. So I'm going to try and use some of those principles here. So when I first started out, I got my PhD and I thought I had discovered the Holy Grail. This was it. This was going to, end world poverty in 6 pence. This was the solution to life, the universe, and everything. And I went into this really great marketing organization and I said, everybody should know about behavioral science, and really went in there and was trying to evangelize and doing that for months. And people would be, that's really interesting. But I discovered sort of the first lesson of my life when trying to set up something new and something around behavioral science, which is that nobody cares. Okay, so like those of you who recognize Lamar Jackson, American footballer, I wish I had worn that T-shirt. It really is that nobody cares. And they don't care because, in the organization, because they were stupid or because they didn't understand. These are a bunch of very smart people who really cared about their product and customer and business. The reason they didn't care was because I didn't make them care about behavioral science. So I was starting with this lovely golden hammer that I had, and I was looking for nails all over. And people are actually saying to me, well, I don't need the nail. I don't need your hammer. I need to figure out how to put up this painting. And so that really set me with the first lesson when setting up these kinds of units or trying to get behavioral science into an organization is you don't start with behavioral science, you start with the problem. And I think Fadi put it well when he said there are some problems that may not even be amenable to implementing nudges of behavioral science, or that might not be the primary thing because there are structural issues, there are other issues. So I think if you start out with this idea that nobody cares, you're much more inclined to think about who your customer is, why they should care, why behavioral science is actually a good solve for their problem, and much more likely to think about the problem. And that was my first sort of lesson when I started thinking about what the business problem to solve was. And later on, when I found at CSBC what the problem to solve is in nutrition or health, then you get a sharper view of what behavioral science can do to solve that problem. And that's really critical. So the second lesson I had was, again, so I'd got a little bit of this and was talking to people. I had a good plan, I thought, required some budgeting, etc. And I made this plan and I presented to everyone. And I remember meeting with a senior leader in the organization. And she went through the plan and everything. And she said, that's great. Is it in our annual planning process? And I said, oh, I don't even know when your annual planning process is. And she said, well, if it's not in the annual planning process, it doesn't go into our budgets. If it doesn't go into our budgets, it doesn't get done. And that really taught me lesson number 2. Whether you're Trevor Noah or whether you're trying to set up a behavioral science unit in an organization, timing is everything. Okay, so you really want to understand, and this was even more critical, I think, when I went to set up the Center for Social and Behavior Change, and you're working with government, you will not get anything to scale unless it is in the government planning processes. So you've got to understand the organization that you're implementing behavior science for, understand their planning process, understand how to get in there, and only then you can actually be in the organization. So my third lesson really is, I love this painting by René Magritte, and it says, this is not a pipe. And for years I was very puzzled because this is exactly a pipe. So I wondered why he said this was not a pipe. But I realize now, and the reason he says this is not a pipe, because it is not a pipe, it is the drawing of a pipe. It's the representation of a pipe, it's not a pipe. What does this have to do with behavioral science? Telling people about behavioral science is not behavioral science. And this was again another lesson I learned, and I think Fadi has talked about it as well. So when I first joined the organization, I was trying to tell people all about behavioral science, and that's great, you have to spread awareness, but eventually the discussions would fizzle out. So what we decided one day, we had a partnership with the Yale Center for Customer Insights, is to just run a few experiments. And as Fadi put it, just run those simple experiments and show people rather than tell them. And so we found some people in the food service area to run some of these experiments, and we got some interesting results. And the next time someone said, well, how can this apply to my business? I said, well, let me show you a little bit of what we've done. And when they saw that, they were completely convinced. And then it became less of the tell me what the practical value is and more of the how can I do this? Similarly, when we were at CSBC, and Pooja can talk about this a lot more, is we were trying to figure out how to convince people to get on board with behavioral science. And we decided rather than do that, let's just run some experiments around a particular project area, which in that case was how do you get pregnant women to take iron and folic acid supplements to combat anemia. And so we partnered with the Busara Center for Behavioral Economics, and we just ran those experiments. And more than anything, I think that's been most useful in trying to give people a sense of what is an experiment, how do you run it, what is an insight, what do you mean, how is this different from communication and marketing and all these questions that people have. So the next time I would say, show, don't tell. That's my sort of third lesson. The fourth one, and Fadi said this really well, is keep it simple. So when we first started out, when I was doing this in the private sector, I was so enamored with these amazing subtle experiments. I was trying to do something. I said, just changing wording or something like that is too simple. I was trying to do something really subtle. And obviously those experiments did not work. And I think it really came down to the keep it simple. And one related aspect to the timing that I talked about was you also want to find existing touch points. When you're trying to set up something new, you don't want to set up different platforms as well to do that. We were trying to set up some experiments, and we first thought we would go to the retailer, get an agreement with them, get them to set up some model shops, run the studies. And that itself was such a difficult process. Instead, we started to look around and say, what can we do to run experiments? What are the consumer touch points? One of those was food service. Another one was maybe our e-commerce site. And once you start thinking about what those touch points are and keeping it really simple, then you will find that, you can run those experiments. So that's much, much easier to do. Keep it really simple. I won't belabor this point, this learning, because I think every one of us needs, somebody like Malala's father who sort of champions the behavior science work. I just want to say that, so I've been doing this for a few years at the organization and, given presentations to everyone, right from CEO downwards, and things were happening, but they were a little slow. And then one day I got a call from one of the heads of the business units, and he said, this behavior science thing, what is it exactly? Can you tell me? And I said, great, I have this proposal and I'll send it to you. And it turned out it was end of year. He had a little bit of extra money and he said, can we try something with this? And that was it. He was the champion. He was not from where I would have expected a champion to be. So he was not a marketing person. He was not an insights person. He was actually a business leader. But actually it turned out to be much better than having a champion from my own department. So not only do you want to look at, and I completely agree with having operational champions as well as leadership champions, but you might want to look at champions who don't necessarily, who don't know about behavioral science, but who know about their business. And at CSBC, one of the biggest champions was one of our trustees who actually knew a lot about his work and just learned behavior science as we were talking about it. And that really makes for a good champion. My final point, and these are all points that I think are lessons that can be translated, whether you're setting up, in the US of A, whether you're setting up a behavioral science unit in the private sector, or whether you're trying to set up a unit with the government in India. So, we are more similar than we are different in some sense. My final point, which I keep championing, especially in terms of, and seeing Jaya's presentation, in terms of the cultural context, is that, it's really essential, and Fadi's talked about it, that I think if we have to succeed, particularly in the global South, where 80% of the world lives, is that it's really important we have partnerships, but not just with well-known nudge units in the global North where behavior science is established, but with the South. So for those of you who can see the slightly blurry picture, my friends in South Asia, you will think that it's a samosa and you will be almost right, but it's actually not a samosa, it's an Egyptian sambusa. And Ethiopian sambusa, and there's the Uzbek samsa. And I spent all my life in food, and I'm fascinated by how food travels across borders. And this is just to say that we often share elements of cultural context, particularly in the global South, that can really lead us to accelerate our own partnership. So, I would be very interested after this talk to link up with Jaya and find out what work they've done in Nepal and see how, we can do this kind of work. And so I would really advocate for that sort of South-South partnership and community building in order to learn about this. So those are essentially sort of my lessons about setting up a behavioral science unit. Start from the position that nobody cares, figure out, the timing, show, don't tell, make it really simple, find your champion who may not necessarily be from your department. And my plea and my request to sort of really accelerate South-South partnerships if we want to have behavior science, spreading across the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neela. That was very insightful. Last up, before we move to questions, discussions, etc., Pooja, cordially invited to enlighten us.
Thanks so much. So good evening, everyone. Firstly, thanks for having me on this panel. We in India are still very new in our journey to setting up a nudge unit. So it's really great to connect and learn from other practitioners, people like Fadi and Jaya, who've been doing this for a while, and of course, Neela, who I worked very closely with. So I work with the Center for Social and Behavior Change, which is a part of Ashoka University. It's the largest liberal arts university in India and set up with a grant from the Gates Foundation. Now, the mission of this center is to use behavior science to improve policy and programs, especially those aimed at low-income populations in India. And we do this across sectors, health, nutrition, sanitation, financial inclusion, and more recently, even data privacy. Now, we are also leading the effort to set up the first ever nudge unit within the Indian government. This is within Niti Aayog, which is India's policy think tank. Actually, it's not called a nudge unit. It's called a Behavioural Insights Unit, and BIU, and more on why that is will come a little later. So in the 10 minutes that I have, I don't have any slides. I will just talk about three things. First, what is this Behavioural Insights Unit supposed to do? What's the mandate? Second, what has been our approach? And then third, share some early learnings that we've had. So coming to the first thing, what is the BIU supposed to do? The mandate of the BIU is to improve certain chosen indicators, certain metrics for what are called aspirational districts. These are around 115 districts representing around 20% of India's population, and they are spread across the country. And these districts are among some of the worst performing on many socioeconomic indicators. As a part of this aspirational district program, the government tracks 49 indicators in these districts every 3 months. These range from health to education to infrastructure. So you already have a very regular stream of data on them. Now, to start with, the BIU has picked up 5 indicators, and these are focused on maternal and child health. These include things like what Neela was mentioning, which is, how do we tackle anemia by making sure pregnant women take the iron supplements, ensuring that women register their pregnancies early in the system, they complete their antenatal care visits, completion of first-year immunization for children, complementary feeding, our children from 6 months plus, are they getting adequate diet beyond breast milk, and so on. Now, why these indicators? Well, there was a lot of to and fro, a lot of discussion on which indicators we should choose, and it came down to 3 reasons. Firstly, these indicators are to some extent less dependent on supply, so there is more scope for behavior science to have impact. A lot of these indicators have been very hard to move using more traditional methods, and then of course, these are very important. Now, as you can imagine, moving these indicators isn't easy. These are not the low-hanging fruits that Fadi was talking about earlier. A lot of these health indicators haven't moved because of generations of social norm, entrenched practices, which can be very hard and slow to change. So in effect, we are working in the worst performing districts, trying to change behaviors deeply entrenched in the communities. And moreover, we are doing this with very hard to reach populations. Many of them don't even have access to TVs, forget phones or smartphones. We can't just send them emails with slightly, differently framed messages and expect anything to change. So to the first part of today's topic about context, our contexts are very different from the US or the UK and other weird countries. The problems we are trying to solve and the populations we are working with are very different. And while behavioral principles may travel across geographies, it is quite difficult to be able to find interventions which we can just plug and play. So of course, context matters a lot. So that was about the mandate of the BIU. Now coming to how are we working on these indicators? So we put in place a process. It's still evolving, of course. The current process is we start with defining the problem sharply. So the government's objective may be, reduce anemia, but we will narrow it down to specific behaviors, saying, how do you get women to take their iron supplements during pregnancy, which is one behavior which will help counter anemia. And that's, we're talking about 180 tablets. So after defining the problem, we get into the diagnose phase. Here we are looking into behavioral barriers. We're looking at facilitators, looking at existing literature, secondary research, and then you come up with a list of intervention ideas. And these range from communication ideas to changing incentive structures, to product and packaging ideas, to using defaults more effectively. And from there, you then move to the design phase, where prototypes are created for each of these ideas. And then to the test phase, where these prototypes are tested in a lab or a lab in the field setting. And of course, we keep optimizing the ideas based on what we learn. And then finally, you run a field pilot in a couple of districts to see what does it really take to make an intervention work in real life condition using existing government machinery. Final deliverable is a scale-up plan that you can hand over to the districts, which they can then implement. And this actually leads to the second part of today's topic, which is stakeholder engagement. Because to get anything adopted in even one small district of India, and there are 739 districts, it requires engagement right from the top to the field level, from the central ministries to the state governments to the district officials, and then the frontline workers, sometimes even the village level influencers who can make or break implementation. Now, everyone needs to feel ownership and excited. And frankly, to us, this stakeholder engagement is the most critical part of making the unit successful, more than the specific idea or any experiments that we run. So we see that as a very critical role of the unit about how do we aid adoption of interventions of behavior science in the field. Now, many questions remain, which we will have answers to as we do more work, but some initial learnings that I'd like to share. Nudging is about closing intent to action gap, and Cass Sunstein puts it very nicely. Nudge is like a GPS. You know the destination, and the nudges help you get there. But in developing countries, creating intent itself is a very big objective. It's not just about closing the intent to action gap. And here is where we get into the realm of marketing and advertising, the role of campaigns, and especially mass media, which can give instant scale. That becomes important. Now, private sector has done a great job over the decades, convincing us that we need their products, that is creating intent through marketing, through advertising. So in a sense, our nudge unit can't just focus on nudges. We also need to be good marketers. We need to learn about advertising. And this is also one of the reasons we decided to call ourselves the Behavioral Insights unit as opposed to the narrower nudge unit, because a lot of the work we end up doing is about using behavior science to create the intent. So that's learning one, that mass media and advertising is an important tool, and we need to learn how to create it, deploy it, and measure it. A second related learning is the importance of design and having good design skills in-house. Why? Because in the initial work, building buy-in is critical, but governments don't get excited by ideas on paper. It needs to be real, something that you can touch and feel. So you need a design team which can very quickly convert ideas from literature, from your diagnosis phase, to contextually relevant prototypes using visuals and languages that speak to the target audience. So that's learning too, that you need to have good design skills which can contextualize ideas and make them real. The third learning is that, when you're solving a problem, it's often not just confined to nudging the end user. In the case of, for example, the IFA, the Iron Supplement Project, it's not just about the pregnant woman. Often our work leads us to using behavior insights for the entire value chain. So there's a pregnant woman, there's the frontline worker who counsels her, the medical practitioner who provides health service, and even the government administration which makes all of this happen. So the scope of what we have to nudge, who we need to move, needs to be seen more broadly. Fourth learning is that a focus is needed on optimization, not on innovation. The government cares about moving indicators on the ground, and they don't care, and frankly shouldn't care, about academic papers or how brilliant our idea is. Often it takes much more sense to tweak and optimize what exists than coming up with something new. And these tweaks are also much easier to scale up. An example would be adding just 2 simple standardized lines to the counseling that frontline workers are already giving pregnant women. Something as simple as XYZ are side effects, so don't get surprised if you experience them. Take the pill right before you sleep, a very simple timing cue, which we believe can increase adherence. So you're optimizing, you're tweaking rather than adding to the system's burden. And that's very critical. So that's learning number 1, learning number 4 for us. We need to constantly try to tame that instinct that we have to come up with something new, bright and shiny. And then lastly, decision cycles for governments are short. Everything is needed as of yesterday. And then often what suffers is collecting evidence. There's never time to run experiments. So we've been trying to find the right balance between RCTs, which academics run on one hand, which can take multiple years, often too long for the government, to the other extreme where there's no evidence or there's only very anecdotal evidence because there's no time. So we're trying to see how can we do more robust lab in the field studies using proximal outcomes, playing behavioral games to gain evidence rather than full-blown field RCTs. We have a mobile lab. It's a bus refitted with computers that we can actually take to the field to run studies. So figuring out the right proximal outcomes that can A, be tested quickly, and B, can predict real life behavior, that's another capability that would be critical if we want to have timely impact on the ground. So as I said, many questions still remain, and I'm going to talk about 3 big questions that we are currently struggling with, and then I'll close. So first is that we want to move indicators, but often behavior science is only part of the answer. There are supply side issues, there are policy related issues, there are systemic issues. And one of the questions we are trying to solve is that how do we as a behavior science unit work meaningfully with other parts of the government to collectively solve the problem? The second is that, there's a question around, of course, and I've talked about this, so I want to repeat it, around the stakeholder engagement and excitement. How do we really get it from top to the bottom? Because the number of stakeholders are many. And last but not the least, there's a question around funding. Because testing and implementation costs are very substantial in India. It's all offline, it's rarely digital, and it requires physical changes, it requires trainings on the ground, production of material, infrastructure. And so who and how we fund these efforts is not a trivial question. So to close, on many days, what we are trying to do seems impossible. We ask ourselves, can we really use behavior science to solve some of the biggest challenges this country of 1.3 billion people face? But at the same time, the scale and scope of this is very exciting. It's not been tried anywhere else in the world at this scale, so it keeps us motivated. There's a long way ahead, and what makes a difference, of course, is that we have a lot of support from Niti Aayog, from the government, and I'm looking forward to the next few years and this exciting journey that we have started in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pooja. That was great. So we have about 20 minutes left, I think. So I want to do one brief discussion basically about what I mentioned earlier. That has to do with the involvement of academia, after which it's good to move to the audience questions, I think. Oh, well, we'll see how that goes. Anyway, so this is a question, right? Like I think Pooja mentioned this just now quite briefly, but it's a very interesting point. It's useful to work with academia, I suppose, because academics are trained in conducting randomized control trials and, making sure that you're actually measuring what you're trying to measure, let's say behavioral change, right? Which are obviously very complicated questions. Then again, do you really have to work with academic institutions, or is it enough to work with people with an academic education or any education that allows them to know how to conduct these trials? Or I guess more broadly speaking, the question I'm asking is, what is the value of working with academic institutions and people who work as academics, let's say professional academic scientific researchers? And that question is open to all, so whoever wants to weigh in can, if they want to.
If I may just add just a few thoughts here, John. It's a great synergetic value proposition for all. So government or anyone outside academia, whether the unit is set up in government or as a foundation, NGO, and so on, they have access to information. They have access to real stakeholders. They have access to real challengers. On the other hand, academia has access to a pool of students, campus-related challenges, and expertise, which kind of is not always matched to work on the real-life challenges. So kind of by itself, just offering to work with academia, bring the best in both, what everyone, kind of the comparative advantage, what each one can focus best on. Plus academia role in ethical review is so important to give that kind of cachet of approval for kind of the behavioral experiment, to make sure that culture of kind of working, kind of crediting consent, making sure kind of this is done with the highest level of ethics is important. So it's really synergetic. But there's a lot of adjustment on both hands, because on one hand, academics are used to kind of long-winded research. In policy and government, you cannot afford to do that. I mean, you could, as I said, balance the portfolio, have a kind of put on one track the long-winded one. But on the other hand, you need to work on kind of quicker cycle of experimentation. And that is starting to happen.
I just want to add that I completely agree. So I think the value of academia I've seen so far interacting with academics is that this is the only bunch of people who are constantly just thinking about this. This is what they're paid to do. This is what they're researching. So if you really want to find out what the cutting edge is on behavioral science, you have to go to the academics. It's almost impossible. It's been 10 years since I got my PhD, and I'm already out of date with understanding what the latest is. So I do think it's really critical, but I do agree that getting them on directly on a project is not often the best solution for all parties. What I find very useful is having some sort of translator, somebody who understands both academia and practice, to be able to take the best of both worlds and say, okay, this is how we're going to use these ideas, but in a way that actually makes sense. And I would say in the creation of a nudge unit, having a couple of those translators is really critical to make sure that you are getting the best of both worlds, and it's a synergy and not a clash, and not something where you throw out the baby with the bathwater.
So I think there is no harm in collaborating with academic institutions for whatever research activities that you plan to carry out, right? But again, I think engaging academic faculties on full-time basis or kind of on non-residential basis would depend on overall scope of your research, I think. So if it involves kind of reforming some educational aspect of that particular policy, I think in that case, I mean, like having someone to work full-time would be a pretty good idea. But if you are planning to rely on an academic professional for carrying out some research activities only, in that case, I think having someone to work on part-time basis or hiring someone for research assistantship would suffice your requirement.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the points have been made, and agree, especially with Neela's point about translators, which sit between academics and, especially the government. And what, I also realize maybe I'm the only non-PhD on this panel. Okay, good to have company. So, for us, actually, what happens is that having academics in the mix creates some sort of tension in the system, which I think is good, because on one hand, the government is wanting you to do everything very, very quickly. And then, the academics, they want to bring in rigor. And I think that opposing tension in the unit, I think that's very beneficial.
Yeah. And just one last point in closing, not all academics are the same. So I think there are some we worked with who are, who I would say are even more wanting to get to solving a problem quickly than even non-academic professionals. They really are like, oh God, why are you guys so slow? And I'll send something to them and next morning you'll get a response. and very practical and able to talk at that level. There are other academics who are much more, shall we say, well, academic for want of a better word, I think. And, if you say, okay, let's do a literature review, then it would take them like a year to do that, right? Because they want to do it really carefully and correctly. And they're both good. So all of these are top-notch academics. But I think it's the question of which ones do you partner with? And so you always want to look out for academics who are very interested, and you can make out by the way they ask you about your question, the way that they have you talk about the question, which ones are interested in your problem. And it comes down to what I said, even when you're setting up, it's not about the content, it's about the problem. And so ones who start with the problem first are more likely, I think, to have a better partnership with than those who sort of start with content first.
Yeah, that's a very interesting discussion. From my perspective, I actually really agree with Neela that there are quite a few academics who are also quite frustrated with academia in general, meaning like we're fully aware that like why should something take 2 years? Like when you spend a year and a half just writing up all the literature that's been written about it, only doing your own little sort of tiny little experiment that contributes like a minuscule amount to the existing literature. Like people are frustrated with that. Obviously, that's not how all of academia works all the time, but that's one of the things that people might run into. So there's this willingness, I would say, to also engage more with practitioners. But then what I imagine is the case is that sometimes as an academic, you run into things like feeling pressure to do things more quickly than you might like. And also you're seeing your own role as like having to implement or enforce a level of, let's say, scientific rigor within certain organizations because you feel that they are being ignored or that people are jumping over the fact that, proper testing and validation is necessary before you launch anything, really. It's one of those things that I guess is just unavoidable when it comes to these kind of partnerships. So that perhaps it's even a good thing. One other thing. Sorry, Fadi, go ahead.
Just one thing to add. I mean, this relationship with academia, brought a lot of changes on both ends. We learned so much from them, the rigor and so on, and they're learning to adjust as well. One of the things that I'm seeing kind of changing but needs more, I don't know whether the panelists see that, is the need more in academia than anywhere else, the need to celebrate failures, to kind of be fine with the idea that failures are part of the test learning and adapting. And I don't know where to create that kind of pressure, which button to trigger to kind of get more willingness to publish failed experiments, not only just successes as such. So that's, I thought, is also very important because we really have a big logo saying celebrate failures. We learn just as much from that.
I fully agree. Sorry, please go ahead, Neela.
I couldn't agree more. I think that, it's a longer conversation about how do you actually encourage that culture in academia so that you can then move faster into practice. It's not related, and maybe I can speak after you've spoken, John, but I think one of the other things is that you own the problem if you are the practitioner. Do not outsource the problem solving to the academic, right? It's not the job of the academic to solve your problem. The job of the academic is to provide expertise that you want to help you solve your problem. And in the private sector, I make this analogy to a brand manager. The job of the brand manager is to really make sure market share increases by sort of like the conductor of the orchestra, making sure different people do different things and they all do it well. So there's the innovation department, the R&D department, the communications, the advertising, the sales and marketing department. And then there is the conductor who's sort of the brand or category manager. I would say think of yourself as the brand manager of your problem. You are the one who's orchestrating this conductor, and your academic might be your first violinist, but like is at the end of the day part of your orchestra. The academic is not the conductor. And that's the way often that you can get to, I think, using and really leveraging that expertise without it overwhelming your entire project.
Yep. Very interesting discussion. Yeah, basically you already said what I was going to say, Neela, so there's no need for me to weigh in on this anymore. One thing that I think that is a little bit more of a philosophical discussion, perhaps, and less practical, but then again, I am an academic, so, forgive me, is the following thing. I think Fadi alluded to this basically at the beginning of his presentation. Let's say behavioral insights, nudging, and so on are quite popular among governments, as we all know, and other powerful institutions that have the ability to introduce these kinds of things. But isn't there a risk, let's say, and how big is that risk, of behavioral insights being seen as a solution rather than a tool? Meaning, how do you prevent, let's say, a government that you're working with from thinking, well, we've done behavioral insights, so the problem's solved, let's say. I was wondering what your experiences are in that regard.
I mean, I'll just say just one thing. I love the anecdote or the example that Neela mentioned on kind of having a hammer, which is the behavioral science weapon, and looking for a nail. And this is kind of so true, but we should lose sight of the fact that where is the challenge? Where is the problem? And start from the problem up front. So I think that this is kind of very important. We need to kind of work with more policymakers on capacity building. I mean, as I mentioned, they're sold on the idea of now, yes, the power of behavioral science is there. Like everybody, as I said, in the Arab world, at least, and more in developing countries, either is setting up a unit somewhere or experimenting with this. But what's going to have to happen is to kind of scale it up, streamline it inside government agencies. I mean, doing mandates such as what President Obama did, but introducing it earlier on in the civil service so that you cannot graduate from civil service school and go to government without having an idea about behavioral science, about experimentation, because that's the only way to scale it up. And then you need to guard against misuse of that. I mean, but it's a problem. It's a real problem. Misusing behavioral science is something we should all worry about. That's why we should have more kind of communities of practice, ethics, codes of conduct. I think as Sansu's been talking a bit about this. So this is extremely important as we see a greater adoption of behavioral science. That's my kind of 2 cents.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, the first question, I think it is quite important, especially, in India, when we look at the problems, to first be very clear about, which problems you want to work on, where you actually think behavior science can have an impact, because there are a large number of problems which are much better solved through policy or, supply side fixes. So, as I talked even in my, we did spend a lot of time trying to first just choose the right indicators, because not every problem has behavior science as solution. But even in these problems, whenever we actually go back to the government, and this is something we learned the hard way, we always, in our diagnosis and our recommendation have 3 buckets. I mean, you were like, okay, this is what is you need on the demand side and on, the behavior science. These are some policy recommendations, the policy that needs to be changed. And then here is what needs to be fixed on the supply side. So, presenting that entire picture and not just going with one part, which initially we were going with just the behavior science answer, but not really sort of also making that diagnosis and recommendation more comprehensive. And then, of course, lastly, I think to just start talking about behavior science not as a solution, but like series of experiments and series of trials and many things that you're going to try, and all of them are going to make a little bit change on the ground, but it's not that, and so therefore getting into that mindset of many things that you're going to try versus what's the one big idea which is going to solve anemia in India. So I think keeping reminding the government as well that it is just one part of many other things that need to be solved, and that even that one part is many micro things that helps, and it needs to be reinforced.
And I do think that we have been guilty of this a little bit as well, right? Because we keep talking about, behavioral science like it's the second coming, and really hyping it up. And I do agree with what Fadi said, and even Pooja made an important point about mindset. I think what we need to do is to cultivate a behavioral science, or have everybody cultivate a behavioral science mindset. And when I was in consulting, one of the things that a measure of success was when your client did not even know and did not reference you at all, and did not say X consulting firm did it, but say we did it. And I would almost like to see that in behavior science, where people don't actually say this is a nudge, but they're almost talking naturally about it, and they're thinking about it. And for that, I completely agree with Fadi. You need much more capacity building awareness, so that everyone's sort of educated about the basic concepts, and then they can take this toolbox and then they can apply it. Because if they're going to see this new tool, which they don't know anything about, they're going to rely on someone else to do it. And then it's never just going to become internalized. So I think part of this is making it part of the culture. And rather than say we are doing behavioral science, is to say we are cultivating a behavioral scientist mindset, which is constant experimentation, drawing from the literature, evidence-based work, not necessarily just implementing some cool nudge that we've all heard about.
Yeah. So just to add one more point to John's question. So I think again, in the conditions when politicians commit too many things to deliver to their voters during election, I think it's very likely that in those kind of situation, politicians themselves, they might end up using this behavioral insight tool as a result to prove in front of the people that they have done something good, right? But again, as Pooja has mentioned earlier, behavioral science experiments involve a series of events, right? So let's say one particular event results in a good thing, the second and third one may not yield the desired ones. So the politicians, they might engage in cherry picking and try to only take credit for the good things that have happened because of those experiments.
All right. Thank you all very much. I think that that concludes. We're right about on time. I think 3:30 in the UK, a bit later in India. Yeah, thank you everyone. That was really engaging. I thought it was great. Unfortunately, we didn't have time for audience questions, but I'm sure the organizers will be happy to pass out contact details, perhaps if necessary, assuming everyone here agrees to it. And yeah, let's keep the conversation going. So thank you all very much. And also thanks to the organizers for putting this together and putting this panel together with all these speakers. So thank you all very much for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Great seeing you all.
Thank you so much, John, Pooja, Neela, Fadi, and Jaya.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What a wonderful panel, what a wonderful discussion, and what a shame we were not able to take questions from the audience.
Yeah.
But still, such is life, and we are under a time constraint. And we'll find a way to communicate these questions to you. Once again, on behalf of all the audiences, thank you so much for joining us out here and enlightening us.
Thank you. Thank you, Prakash and team, for doing everything possible.
Now, ladies and gentlemen who have logged in here from different corners of the world, I don't know how elaborate an introduction would be required to do justice to our next guest's work. I think everyone in the field of behavioral science has read Nudge, which he has co-authored. Please welcome Cass Sunstein, founder and director of the program on behavioral economics and public policy at Harvard Law School. He is one of the leading legal scholars in the US and has served as the administrator of the White House Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs. He is currently the Felix Frankfurter Professor of Law at Harvard Law School and the author of hundreds of articles and dozens of books. Cass Sunstein, everyone, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure and honor to be able to talk to you all. On this occasion, the world is very focused on behavioral science and behavioral economics these days. And I'm going to go after the issue by taking a fundamental issue under my wings and asking you to think with me about it. I think I'll go after the issue, which is really, what information would you like to have? You might think about COVID-19. You might think about your own economic or health circumstances. I'd like to go after it through a little data, and then I'll tell you some stories, and then we'll get as serious as we can. So here's some data. I asked a lot of people, a nationally representative group, whether they'd like to know whether the person for whom they have romantic feelings reciprocates those feelings. And the answer I got was 58% wanted to know. 42% did not. I was surprised by that answer. I thought that most people would want to know if the person for whom they had romantic feelings reciprocated, but a lot of people didn't want to know. Then I asked a bunch of young people, a small group, about 40 people in college at university, whether they wanted to know whether the person for whom they had romantic feelings reciprocated. And almost all of them said yes. It was almost unanimous. That's a clue about the complexity of whether people want information or not. Now, the stories. When I was in the White House, we had a debate about calorie labels. This is a policy issue. It also connects with human health and connects with deep questions about what people want to know and what people don't want to know. I was of the view that we should extend our calorie label requirement to movie theaters. And eventually that view prevailed. The government said, if you go to the movie theater, you're going to see the calories of your options. I sent a notation on the day of the White House announcement by email to a very good friend that this policy had gone in the direction I had argued for. And her answer to me had 3 words. They were Cass ruined popcorn. That wasn't a very encouraging note, but it was a very instructive note. What she was saying was, when you go to a movie to see the new Star Wars film or something from Paris or something from Bollywood, what you probably don't want to do as the lights go down and you're eating is to be thinking, what you don't want to do is to be thinking, I'm getting fat. That's important. The second story is personal, with your indulgence. Several decades ago, my father, then relatively young, in his 60s, started to stumble on the tennis court. He was a very good tennis player and he didn't usually stumble. My mother and I took him to the hospital for a series of tests. And after about 5 hours of tests, my dad and I were eating a meal in the hospital. And my mother came up to say, we have some very good news. There's nothing seriously wrong. You're basically fine. She told her husband, you'll be able to go home tomorrow and we don't need to worry about anything. We had our meal, the 3 of us, in the hospital, and it was one of the best meals I've ever had. It was really a meal of relief and celebration. After that, my mother took me down to the parking lot to drive me back to law school. And her face changed. It was as if she was a great actress who had an ability to change her emotion like that. And I saw on her face something I've never seen on a human being since, and it was despair. Her face turned to ice. And she said, your father has a fatal brain tumor. He's going to die within a year. There's nothing that can be done. And I'm not going to tell him his condition, and neither are you. What she was basically saying was, he has a year to live. It would be too much information, in her opinion, to tell him at this stage that he was as sick as he was. She wanted his last year to have hope and optimism in it. She wanted for as many months as possible for her husband not to see a tombstone every time he went about his day. I think she was also thinking that she herself wanted to be able to enjoy as many of those months as she could. And if both of them were acting as if he was going to be fine, that would be an act of mercy and a kind of blessing. I'm not sure whether my mother was right. I tend to think she was. Different families are different on this. But she was basically saying, in a much more serious context, I don't want to ruin popcorn. Okay, now let's turn to public policy and what governments do and what banks do and what car companies do. There is a pervasive question whether to provide information, warnings, disclosure, details about risks. And it is very important to assess, I suggest, the human consequences of the disclosure. One of the things we want to consider is whether people's emotions are adversely affected. Are they saddened or are they scared? Those aren't the only questions, but they are relevant. When I was in the White House, we focused on the health consequences and the safety consequences of disclosure. And what I want to try to do today is to get clearer than at least I was about the consequences of disclosure. So the first question is, when is information too much information? And when is disclosure a curse? And when is it a blessing? The second question I want to say something about is the category of sludge. And I want to put that on the general view screen for all of us. That if you've tried to get a license or a permit or resources to which you're entitled, maybe from your school, you might have to incur paperwork or administrative burdens. You might have to have a waiting time. If you want a student visa to study in the United States, there's a lot of sludge. I'm going to give you one number, and the number is 11 billion, and that's the number of hours in paperwork that the United States government requires of the American people. 11 billion hours. I have to say that when I was in the White House, I was in charge of a law called the Paperwork Reduction Act. And while we worked at times quite hard to cut those billions of hours, there's much more to be done to reduce sludge. Private and public institutions are requiring too much information. So I'm going to address first the question, what sort of information people should be given? Second, the question, what sort of information private and public institutions are obtaining? That's sludge, and there's much too much of it. And I'm going to say something at the end about use of social media with some recent data which tell us a lot about the answer to the two questions. Okay, for the past few years, I've been engaged in a research project trying to figure out what information people want to have. And I now have data from about 11 nations, and I'm going to give you a glimpse of what humanity wants to know, emphasizing what surprised me, which is that people in different countries, at least the ones we've looked at, and they're diverse countries, are pretty much the same. Not identical, but what human beings answer to the question, do you want to know this? Do you want to know that? Doesn't differ radically across countries. So we're learning something about national differences, but we're also learning something about the human animal. Okay, in one study of one country, and this is pretty representative, I found that 43% of people want to know the calories associated with their meals. A majority doesn't want to know. That's important. It suggests that my friend who was concerned about ruining popcorn was onto something true. Most people don't want to know. About 27% of people want to know the year of their death. And this is roughly what we're finding all over the world, that the strong majority of people think, I don't want to know when I'm going to die. About half of people want to know if they're going to get Alzheimer's. In some places a little more, in some places a little less. A strong number doesn't want to know if they're going to get Alzheimer's. About 42% of people, a minority, want to know what their friends and family really think about them. Most people don't want to know. For cancer, a majority wants to know, about 58%, but a lot of people don't want to know. With respect to consumer information, you get somewhere between 50% and 68% wanting to know. 67% wants to know the safety ratings for their tires. A strong majority, around 65%, wants to know what companies are doing with their data, if they're doing something for commercial purposes. About 65% want to know the side effects of pain relievers. So what we're seeing is small majority, significant majority, not overwhelming majority. If you ask how much people want to know, how intensely people want to know, not that intensely. They're willing to pay something for this information, not a whole lot. Okay, for a long time I had this data suggesting a lot of diversity with respect to what people want to know and suggesting there's a lot that people don't want to know. I was just puzzled, what am I learning about humanity? And I'm now going to give you a little framework that is designed to capture what I think the data shows. Okay, when people think about whether they want to obtain or avoid information, they're thinking about just two things. And they're thinking pretty well about those two things. First, they're thinking, is it useful? Is it something that I can do something with that can make my life better? Or is it something that has no value for me at all? Or is it something that is affirmatively harmful in the sense that it will be the opposite of useful? When people say they want calorie labels, they're thinking, and we have other data supporting this, what I'm about to say, they're thinking, I have self-control and I can use that information to manage my weight. And the 43% are people who think this is valuable information. Other people are thinking, I either don't have a weight issue or I have a weight issue and I don't really care. So this is a useless information for me. And in some contexts, people don't want information because they think it will harm their ability to manage their life. If you're a lawyer and you learn that your client is guilty, you might not be as good a lawyer. If you're an employer and you want to hire men and women equally, you might think if certain people know whether a job candidate is male or female, they might discriminate against women. And therefore, blinding yourself to the gender of the applicant, not knowing, might be useful. This is just a suggestion that people have an intuitive sense of whether information is useful, useless, or positively harmful. And that's the first factor. The second factor is more intriguing, and it's that people are acutely attuned to how information makes them feel. When 58% of people say they want to know whether the person for whom they have romantic feelings has romantic feelings back, it's because they're optimistic and they think they're probably going to get good news. When 42% of people say they don't want to know, they're thinking she probably doesn't, or they're thinking if she does, I'm kind of married and I don't want to know, it's dangerous. Or they might be thinking life is just complicated enough already and this is not something that I care to know the answer to. In circumstances in which the economy is doing really well, people are more likely to check their stock market portfolios than when the stock market is doing badly. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you be more likely to check in good circumstances than in bad? It might be more prudent to check in bad circumstances. But people are attuned to the fact that if the stock market is going down, they're going to be sad or scared, and they don't want to see that. When people are uninterested in knowing whether they're going to get Alzheimer's or cancer, it's not because it's useless information necessarily. It's because it's information that would produce a harm to their own well-being, their emotional well-being. And so the theory is that in deciding whether to seek or avoid information, and this is highly relevant to policy, people are making a judgment about the usefulness of the information and the emotional impact of the information, and basically weighting these two variables. If it has a tremendous usefulness but modest emotional impact, people are going to want to get it. If it has modest usefulness and a very negative emotional impact, people aren't going to want to get it. And that's how we explain information seeking and information avoidance. From the behavioral point of view, it must be added that the account I've just given is too simple. And I'm going to give two reasons why. Reason number one is that human beings focus on today and tomorrow, and next year or next decade. Those are foreign countries, later land, and they're not sure they're ever going to visit. If people focus on the short term, they may not want information that is very useful to them over the course of their lives. And the reason they don't want it is the fact that it will benefit their future self doesn't much move them, and the fact that it will make their current self scared or sad does. If people are present biased, as it's called, people will be insufficiently interested in information, even though it could help them and possibly save their lives. This is highly relevant to policymakers who have a clue now about why people avoid information, and also a signal that you want to provide information, even information that is a little scary, in a way that isn't so dispiriting or terrifying that people will just block their ears. Okay, that's present bias. Another factor is that the human animal, and this is probably mostly a good thing, is optimistic by nature. If you're optimistic by nature, then you think things are going to turn out fine, and that may lead you not to seek information, even though it's very much in your interest to get it. If the issue involves health, and think now of COVID-19 and vaccination or social distancing, unrealistically optimistic people might not engage in social distancing, might not get vaccinated, might not wear a mask, not because they are bad people, but because they're human and they think things are going to turn out pretty well for them. If you are unrealistically optimistic, you might not seek information out, thinking things are going to be great, even though the information might tell you something important that could help your economic situation or help you live longer. If we put present bias together with unrealistic optimism, we can see two reasons why human beings will avoid information and ignore information in circumstances in which they really ought to be seeking it out and paying attention to it. This is a policy challenge. It's relevant to banks, it's relevant to hospitals, it's certainly relevant to educational institutions, which might provide information in circumstances in which people might not be especially excited about getting it because it's important for them to receive. By the way, we have a clue here, I think, about some of what we're observing in various parts of the world with respect to climate change, where some people are dismissing the concern and not seeking out information, partly because they're present biased. They think the worst is in the future and who knows what that's going to be, or because they are unrealistically optimistic and they think things are going to turn out fine, even though they might not. Okay, let me say a few words about public policy, and then we're going to turn to sludge and then social media. All over the world, governments are thinking, what sort of information should they require? Should they require a warning? For medicine, should they have a list of side effects? For mortgages and credit cards, should people be given disclosures of various sorts? In some countries, the information disclosures are so lengthy and so complicated and so frightening that they are effectively useless and maybe even worse than useless. If you have information that's so lengthy and complicated and written by my brothers and sisters in the legal profession, then the recipients of information will get no use out of them because they're too complicated, and they might be just scared by them. So information provision needs to be designed in a way that's focused like a laser on how to make it as useful as possible, which typically means simple and clear and straightforward, and also how to make it in general not as scary or off-putting as it might otherwise be. Now, I use the words in general because for some things, fear is a good motivator. And to make people scared of, let's say, swimming under very dangerous conditions, that's a good idea. But you want to do it in a way where the usefulness is sufficiently great that the fact that it makes people scared is outweighed by the fact that their lives are going to be saved. We need to be asking, what are the benefits of information provision and what are the costs of information provision? For some kinds of disclosures, it's really expensive for the bank or the hospital, and it's not doing anyone any good. For other information, it's designed in a way that means the benefits are much lower than they otherwise would be. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about sludge. Every nation in the world, I suggest, and this is an ambitious claim offered with humility, every nation in the world should be doing a sludge audit. By a sludge audit, I mean an audit of the paperwork and administrative burdens it is imposing on its own people. So far as I'm aware, no nation in the world has done a systematic sludge audit, though some nations have done pieces of it. That 11 billion hour figure I gave you is a piece of a sludge audit. It's a component of a sludge audit. Okay, the reason sludge audits are so important, and I think my university, Harvard, should be doing a sludge audit. We're imposing too much sludge on administrators and students and faculty. Not the most serious problem facing the world today, but less would be better. The basic suggestion is that sludge often has a devastating effect on human beings. The reason first is if you are poor or busy or disabled or old or impaired in some way, the fact that you have to navigate some paperwork requirement or administrative burden to get something to which you have a right may be devastating. It might mean you give up. That's just assuming people are rationally balancing labor against potential benefit. If human beings suffer from some sort of, impairment, then the effect of sludge may be especially severe. In one account, which is a little bit funny as well as a little bit sad, there was someone in his 80s describing what he had to do to get benefits to which he had a legal right. And he said, gosh, I'm over 80. I could have done this 20 years ago. Now you're asking me to fill out all these forms? That's just one person, but there are extremely beneficial programs all over the world where the take-up rate ranges from 40% to 80%. Simplification or automaticity in the form of sludge reduction could increase the take-up rate to 100%. And that's just a number, but if we're speaking of people who suffer from serious health conditions, who have a right to medical help that they're not able to enjoy, or single mothers who are taking care of 3 children, who have a right to economic help that they're not able to get because they can't navigate the form, then we're talking about sludge reduction as a kind of human rights policy, which can ensure some sort of protection of guarantees which are literally in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Okay, sludge audits and sludge reduction are, I suggest, an important vehicle to give human beings the one thing that we are most blessed to have. And here's what it is, I suggest: time. I promised to say something about social media, and it's going to connect the two themes. There's data on use of social media that suggests the following. If you ask people how much they would demand to give up use of Facebook, say, for the next month, there'll be varying numbers. A certain percentage of people will say, and I found this in my own work as well as other researchers have found it in their work, a certain number of people will say about 100 euros. That's what I demand to give up use of Facebook for a month. Okay, in one experiment, the people who said they demand approximately 100 euros were given 100 euros. This was an expensive experiment, but a lot of people were told, okay, here's 100 euros, you can't use Facebook for the next month. And this was monitored so that they really didn't. What happened was, in the next month, along every measure of well-being, people who were off the social media platform had a better month. They were happier with their lives. They were more satisfied with their lives. Happiness and life satisfaction are not the same, but they were better off on both counts. They were less depressed and they were less anxious. So receiving less information via social media platform produced an increase in people's life experience. Their well-being increased. Then they were asked after the month, okay, how much would you have to be paid to be off the platform for another month? And the average answer was, I'm pausing for drama, about 87 euros, 13% lower. That's interesting. People learned that being off for a month was better than they thought, so they demanded less. And yet still they demanded real money to be made sadder, more depressed, and more anxious. Why? We don't know, but I think I have a speculation, which is connected with the theme of these remarks. The people who demanded 87 euro were thinking, I understand. Use of the social media platform makes me a little sadder, a little more depressed, a little more anxious. I get that. Still, receiving information is useful. It might be about politics. It might be about the world. It might be about my friends and family. It might not make me so happy to see a picture of my old friend's 1-year-old daughter. Or I might have seen enough pictures of puppies. But I'm also seeing a lot of things that enrich my life and that are useful for that reason, even if they don't make me happier. And that's my main plea with respect to too much information. Okay, I'm going to summarize now and then give you a little literature and then take questions. First, information is often valuable because it's useful and because it makes us happy. It's often a negative because it's not useful and it makes us sad. In deciding whether information is too much or what to seek out in our lives or what to provide as information providers, we should be thinking in a very careful way about usefulness and emotional impact. And that applies to regulators as well as others. We need a war on sludge, commencing with a sludge audit. The good news is that in the last months, there's been a little bit of a set of battles against sludge. Often they've been skirmishes in which private and public institutions have thought, you know what, amidst COVID-19, we're going to take away the administrative burdens. People don't have to come in for an interview. They don't have to fill out a 12-page form. A 1-page form is okay. They can use a phone call or a website instead of coming in. We're going to reduce the sludge. We need much more of that, and not just under conditions of a pandemic. With respect to social media usage, cutting it back about 10% is probably a good idea. And thinking with respect to it or any other information provider, what are we getting in terms of our knowledge of the world? How useful is it? And how's it making us feel is a recipe for doing a bit better with respect to information consumption. Okay, I promised or threatened you some literature, and this is going to be very quick. There's a poem, you're going to recognize the last lines, by Thomas Gray, who was speaking of young people whom he was observing with their optimism and hope. And he was saying, writing from the standpoint of an older guy, I guess, that life is going to get hard. And the poem is unbearably moving, unbearably in the best sense. The last words you're going to hear may be familiar, they're cliches. And here's the last lines. After seeing all of them and contemplating the complexity of life, he writes, to each his sufferings, all are men, condemned alike to groan, the tender for another's pain, the unfeeling for his own. Yet, why should they know their fate, since sorrow never comes too late, and happiness too swiftly flies? Thought would destroy their paradise. No more. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise. That's one side of the coin. That poem is about ignorance as bliss. But there's another side of the coin, which is called knowledge is power. And to capture that, I'm going to quote for you from what I believe is the greatest novel in the English language. Don't argue. The book is called Possession by A.S. Byatt. And this is from a poet, not a real one, a fictional poet, writing to his beloved. And he's writing about reading, but he's also writing about life. And this is a happier account of what it means to be a human being, and it signaled knowledge is power. I cannot bear not to know the end of a tale. I will read the most trivial things once commenced, only out of a feverish greed to be able to swallow the ending, sweet or sour, and to be done with what I need never have embarked on. Are you in my case, or are you a more discriminating reader? Do you lay aside the unprofitable? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kass. What a fantastic session. I've been getting messages from all over the world, from people. We have questions. We do have questions, but before I take up those questions, I do want to say thank you for touching about this whole staying off social media. Personally, it touches me a bit because I took, around 4 months off social media, right from middle of March, when there was an overload of pandemic news. And I found myself checking the news every hour to figure out the latest statistics out there. I started getting into WhatsApp debates with friends. And I have a rule of no crap, C-R-A-P, no criticisms, no religion, no advice, no politics when I'm discussing on social media. Before I knew it, I was getting into flame wars with my friends. And so I went off. So it kind of makes me happy to realize there are studies around it. You spoke about it. Thank you so much. There are many questions that I want to touch on the topic itself, too much information, given the fact that, like someone wise said, we have got Paleolithic brains and medieval institutions and godlike technologies, which means we have access to an insane amount of information already. And the brain is not equipped for that. The brain is actually dealing the image of the nose all the time, even though we're seeing it. So the brain, like, I don't want this, right? And then there are limits on how many people we can know. Like, I think 150 or so, that much number. So given all of those, there are so many questions you could ask, but it would not be fair to our audience out here. So without further delay, here is the first question from Anand Prahlad. Anand is curious about how could we reduce group polarization leading to extreme opinions and lack of understanding between social groups in society. How do we reduce that polarization?
Okay, great. Thank you for that. So group polarization occurs when people who agree with each other are engaged in discussion with each other. They typically end up in a more extreme position in line with how they thought before they started to talk. And there's data suggesting if you have people of a certain political view, let's say they're somewhat to the right, if they talk to each other, they'll end up more to the right. And exactly the same happens with people to the left. And if you think of how extremism emerges, and it could be violent or nonviolent, it's often like-minded people are talking to each other and they're learning from each other, and what they're learning is supporting their original view, and then they go whoosh to the left or to the right. Okay, a remedy is for us to seek in our individual lives or to create institutions where people are encountering people who are different from themselves and from whom they can learn and whom they can like, who think differently. So you can stop group polarization if people are learning not just from people like them, but people who are different from them. And it works in individual lives. It's working in countries all over the world, not in every country, but where people are learning from each other, and they might not agree, but they might learn, I was wrong, at least on this a little bit.
I think the challenge, I guess, would be the act of making people talk with each other, speak with each other. How do you get to do that? Because more often than not, we care so much about our opinions and our beliefs, we would easily ignore the truth. And you know that you've spoken so many times about it. Is there a way we can get these people with, diverse set of opinions to talk to each other? Or like, where do we start? Is it the diverse people who talk, or people who are more at the center, going left and going out? What would be easy?
Okay, here's the thought. This is a deep and large question. Suppose what people have is a task. And the task is, let's say, I'm just going to make up some examples, to build a road, to cure a patient, to solve a national problem, which might involve the pandemic, or it might involve road safety, or it might involve agriculture. If people are focused on a task, then their political disagreements often become like background noise, like eye color, because they may not, but if you're lucky, if you're trying to reduce deaths on the highway, you're not thinking, what are the political convictions of the person with whom I'm working? You're thinking, how do we do it? So task orientation can often, reduce the effects of politics. I saw this, so I worked in Washington under President Obama, and within the Obama administration, there was a diversity of view. And within Washington, of course, there was extreme diversity of view and a lot of polarization. But if there's a task, this is in relatively recent past, if there's a task, what do we do about air pollution? Then people with different political views will have different judgments, but they'll be listening to each other. If people are getting sick because of air pollution, then if we think, what do we do about it? We don't think, what's your political party? We think, what's your proposal? And so to orient on tasks is often, and then people can bond and become friends along lines that have not, it's random, I think, often to think that person has a political conviction. You may have noticed I've lost some hair. I'm completely able to be friends with people who have plenty of hair. And, and it would be ridiculous for people who have hair loss to think we should only agree with or work with people who have hair loss. I'm not wearing a tie right now. Should we think that people who are wearing ties can't be trusted? That would be pretty ridiculous.
Well, thank you, Bob. I believe, well, okay, let me not say anything out there. I should not dare speak in your presence. Let me come back with another question out here. This question is from Nandita Sengupta, and it is kind of tied down to the same previous theme. She says present bias plus unrealistic optimism. It equates to people who want to avoid and ignore information. But that is the most critical situation actually to create avenues for information to reach them. That situation, right? So have there been case studies where it is possible to inform and achieve some impact in situations like this, where people really need the information. Let's say vaccination. And I don't know where you stand on that debate, but most of the people would say it's important for them to open up their mind and receive the information that this is really good for their kids. But they are refusing to, let the information come in. Right? Have there been ways to reach out to groups like that?
Okay, this is a great question. So for present bias, you can overcome it in some circumstances by giving people clarity that the life they save may be their own. So you can do it just through words, saying this is you who's at risk, or through pictures this is a little funny experiment where people are shown pictures of themselves 20 years from now, and then they end up showing less present bias because the future self is them. Optimistic bias can be addressed through graphic warnings. So graphic health warnings for smokers give people, they're not actually providing information, they're just graphic warnings, but they do overcome optimistic bias. So there are ways through words or images of reducing the effect of present bias and unrealistic optimism. We've seen all over the world, this is in real time, that not enough, but many people are engaging in precautions with respect to COVID-19. And optimistic bias has been overcome all over the world through credible warnings. I think the other thing to say is that's in several of the questions, the source of the information is very important. So if you hear from someone who you think is an alarmist or a political person, you should be scared. You might think they're just trying to frighten me or increase their own political power. But if there's someone who's known to have expertise or who is of the same identity as you, it might be someone who lives in the same area, who has the same religion or ethnicity, or someone whom you can't easily dismiss. That can be very helpful. I'll tell you a word in the White House that I learned there. It took me a while to get it. It was almost like a foreign language. The word was validator. It sounds like a villain in a superhero movie. Was Arnold Schwarzenegger a validator? No, Terminator. A validator is someone who validates a proposition. Now, a validator for a government would be someone outside government who says what the government is saying is true. And that makes credible something that might otherwise not be. Now, the secret I learned is to get a surprising validator. So if you got someone who validates a fear about something that people aren't scared of, who is surprising, you wouldn't expect that person to be the validator. That's a very effective validator. So if you want to get young people not to use, let's say, drugs, who are using drugs, if you get someone to say, I was just like you and I was doing the drugs and it was terrible, don't be like me. That's a kind of surprising validator, and it's a convert. Those people can be effective.
Thank you so much, Professor Cass. We are running out of time. There are a good number of questions still. Unfortunately, in the interest of time, we will have to kind of cut short here. Apologies for that to all the people all around the world. And thank you so much, Professor, for being here with us. Always lovely to listen to you. We'll catch up with you again at the Behavioral Science Club, I think around November. And then we shall talk about your books out there. Thank you so much on behalf of everyone who is here. Thank you.
Thank you all. It's an inspiration as well as an honor to hear you and the questions. And the world's going to get better because of what you're all doing.
Thank you. And dear all, we are just about done with our session here with Cass Sunstein. And to introduce our next panel, I'm going to invite Aditya here. Aditya, who's going to introduce our next panel in a moment.
Fantastic. Is advertising dead, or is it here to stay? Up next, a point of view from game changers in the advertising world. On the panel, we have Sonal Narayan, EVP Global Strategy Lead at Energy BBDO, who believes in focusing on social change in health, environment, culture, identity, representation, and grassroots level political efforts through brand and non-brand-led communication. Then we have Tom Goodwin, founder of All We Have Is Now. Tom is a well-known writer, keynote speaker, and consultant. He has built a 20-year career spanning advertising, creative, digital, and media agencies, and currently advises a range of Fortune 500 companies on business transformation for the post-digital age. The session is moderated by Karthik Nagarajan, Chief Content Officer at Wavemaker. When he is not on his day job, he is a screenwriter, an independent filmmaker, and the host of the Filter Coffee podcast. Karthik, all yours. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks so much. Hi, Tom. Hi, Sonal. How are you guys doing?
Hi.
Good. Good. How's the lockdown been treating you?
It's been driving me crazy. I had a period of going mad and then hoping that it was going to open up in July. And then we realized that that wasn't going to happen. And that drove me nuts again. But now I guess I've made my peace with it. We know this is here to stay. We don't know for how long. So just got to live with it.
Yeah, I don't know how to improve on that answer other than it driving a lot of people crazy.
No, it's been great, right? We, like you said, Sonal, we were thinking of, I think in April, we made these 3 plans as an organization. We said the best case scenario is we'll be back to normal in May. A slightly undesirable scenario is June. And the worst case scenario is we should be back to normal in July. Right?
Yeah.
So much for well-laid plans. Anyway, jumping quickly into what we're here to discuss, I'm delighted to have both of you in this panel. I think your body of work is extraordinarily inspiring. And I'd love to talk to you about how you're seeing the world at this point. And Tom, maybe I'll probably start with you. You often said that the technology is creating ever more powerful threats to businesses, but even greater opportunities. Right? I think a good place to probably start off this discussion would be in terms of what do you see as a role for tech over the next 5 years, which will probably, in my opinion, define many things in our lives. Right?
Yeah, I think in a way we tend to talk about technology a bit too much. I think especially within advertising, we almost think of it as a kind of replacement to ideas and a kind of replacement to imagination. And we've become very reliant on sort of computers and code and sort of algorithms to do the thinking for us, really. So I think, I much prefer to sort of focus on people, really. So how is technology changing people's lives? It's when we were allowed to sort of travel quite freely, it was fascinating to go around the world and to look at how things were different in different places, and to look at the new business models that it's created, to look at the way that it's changing behaviors in teenagers, the way it's changing behaviors in sort of the elderly, the way that people interact with each other in a different way. And I often think that we should spend more time really not sort of in a focus group where we're talking about 5G, or not in a conversation with young people to talk to them about the Internet of Things, but actually just really kind of listen to people and understand, have their attention spans changed? Have they become impatient? Are they becoming spoiled? And I think when we look at the way that apps and different business models have entered our lives, you can see now that traditional models like department stores don't really make any sense for young people growing up today. The idea that you go to a shopping mall in some countries doesn't seem very sensible anymore. The idea of dating and how you might meet someone is changing in many parts of the world. Your relationship that you might have with your bank, even things like your data and where you expect, what information you expect some people to have on you and what they do with it. I think by mapping out our kind of human desires, and by mapping out how things are changing and how our tempo of living is changing and how the opportunities that we have in life are changing. I think that, in a way, becomes a more inspirational exercise, because ultimately the role of marketing and advertising is to really, play into that. So if people are impatient, then how do we make it easier for them to do things? If people are overwhelmed by choice, then how do we make it easier for people to buy things? And that becomes a much more exciting sort of endeavor for me.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, right? I think to me, what you just said, about how it's not about technology, but humanity. I think, back in the day when the automobile was launched, I don't think people really spoke about the technology so much. It was
Exactly.
probably about the fact that it helped you get faster from A to B. But today the discourse is so much about the technology, right? Like today you talk about telecom, the consumers talk about 5G. You talk about computing. The users talk about artificial intelligence, and in a way, if you translate that to what marketers are thinking, in many cases the same thing is happening, right? We often are mistaking the means to the end itself, right? Like we're talking programmatic, we're talking AI, like as so that is the means, while they're not, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's our job in advertising to be the people that have different conversations. So if Bain, if Deloitte, if KPMG, if Accenture want to go in and talk about the Internet of Things, or if they want to talk about 3D printing, or if they want to talk about AI, that's fine. That's their prerogative. But I think it's our sort of responsibility to look at this through a consumer lens and to talk about the fact that not about 5G, but people expect to get whatever they want to watch whenever they want to watch it for free and on their terms. People are no longer kind of freaked out by advertising that seems to know a bit about them. I actually think that's where it becomes a lot more inspiring, and that's where our jobs become a lot more interesting as well.
Right. Sonal, I would love you to come in at this point. Tom spoke about how people are freaking out about advertising overall, and that also gets me to think. Today we have so many data points on the consumer, right, or on the user rather. At every digital touch point, he or she leaves a footprint, and that becomes a very useful sort of a tool for marketers out there. But I often get the feeling that the more we sort of have those data points, the lesser number of stories that we're able to tell on culture and cultural interventions and what it means on the ground for the user as well. Right? And we're speaking about technology, but technology and data go hand in hand. How do you feel about the trajectory in which we're going ourselves?
I think it's a very analogous conversation, because what is happening around us right now is a kind of myopia where data is taken to mean numbers and nothing else. Everything is a data point. The clothes you're wearing are a data point. My hair is a data point. What movie I'm watching is a data point. So the problem is we're not looking at we're not trying to get a holistic understanding of the forces surrounding people and shaping our psychology. We're looking at only one aspect of it, which is the interaction with screens, for example, or the interaction with what we call technology, right? And so our understanding is becoming quite myopic. But I feel like and certainly I think some things have definitely changed from, when I was a kid planner, I was told that you have to go out into the world and observe people. And I think that is still true. However, there are other modes of observation available to us. Data certainly allows us to observe people's behaviors in a way that gives us a superior understanding of what they might actually do as opposed to what they might tell you. But that doesn't take away the importance of understanding culture and what's happening around us and trying to link those two together, because it is what's happening around us that drives us to behave a certain way. And that's where, in a way, instinct comes in as well. Insight and understanding of what what's happening around us and translating that into marketing and advertising product has always been about using your own internal instinct. We as storytellers have to use our ability as storytellers to be able to connect the dots. I mean, I've always said that a planner is somewhere between account servicing and creative, and we have to be semi-creative because there's no way we can imagine what the connections are if we're not able to construct these stories in our head. And so that story needs to be a more complete one is what is the feeling that I get consistently. And I have a lot of friends who are working in research, traditional market research, as well as the new age research. And even the Facebooks and Googles of the world are commissioning qualitative research. Those people have access to the world of data. They have everything they could possibly need on our behavior. Why then would they need to do qualitative research? Because there are certain aspects of culture as well as human psychology that numbers alone will not get you. You will have to be able to connect the dots between those numbers as well as other data points, like I said, movies, pop culture, etc., to be able to understand even politics and the economy.
Right. You mentioned Google and Facebook. I think I was going to talk about this much later in the conversation, but maybe we should just go with the flow of this. Right? In the context of what is happening, in the US as we speak with the Big Four, etc. Right? I think in many ways, like you rightly said, Sonal, they have data on every single behavior for most of humanity, so to say. If you take all of them, you put all of them in one basket. But they were all started not for this purpose. I mean, each of them had maybe Google was always destined to be something that is going to make sense of the internet, but the rest of those organizations were probably started for something else, and then it morphed into something much bigger. Most of them are probably not ready to play the role organizationally that they are playing in the universe today. Right? They started off as a social network company. You're not necessarily designed as a global media company. Right? How do you see this ecosystem panning out over the next 5 years? Right? Today we talk about the Big Four, and they definitely own at least the data currency at this point. But how do you see this ecosystem, over the next 5 years or so? It's open to both of you, Tom and Sonal, whoever wants to go first.
It's a big question. Yeah. In what way sort of do you mean more specifically? Like, what do we think will happen to the sort of media environment? What will happen to the way that people learn about their audiences?
I meant, yeah. So I think, would one way of looking at it is, do you see the ecosystem as largely led by just a handful of companies, 5 years from now? Do you see it getting fragmented into multiple smaller interest-based networks, probably? Or do you see technology will play a role in a bigger disruption in this space?
I think we're an interesting time in the world, because I think basically technology has entered every aspect of our lives, and phones have kind of become the sort of elements that fill up every single moment that was spare time. And I'm not entirely sure how much of it we would have done in retrospect. So we've kind of let Facebook and the algorithms of news sort of drive us to a point which actually isn't particularly helpful. And we've let things like Instagram sort of change the behavior of especially sort of young people to lead to less satisfaction. And I'm not entirely sure if we ever took a moment to think, is this a good thing? Is it a good thing that news is 24 hours a day? Is it a good thing that scrolling is infinite? Is it a good thing that notifications sort of hack our biochemistry to make us feel sad if we don't get liked by things. And the technology's had a very dangerous effect, I think, on the sort of human brain and our brain chemistry. And I don't think until recently we realized quite how bad it had become. And one of the odd things about this moment in time is, in theory, it's a really good time to take a bit of a step back and to see all this change in context, and to figure out if we're happy about it. Because I think if you'd asked me this question 6 months ago, then the obvious thing would have been that this will carry on, and that, you know, we'll get even more devices that are smaller, that we get to check in even more places, and we'll get more screens around our homes. And it just seemed like there was this one-way direction where we were going to become even more mediated, and more moments would be monetized and more outrage would be stoked. And perhaps one of the good things that can come about as a result of this is just a bit of a chance to sort of reset things a little bit and just think, is this good for us? You know, is it good that you feel a bit, you know, weird if you go to the toilet and you don't check the phone? Like, is it good that you can be talking to someone and your phone vibrates and you're sort of mesmerized by what that could be? And if we do accept that this might be quite a good sort of moment to pivot, then all of our predictions about what might happen to these companies sort of need to go through quite a big change. In particular, and I'm not like a Scott Galloway that gets angry about this all the time, but the reality is that news is a huge responsibility. I mean, news is incredibly valuable and it costs a lot of money to produce. And to have a situation where people who have a business model which is based on the cost of journalism, but who then have that content taken and distributed by another company that monetizes it and doesn't pay for the content and doesn't take any responsibility for the content. Many of those business models really have to change, because what we have right now is a situation which isn't working very well for anyone. Like the current internet doesn't work very well as a consumer. I mean, it is free, but it's also complete junk, and slow and full of trackers and full of news stories that are designed to make you angry. It doesn't work for the publishers themselves because they don't get paid for their content. It doesn't work well for brands because they have all sorts of issues to do with how to reach people in the right way, and the environments are often not very premium. And if so many people are unhappy with the situation, and the only people who are happy with it are the sort of platforms that don't take responsibility, one would presume that there's an environment where we can bring about change to make a system that does work for everybody, because it doesn't have to be as imperfect as it is now, I think. But I'd be interested to know what Sonal thinks.
I totally agree with you. Where I think I am, well, yearning for more consciousness of this kind is amongst people at large. And I think the government has already started to take notice, and the antitrust legislation is the first step towards the reconstruction of this space. But I feel like there is need for more awareness, and I feel like until we as a collective take action, I don't know if it is going to happen. So let's see how long this lasts. The longer it lasts, the greater the possibility. And I'm certainly not wishing for it to last, but I'm certainly hoping for the change. I think with advertisers, the first step that a lot of these advertisers took towards banning, refusing to buy space on Facebook was a good first step towards that. Yeah. So hopefully more, and if that kind of momentum picks up and starts getting amplified, it'll certainly be, it'll certainly move towards where we're hoping for it to, unless COVID takes over and diverts our attention.
Absolutely, Sonal, can't agree with you more. And Tom, I love the point you made, which is about the internet currently is not really perfect for most of us. Sometimes it's very easy to sort of forget that because we see certain things going extremely well. So it seems like a fairly orderly place, which is just full of opportunities, but in reality, it is not. Sorry to surprise both of you with the very existential question, on those lines. You spoke about COVID, Sonal. Just coming more to where we are here and now, sort of a thing. One thing that I've noticed, whether it is individuals on the online or there's organizations, etc. I definitely feel something has changed significantly in the collective mindset of the world, right, irrespective of which country you are in at this point. Right? And I think that is the empathy quotient of the world. Right? To me, it probably started off with I don't know if you still remember that video from Italy where multiple people were playing from the balcony. So it was a very, very heartwarming thing. And then there were so many other countries who tried to sort of recreate that moment in their own ways. And so much has happened since then. It's not been a happy year. But there is something that I feel very positive about, which is the empathy quotient being really, really high. And slowly, I'm also seeing a lot of advertisers sort of embrace that, right? And some of the research we've done during this time tells us that brands who come across as empathetic brands, who come across as they care about what's going on, not just about COVID, but what's going on in the environment, what's going on in climate, etc. They probably are at, they stand a very good chance of customers sort of resonating with that. If you really look at it, this to me presents the greatest marketing opportunity since probably the cereal box, right? At the confluence of empathy and brand communications. Do you guys agree? And how do you feel about this?
I can react first if that's okay with Tom. I certainly feel that, I mean, there is a lot happening, and yes, there is an upsurge of empathy as well as goodwill. In terms of what marketers and advertisers are doing, I feel I'm personally very disappointed. I don't know if you saw that YouTube video, which was a compilation of all the feel-good ads that different brands had made, and they were all exactly the same. We are going through a unique time in history, in our lived history. And in our lives. And I think the opportunity for brands is much greater than to serve up platitudes, which is what brands are doing. I think the opportunity for brands right now is to create a new kind of value by being of service to consumers. Some brands did take initial steps towards that, such as Louis Vuitton making hand sanitizers, etc. If you look at human history, if you look at the Second World War, a lot of companies that exist today came into being then because they were supplying, many essentials at that time. And that is what brands need to start stepping up and doing. I mean, they don't necessarily need to make products, but thinking of what services they can provide, thinking of how human behavior will have to change, how our interaction with physical spaces as well as each other will change, and then thinking of how they can make that navigating this new world easier for us as human beings. That's what brands should be thinking about. But I don't see that happening, unfortunately. I think the opportunity is huge. And at a social and societal level, certainly, there are two things that are happening in parallel. There is, on the one hand, there's polarization by social media, but on the other hand, COVID seems to be unifying us. What is needed is leadership, a political leadership that can tap into that positive unifying momentum and turn it into something greater, harness that for greater change. But even that is, even there, we're seeing a vacuum. So while I think it's a great opportunity, I don't know if marketers are doing enough for it.
Yeah, I kind of I agree entirely with what you're saying, Sonal, and I think in particular the nature of the internet these days is very much about forming tribes. I'm quite sad actually, because when the internet came into our lives, we presumed it was going to be this unifying force. We presumed that, if you lived in a village and you liked a weird sport, that you'd find out about someone else that lived in a village and liked the same sport, and that we'd all find common ground and we'd all, get a richer understanding of each other's lives. And if we're really honest, algorithms have really polarized us, like you said, Sonal. Like they sort of turn us into sort of rabid groups of people who become quite entrenched in our views, and we think that people who hold different views We either are suspicious of them or we just think they're stupid for seeing things differently. And one of the really hard things for me in COVID has been what I think of as a lack of empathy, to be honest. I'm not trying to sort of disagree with the question, but you know, it's very different in different countries. And I haven't been to India recently, so I can't claim to know what it feels like there. But certainly in places like America and the UK, there was this idea that we were all going through it together, and this is something that's unifying it. But it hasn't really worked out that well, to be honest. And I'm quite concerned at how many people have a comfortable life and they're not able to see why this is difficult for other people. I'm quite concerned by how selfish people are being in their behavior, whether it's their own behavior about health and hygiene, or whether it's about the sort of policies that they think of are good because they're helpful for them. So I really think that we're actually in a sort of age of a lack of empathy, and I think we really need to work towards that. And I think the way that we consume media will be a big part of that. When it becomes a bit more about advertising, yeah, I mean, I saw the same sort of YouTube video, and it's interesting because, like, I feel like advertising's come quite small. Like it feels like everything has been about ads, and everything is about having an insight. And we've somehow assumed that the greatest thing that we can do in advertising is to understand the mood of a nation and to have this really emotional video that really connects with people because there's an insight in it, and we tap into the zeitgeist and all that stuff. And I don't really think that's true. Maybe I'm wrong, but what about a really beautiful ad that just says, you know, this stuff's cheaper now? What about a beautiful ad that just says, look how good this bicycle is? What about an ad that says now you can pay now, spread the payment over 10 months? Like, why does everything have to kind of guess how we feel? Because we have all this data now, and because we've got all these algorithms and stuff, we somehow assume that it's rude for us to not claim to know everything about someone. Like, advertising these days often feels like someone running into a party and sort of saying, you know, hey, I think your name's Jeffrey. I think you were born in August. I bet you're really tired right now. And I'm thinking, I don't expect ads to know my name. I don't expect ads to know when I was born. I don't need them to think I'm tired. Like, if you go to a party and you're trying to talk to someone, you ask them a question, or you say something generic, or you moderate your behavior to be acceptable to quite a lot of people. So this idea that somehow we should try and perfectly grab the mood of a nation, and there's no mood of a nation, there's many different moods at any one time. This idea that we should try and second guess it and then connect with people and say, we're all having a hard time now. You know, maybe someone got a promotion that day. There'll be another ad saying, you know, things are definitely going to get better, and maybe you don't think they will. I think it's a very strange time. I wish we could do like what Sonal was saying and actually rise above this and do things that are helpful. You know, find a way to pay your staff properly so that they feel reassured in their jobs, and then they'll serve people better. Find a way to create new products and services which actually make a difference to people. You know, do public policies that help support other people in the charity sector. Like do things that matter, and I'm sure you get loyalty from that rather than because someone played some sad music in an ad.
Yeah, I am not of the school of playing, you know, advertising, playing back my life to me. You know, what's the purpose? You should understand me to be able to serve me better instead of reflecting what I'm going through.
Yes. The role of empathy is to not try and connect with people perfectly, but it's to make sure that you're not incorrect. So don't get me wrong, like, we need to understand as best we can the mood of the nation, but it's not so we can perfectly intercept someone's mood and carry on with it. It's just to make sure that we're not doing an incredibly happy ad, you know, moments after some big attack has happened somewhere in the world. It's to make sure that we're not wrong more than it is to make sure that we're perfectly right.
Right. Yeah, I love what you said. In fact, I was just thinking back as you were talking that the automobile sector is a great example of this, right? I long for the time when automobile communication used to be all about just the dream of it. Right? There were no gimmicks, there was no customization, there was no personalization at scale or whatever. It was just a dream. Right? Yeah, I think that was a simpler time, and probably more impactful as well. But sort of to your point, you know, you spoke about that YouTube ad and all of that. We often get empathy really wrong as a brand, right? There's so many brands like Pepsi and so many others who've just gotten wrong so many times in the last few years. What is the biggest trap here? What are marketers missing when it comes to translating empathy into a brand community?
Like I said, I think empathy is why should we have empathy? I think empathy is the basis of it's marketing 101. You need to understand your consumer to be able to serve them well, rather than playing back their life to them. I think what is happening, so two things are happening, I think. One is this mistaken notion that we can change society and we can change the world by taking on these purposes and standing for things, social values. And it's all really well and good to say that, but a lot of these brands are exploiting those, are on the wrong side of the fence, even on those causes that they take up. And so that feels hollow. And that kind of understanding of what society is going through feels very self-serving. And brands are using that in a very self-serving way to make people think that their brand stands for the right thing so that they can buy the product, as opposed to actually doing something to help the cause or help the issue. And I think Nike is a great brand, but I think sometimes the things that they do really fall flat. It was great that they did that ad with Colin Kaepernick, but Nike and the fact that they support Black Lives Matter, but Nike is a brand that has the percentage of Black people in its company is like shockingly low compared to the proportional representation in the population. So that is one way where this kind of where this empathy is being misused. And consumers are smart enough to see that actually today. The second way in which this empathy is being misused is just the what we were discussing just now. This habit of playing back to the consumer what they think their consumer is about, and then expecting them to buy the product at a time like this, especially when you should be adding more tangible and economic value to the consumer's life. I think sometimes, the more purpose-driven advertising you do, the more it feels distasteful, because it feels like you're trying to make me cry just so I can buy your product. You're showing people being exploited just so I can, buy your product. And that is wrong, absolutely. It's exploitative behavior. And I would respect a company that would talk about its product truthfully much more than a company that tried to understand what's happening in society and then did nothing about it.
Yeah, I don't really know how we entered this environment where people can go on stages at conferences around the world and talk about the fact that people care about brand purpose. And then they don't really tend to show much evidence that that's really the case. Maybe as an industry, we're having a bit of a sort of existential crisis, and we feel bad about selling cigarettes all those years ago. And now we feel like we have to go around sort of creating brands as religions or something. But the most common thing that I think of as I do my job is that our clients have to be reminded that no one really cares about their brand that much. There probably are 1 million brands in the world. Maybe there are 10 million brands in the world. And if you ask people to write down, I've never done this, but we should try it sometime. If you got people to write down, 30 brands they really care about, people would probably get to about 7 or 8 and then start thinking of things they don't really care about. Do people really care about their brand of shampoo? Do people really care about their brand of laundry detergent? They'll choose it because it's top of mind, and they'll choose it because they think it's going to be good enough, but they don't really care. And when we talk about brand purpose, everyone's very quick to talk about Patagonia, and then everyone may be quite quick to talk about Dove, and then maybe people might talk a bit about Nike. But it's not like there's a long list of brands that have a sort of history of doing this stuff brilliantly and in a sort of non-disingenuous way. And I think we're kind of overthinking our business. Like, at the end of the day, it's just the case that no one cares that much about the brands that we work on. But that doesn't mean that what we do isn't incredibly important, because what we have is a tiny, tiny moment of time to occasionally insert a tiny amount of information into a customer's head. And that thing is very precious, and that really matters. And that means that our jobs do matter, and what we do does count, and the skills that we have are very valuable. But we have to be realistic that we can probably, over a 10-year period of time, tell people that BMW make beautiful cars of your dreams, like you said before, Karthik. Or it means over 10 years' time, we can say that Omo does, help get your clothes white, and that means that your kids can play a bit more. Or it does mean that we can say that, American Airlines are reliable and safe. But that's all the space that we have. And that's fine. That's our canvas. But this idea that somehow people are going to become fanatical about our shoe polish, or they're going to become fans of a brand of TV, or that they're going to fall in love with a company that makes socks, like it's nonsense. I mean, people don't care, but that doesn't mean our job's important. And the more we can be sort of realistic about it, and the more that we can accept these limitations and work in a more simple way, and then focus on things that actually matter, focus on making better products and services, focus on helping out where we can, focus on making points of difference. That means our ads can tell someone something slightly interesting about a new formulation. Like we've sort of convinced ourselves somehow that our jobs are different to how they used to be, and they're not. And we've convinced ourselves that the things that used to be very valuable are somehow not important, and instead we should sort of move towards other things. Like no one goes around the shopping market and people don't choose one brand of detergent over another because they know its policy towards, gay rights, or people don't choose their cereal based on, how well they treat people within their supply chain. Like, people don't have space and time for this, to be honest.
Yeah, but interestingly, I would have thought it's only because of the fact that people don't really care about brands so much. If that is a starting point of the hypothesis that to stand for something, and brand purpose, I'm assuming, not always mean that you're going to create a better world. It could also be that the purpose of my brand is just to bring joy to you, right? I would assume that's how that became important to begin with, isn't it?
Yeah. So I feel like I'm talking a bit too much, but let me say one thing quickly. A big mistake that we made is we have two debates. One about the idea of companies and brands having a purpose, and the other is about the fact that that purpose should be something about making the planet or people better or healthier. And every company needs to have a purpose. Like, every company needs to know why it exists. Like, brands, it's a lesser sort of clear thing, but brands should probably have a purpose. Like, brands should probably have a sort of rallying cry that they use within their departments. But that purpose might be to make people really happy by eating an amazing ice cream. I mean, that brand purpose may be to let all dogs have great dog food that's good value for money, but also quite healthy. I think somehow we've conflated the fact that companies should have a reason to exist and they should have a rallying cry with the fact that that rallying cry should be about, helping people in sub-Saharan Africa or standing for gender equality. These are all important things, but I don't know if that's necessarily a brand conversation. That's more of a company conversation. So.
Right. Fair point. Yeah, I get that. Just extending this logic, one thing, I haven't really asked you directly, though we've spoken about it, is do you feel the rules of the game have changed in the last 6 months? If yes, what are some of the pivots that marketers should prepare themselves for?
I think that one of the biggest things that is happening, at least in the Western world, as well as I think India, is the rise of e-commerce, and what we need to start thinking about as far as the next 5 years are concerned, or even the next year is concerned, is what role will physical retail play in that world? And how will people access our products? How can we make that access easier? How can we make that access safe? Actually, that's going to be the most important concern on people's heads in the next 6 months or a year until we have a vaccine for COVID. And I think then the other thing that is happening, at least this is something that I'm seeing around me in America, and we also saw a study that confirmed it, is that people are slowly getting used to a lifestyle in which they're not going out so much to restaurants, to movie theaters, etc. And because of that, saving a lot of money. So our ideas of entertainment and leisure and what we thought were experiences worth spending money on might also change, and there is also a realization that time spent at home, time spent with yourself, time spent in indulging yourself in your hobbies, etc., is much more enriching than a drink at the pub or mindlessly watching trash on cinema, trash in theaters. So I think that is another big change, and people's sense of what's worth paying for, what's an experience, what they're living for, in fact, even might change. So that's something we need to think about.
I like the last line, what they're living for. Can you expand that a little bit? How do you mean it?
I mean, we live in a consumerist society, let's be honest, and which makes us believe that the purpose of our existence is to acquire more and more and more. It had shifted to experiences, but even those experiences were very consumerist in nature. I feel like there might be a realization that and this is going to sound slightly philosophical and spiritual, but there might be a realization that the source of our happiness perhaps lies within ourselves, and we don't have to chase brands and spend money to attain that happiness.
It's going to be a billing impact of this panel discussion very soon. Sorry. Yeah. Tom, going back to you, did you feel like some things have changed for good? What is the pivot you
It's been an odd few months, actually, because when everything sort of first swept across the world, for a very short amount of time, I was extremely anxious. I saw this as being a huge health tragedy that would have enormous health implications for us. And then relative to the predictions that were made, things didn't seem anything like as bad. So for a while, I was very confused by the degree to which people were saying the world would change. Like, when people were talking about the fact that people were going to buy homes in the countryside, I was laughing at that. This idea that people would work from home in a more significant way forever, I thought was ridiculous, because it seemed very obvious to me that it was going to be a very short, sharp shock, and almost in a problematic way, it wasn't going to be long and deep enough for us to ever really get to self introspection. It wasn't ever going to be significant enough for us to decide that we were living sort of frivolous, sort of empty lives before. So I for quite a long time just presumed that everything was going to snap back pretty quickly, because we did build the world that we had 6 months ago with the sense that we liked it. Like, we weren't going to sort of cinemas watching crap movies because someone sort of injected us with something that changed our personality. We weren't being dragged there against our will. We went there because we were bored and we liked watching cars explode. So I just presumed that we were going to snap back very quickly to that. And the longer this goes on, and the longer that I see people sort of behave quite differently and ask quite big questions about their lives, and the longer I see places like New York and Chicago and LA and London sort of empty out with talent, and the longer that people seem to accept the current world, to get to the much shorter way to answer the question, I've got no idea. I've really got no idea what's going on. I still maintain that we will snap back to things before, because I do think that, we like buying things that we don't need because it makes us feel a bit alive. Like, we like going to expensive bars and taking pictures on Instagram because we like to show off. We like to relax by staring at our phone and being sort of paralyzed by both boredom but sort of stimulation at the same time. Like, we like these things, And to sort of somehow think that people are going to just take up yoga and not look at a screen, I thought was quite naive. But I have no idea. I think everything that Sunil said was actually spot on. I mean, I do think that the questions about e-commerce and physical are very interesting, but I've got less confidence now in what I think will happen than I've ever had in my life before. So.
All right. Now, I resonate with a lot of things you said there, Tom. I was a strong proponent that whatever's happening is fairly temporary. We're going to go back exactly to the way we are. That was until June, July, and I think just to complete the sentence that you had started, I think the longer we do this, the less attractive, in a way, the previous world or some elements of it seem to be, right? It's almost like
I think we're creatures of habit, and like for the longest time I was trying to convince myself that this is not permanent. I was pretending to live life normally, pretending to go to work every day as I moved from one room to the other. But now, I don't know. So
I mean, it's still well within my imagination, and it's still what I think is the most likely scenario, and that's that when there is a moment where there's a reason to believe it's okay to flip back to how we were, and that'll either be because there's a vaccine, it'll either be because some important person makes a statement that makes people feel something, it'll either be because data comes out to say something, but there will be a period of time where things change a bit more normal. And it may be at that point, we don't even remember this phone call. Like it may well be that this has been so sort of traumatic that we almost wipe this entire year of learning and oddness out of our memory. And we flip back to how things were without any real memory of how good stroke bad these times were. So,
yeah. But it does. Yeah.
The only thing that I would say to that is like when the plague happened in Europe, it was followed by the Enlightenment, right? So these moments in history are certainly culture shifting, and so there might, yes, of course, there'll be a need to return to normal. But having tasted the other side, there might be things that we shift about, change in our behavior as we get back to the normal world, and things that we might reassess.
Right. Yeah, beautifully put, actually. Aditya, I'm losing track of time. I don't know if we have time for one quick round of chat. Let me know when you can. Tom, I wanted to, we started off with technology, and I wanted to sort of come back to that because I think it's probably going to define many different aspects of our life as we move forward. And one of the things that I enjoyed, listening to some of your talks is where you talk about technology and the combination, right? You talk about how technologies don't exist by themselves, but combine in the future, right? I thought it'd be interesting to talk about what technologies do you think are you most excited about as a combination where it could go beyond the sum of the parts?
This is quite a disappointing answer, actually. But I think everyone who focuses on innovation and focuses on technology talks about it as if somehow in 2 years' time, we're going to have all this new stuff, and all this new stuff is going to make amazing things happen. And that will happen because we don't have amazing stuff now. And if only we had 5G, if only we had drones, if only we had sort of better battery life, things would be different. I actually think we have all we need now, pretty much. I mean, the reality is that the experience of signing up for a bank account could be amazing. The experience of ordering groceries online, could feel incredibly pleasant. You could have items sort of suggested to you automatically. You can have things that your friend likes sort of pop into your basket at a reduced price because they suggested it. You can have recipes that are suggested to you. The mobile phone is absolutely amazing. The main problem seems to be that most companies enjoy sort of tinkering with things, and they enjoy sort of incremental solutions, and it's not really possible for them to do huge sort of leapfrogs. And therefore, the largest industries in our lives and the most important ones tend to be the most, the least changed. You know, so healthcare, you know, the process of getting health insurance or getting anything done in the US or, you know, even across Western Europe is a very challenging procedure. And the process of buying a house is awful. Even the process of buying a car is horrendous. And I actually think that what really needs to happen is we need to have a much more sort of adventurous and ambitious attitude towards how good these things could be. Because there's no reason why looking around an apartment to rent can't be a wonderful, frictionless experience full of delight. There's no reason why tracking the shoes that you've ordered coming to your house and opening the box of shoes can't be a delightful moment. So I'd almost rather us sort of focus really on what we have now. That's kind of why I called my company All We Have Is Now, actually, because it was sort of based on the idea that we've got all we need. There are interesting things ahead. I mean, the open banking system across Europe is quite interesting because it starts to look at data and the architecture of data and how it can be containerized and how information can kind of flow from one system to another, and the way that a platform like Shopify allows integrations or Slack integrations. That sort of philosophy of thinking about data, which is a bit like Web 2.0 actually, I think that's quite exciting as well. But yeah, I mean, I still feel that our mobile phone, and maybe it's WhatsApp, maybe it's text messages, maybe it's email. I feel like so much can be done in that space already.
Yeah. Well, what are you most excited about, Sonu, when it comes to tech and some of the things that, you know, from your vantage point, you're able to see in the horizon?
I don't know if I'm excited or if I'm just, I don't know, I'm wary of technology taking over our lives because, as Tom said, there's so many deleterious effects that have, you know, changed the world. And I don't know, I look at the future with some skepticism, and we've always been excited about the future. We always, as human beings, plan and imagine things that are wonderful, but you know what ends up happening is probably not all of what we imagined, and neither is it as dramatic as we imagined it to be. So and for Facebook, certainly when Mark Zuckerberg started, it didn't have a clue that he would end up creating the impact that, you know, he has created with the thing that he created, that the platform that he built today. So I don't know. I think I look at the future with a lot of skepticism, and there's no one thing that I'm excited about. The only thing that I'm hoping for is that we will realize that we've let technology drive. We've let technology drive us, and it was built to serve our needs. And if we can harness it for that instead of letting it shape our behavior, then I think that's the future
Right.
I would, you know, look forward to.
I love the fact that all three of us are realists when it comes to technology and its prospects in the world. You know, you spoke about how, you know, you are a little skeptic about what's coming to us. So one of the things, and this probably, you know, is a good last discussion for us to have, is you know, as we talk about consumer behavior, as we talk about advertising, which is really the core of this session. One of the things that really struck me is the fact that for the first time for me, I feel mortality is broken into the top 5 top of mind things, right, for the consumer, right? Because, you know, every day, whichever part of the world you are in, your headline is basically X number of people died, Y number of people were infected. And it's not just that, I'm sure all of us have experienced a rise in the frequency of losing a loved one or someone you know, even in the last 6 months. Right? What do you think this is doing? I feel somewhere that there is a big impact this is having on our perceptions overall, right? And a lot of that will also translate into into how we should fine-tune our communication as marketers as well. But to begin with, what do you think is going to be the impact of this particular trend?
It's a difficult question to answer. I think death is something we instinctively avoid, and even when it is in our face, we somehow believe it's not going to happen to us. I have certainly, perfected that art. In terms of how does that affect? I mean, what is it changing? I don't know. Maybe it's changing the way we're approaching every minute of how we live, and trying to be closer to our loved ones and connect with them as often as we can. I mean, one thing that I've started doing is talking to my mother every day, because she's alone in India and I'm in the US, and who knows what will happen tomorrow. So but in terms of brand communication, I don't know. I haven't ever seen a brand take on issues of death and mortality.
Yeah.
I do think that this what you described as the surge of optimism is probably that. It's probably a reaction to that, because when you see so much negativity in the form of death and numbers of people dying, there is a need for us as a society to think about things that make us feel better as a buffer to that, right? So
Right.
I think that is what happens, and I guess that's probably why brands also jumped in and took part in that celebration of our humanity, which was intact even though the disease was decimating us.
Yeah. Just to clarify, I didn't mean death like in a literal sense. What I meant like is the lack of permanency of how we see things. Right? Like whether it's a
Yeah.
car or a house or a trip. All of them take a different meaning. When you sort of put a deadline to or an uncertainty to where we are, isn't it? Tom, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think you both make very good points, actually. And it makes me realize that there's a sort of energy and a sort of dissonance inside me that I haven't really been able to understand. But now I think I understand a bit more, because there's a very big tension between it being never more apparent that, our lives are not forever, certainly in the way that they are now. And then also the inability to really feel alive at the same time. So there's this huge sort of dissonance really between this sense that you should be making the most of every moment and sort of living your best life and, enjoying everything and sort of relishing everything. And then to be in an environment where you're not really able to do that much, where, going to a comedy club would not only be sort of illegal right now, but it would also be seen to be sort of quite antithetical to the spirit that you're supposed to have now. To even smile at sometimes feels sort of like you're being disrespectful to the hardship that people face. And I think these are very complicated times. I think there's a lot of energy within us, and there's a lot of people that think they're going a bit crazy. There's a lot of distortion of context and a lot of distortion of perspective. And I think it's so problematic that the brands probably shouldn't try to tap into it. There's definitely going to be a focus on wellness and, how can we ensure that the health of our bodies is better able to sort of be prepared for this in the future. The idea of sort of time is quite interesting, because I think a lot of this moment's been about patience, and it's been about sort of enjoying things which are simple and slow. And it's hard to know if there'll be a reaction against that. Again, I've been quite wrong on this, because I just presumed at the moment that summer happened and sort of things looked better, that people would overreact, so that, after months of doing a little bit of home cooking, everyone would be eating out in restaurants the whole time. I thought after months of being cooped up inside, everyone would be on sort of cycle trips or going on road trips or something. And actually, we haven't really seen that sort of overreaction. We've just seen sort of confusion. So it's a very hard time. I mean, for a long time, the biggest problem in our jobs has been the pace of change, in the sense that things were happening rapid. And I think what's really hard now is just uncertainty, because it's impossible to do a business plan for 2021. It's impossible to do a vision statement for 2025. It's impossible to know how you should plan media or what creative to do for anything beyond tomorrow. From a personal perspective, it's impossible to make any plans about where you want to live or where you want to go on vacation or how much money you should spend on a car if your car's about to come up for renewal. So it's a very, very hard time to do any form of planning at all, I think.
Yeah. The perspective of time has just been crazy. Like, it's strange also how you remember things. I was speaking to someone the other day, and then they were saying what happened 10 days back seems like what what you think happened 10 days back actually has happened 3-4 months back. You're not able to differentiate that, and it also affects in some way memories, right? Like, because previously when you sort of had a meeting in a meeting room, there are different cues by which you will remember an idea, right? He wrote that with the red marker. Or I was looking outside when that happened, etc. Right? Now we do meetings; it's all blending into one. So your ability to retain a great idea is sort of probably different.
Even the rituals of life. I mean, I'm not remotely interested in sports, but I have a vague sense that it's cold when the Super Bowl happens, and that it's sunny when Wimbledon happens, and like the cadence and our sort of memories are linked to moments in our life that sort of signify things. And this year the passing of time has just been distorted in a very strange way, I think.
Yeah, it is. Yes. I wanted to close with the last question, which I thought could be an interesting anecdote. Your most interesting, impactful human moment in the last 6 months, something where the penny dropped for you, or something that gave you a lot of perspective on what's going on. Do you have a favorite?
I don't think I've got any perspective on what's going on. I think in a way, my problem is that this hasn't happened. Like if you, our jobs are normally to sort of take time away. Like I quite like flying, mainly because you get to sort of rise above the planet and you get to sort of look down on it, and you feel like you see context, and you feel like you can see how things relate to each other. And yeah, the reality is that without getting too sort of philosophical and literal, like when you are on a Zoom call, like your focal point is very small. Like your whole window just becomes this thing here.
Yeah.
And our lives are about being outside and observing people, and seeing new fashion that goes into stores, and seeing new albums get released, and seeing how news topics change and what people care about moves on, and sort of subcultures form, and comedians make jokes, and people write books about new things. And we're very privileged to work in this industry because it's fascinating. And it's not only that the sort of plane hasn't taken off, it's that the sort of fog's come down and we can't really make sense of any of it, really.
Yeah.
So you have a different answer?
No, I think I agree with what Thomas said, but I think there was one story that actually scared me at the same time as, made me feel hope. But my brother, who lives in China, would keep telling me stories about what was happening in Wuhan. And China, of course, in the initial stages was in complete lockdown, which was of a kind that was very different from the lockdown we're seeing in the rest of the world, because they're not a democracy, so they can impose like stricter rules and carry through with them. So he talked about people in Wuhan, especially one taxi driver or one person who would wear, who would wear plastic raincoats, etc., had his car all covered in plastic, and his only job was to take sick people from their homes to the hospitals. And he basically, that's all he did during when the outbreak was at its worst. And that was a story that really scared me, because it made me think about how bad the situation must have been over there, that people couldn't get to the hospital. And also gave me hope, because there was this man who was endangering himself and using everything he had at his disposal to help others. So yeah, that was a story that gave me some hope.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's a good place to sort of to end this discussion. Aditya, do we have time to take any questions that there might be?
We do have a couple of minutes. There's a Word document with some questions from the audience, Karthik, out there you can download. Or I could just paste them on your screen.
Sure, whatever's easier. Sorry, I didn't see the message. I haven't downloaded it yet.
I have it downloaded. I can read out the first question if. So what's Tom's view of the improved internet experience? From Mark Davidson. Not sure whether I'm pronouncing that correctly.
It's quite hard to answer this one sort of quickly. But I think in short, it needs to work around us. I know you sort of mentioned this before, Sanal, but devices have become our masters, not the people who sort of help embellish our life. And I think we need to go through a process where we make technology work for us, and it makes us more human. So the more technology can be about how do I get out of the way and make you feel like you're in the same room as your mum, like the more the technology can be, how do we bring you together to a physical space with other people who you'll learn from and find inspiring, the more it can be about understanding each other's emotions a bit better to have better conversations with people. I think now is a really good time to think of technology as embellishing and augmenting the sort of real human side that we have. And I think in particular, the internet should start working for us. So it should never ask us a question that it can reasonably deduce the answer to. It should be automated to some extent. And it should also look after us a bit. I mean, I've not really thought about this before, it's just come to me now, but the internet should almost be the guardian of our mental health. The internet should decide what pieces will help us calm down. The internet should decide what viewpoints are going to open our minds in ways which are useful. It should help us build sort of empathy, and it should help us build tolerance for different people's opinions. And right now it seems that everything is programmed in a way to do the opposite. But the really good thing is, structurally, there's no reason why the algorithms can't work in a different way. There's no reason why the same algorithm that's trying to show you a piece from someone else that thinks that, 5G in Wuhan is what created this thing, that same algorithm that decided to link you up with someone that thinks the same thing, is almost identical to the algorithm that finds you someone interesting and smart that can persuade you otherwise. So, I'm very hopeful about both the near term and the medium term and the long term future. I just think the first thing, and again, Sonal mentioned this early on, is we have to understand this is a problem. Like it's not okay to live in our bubbles and to think that everyone else is wrong and that we're right and that people are stupid. Like it's much better to realize what we all have in common and to sort of spend more time and energy on that, I think.
Great, yeah. And thanks, Sonal, for taking up that first question. I think the second question is to you. I think this is from Nandita Sengupta. It's about the polarization versus unifying opportunity that you spoke about. So how should advertisers educate clients about not missing out on this unifying opportunity? How can you make businesses see the value in this?
I think going back to the point I was making earlier, I think if businesses can create real value for people in a time like this by helping them in a tangible way, that's the best solution. However, in the context of polarization, I think there is an opportunity for businesses to create platforms where through which people can help each other as well. And so I think that might be an opportunity through which, people interact with others who are not like them, and through a common cause, which is, helping each other through this time of this strange time, perhaps, see what is common amongst all of us as human beings. But I do think that for that to happen, one business on its own can't do something like that. It will require businesses coming together and doing things that, bring us all together.
Yeah. I love this next question, and I think it's for both of you. It's from Jonathan Cook. Is there an issue with the name of this industry as advertising? Is there an issue with the name, as subconscious self-preservation is, I'm sure, leading people to justify the importance of traditional models, right? So basically, the question is, would you see the industry renamed to help combat this? If so, what might you call the industry in a more truer or holistic sense?
I don't know if there's anything wrong with the word advertising. I think it's a word that has come to acquire a lot of connotations as time has gone by. On its own, I think it's something we as human beings have done since the beginning of time. We, in order to survive, have to earn a living, and in older times, people sold products, or or barter was how they earned their living, and they had to talk about what they were selling, and it's something that has always existed. I don't know if there's a problem with the term. I think what has happened, at least through my limited experience and worldview of creative advertising, is that advertising somehow means a 30-second TV ad. But actually it's much more than that. I think I think we're talking about communications and marketing communications. That's the broadest sense of the word. And that's what agencies actually need to start moving towards. I don't know if I don't think we've been successful at that. I think we're primarily responsible for the place we're in.
Yeah, I think I don't really have any big sort of problems or concerns with the word advertising. I think it's weird how embarrassed we've become to work in advertising. The whole industry seems to have a bit of an identity problem, but also seems to have a confidence problem where somehow, we're ashamed that we make beautiful films that persuade people that, they would be happier if they, own this pair of trousers or something. I don't think there's anything inherently bad about that. And I think the more that we become embarrassed by that, the sort of lower our ambitions become. I do think we could do a bit more. I mean, it concerns me that so many of our problems have already had the solution described to us because we've picked up the phone. So if you're a social media agency, the phone call means that the answer is some social media strategy. And I would really love there to be a form of advertising person who works a bit more upstream. So, I've loved working in advertising, and all the people I've met in advertising have been incredible people, and they're empathetic and they're thoughtful and they're imaginative and they're creative and they're problem solvers and they're ambitious and they're persuasive. And rather than getting some brief from, Vodafone saying, here's the tariff on 5G, go and sell it with a TV ad. I'd love someone to have worked with us on, do they need to build out 5G? Like, what's the customer service support line? What does the 5G look like when you unbox it? What does the website look like when you go because you've got a 5G problem? And it's a much more sort of customer-centric, empathetic approach towards making a better product or service. And if you actually do all that, often you don't even need to do any advertising. I mean, something like Tesla and their dog mode. So there's the mode on a Tesla that allows you to keep a dog inside without opening the windows because it uses the air conditioning to let the dog sort of sit in the car. Now, there was some form of genius that came up with that. And I'd like to think that advertising people are the kind of people that can come up with that. But we'd never get a brief from a car maker saying, what can we do in a car that's quite helpful with all the existing infrastructure we've got? And it's that sort of magic that I love.
It's interesting that you say that the fact that people pick up the phone and call an advertising agency or a social media agency also closes clients' minds to solutions, actually. So, I mean, this is from my experience when we were when I was working at Ogilvy, Singapore. We were doing a lot of work for the Health Promotion Board of Singapore, and a lot of the solutions we would come up with were programs, apps, etc., products. And they would buy. They were a fabulous client. They would buy them. But most other clients would be like, yeah, that's all good to have, but where's the ad? And it was for that purpose that it became necessary for us to start a separate unit, almost Ogilvy Change, through which we started creating all of that. I think it's also a matter of branding. So advertising has a branding problem. We need to fix it, and we also need to think about our product and our offering, and we need to evolve that with the times.
Yeah, absolutely. But and I also agree with Tom that we seem to be a little bit more ashamed today to say that we're advertising. We are from this industry, right?
I mean, I think I totally agree with Tom also. Some of the most interesting people I've ever met have come from advertising. It was once an industry that always absorbed and attracted the misfits of society. And those were the people who you wanted, because they looked at problems differently. So, yeah.
And that's how we come to work. That's what we come to work for, isn't it? Right. We have 3 questions, and let me know if you have time for all of them. I'm just going to take the one from Veda. She says, there's no education for the accelerated scale and depth of digital marketing and advertising today. How do we establish standards and ethics for industry-wise and company-wise and individual compliance and practices that prevent the exploitation of behavior analyst tools and tactics? Do such standards exist? I mean, largely, I guess, there's ethics and standards, and where does this industry stand?
I think, in short, the first thing to realize is that this is a big problem. I think in a way, fair trade movement was quite interesting. It was obviously mainly about sort of procuring coffee from good coffee bean makers that treated their employees well. But I think we almost need to have that for media. So what are publishers that fact check their stories? What are publishers who employ journalists on a proper basis? What are media outlets that are producing content which is not being written to enrage people? We've fallen in love with the idea that media should be really cheap. I have no idea why it should be cheap. Like, our attention is incredibly scarce. Our time is very valuable. So I think it's quite unlikely, but I think the whole industry almost needs to fall in love with good quality media and good quality context. And that would make media much more expensive. But that would mean that what you would see would be more impactful. And again, it was a bit like my earlier point, where the current system doesn't work for anyone. There is a system which can be much better for consumers, much better for advertisers, much better for media owners. And that's to sort of focus on a more sort of robust system like that.
And I also feel like we do a lot as an industry. When it comes to data privacy or when it comes to brand safety and everything else, I think there's a lot more to be done. But sometimes we also seem to belittle what the industry has done in this space as well. Wait, moving on. I think 2 questions. I think we'll probably take one and then close with that because we're significantly over time. Okay, this is from Goga, and the question is BMW versus Mercedes, cat people versus dog people, tea versus coffee. Perhaps polarization has always been around and will always remain. What if social networks just make these groups more visual, birds of a feather flock together sort of thing? Yeah, I mean, I think there's harmless polarization of BMW versus Mercedes and what's happening today, isn't it? I think we've weaponized points of view at this point. But what do you guys think?
I can either answer this in about 20 seconds or about an hour. And don't worry, I'll do the 20-second version. we used to know that we were not alone in thinking our thoughts. So if you were a little bit left-wing and you went to the local store, you would see your newspaper, which was The Guardian, and you would buy that, and you would read stories which spoke to your worldview. But you knew that other newspapers were out there. You might even catch a glimpse of the Daily Express or the Sun or something. So you kind of felt correct in your worldview, but you knew that others existed. And the lethal thing about the internet is it's like the entire world becomes only full of your worldview. So all you get to see are people basically saying you're right, or people saying, actually, it's even more like you think than you think. And it basically attracts you towards more extreme opinions. And you basically never really get to see that there are 7 billion people that each have their own personalized web experience that is each completely different to yours and persuading you of different things. So that's the big difference, is you have always been a cat person and you knew that dog people existed, and now you belong to the We Love Cat Society, and your banner ads are all about how great cats are, and occasionally you get to see someone that likes a dog and you're sort of trained to think they're an idiot for thinking that way.
Oh, we have a...
No, I totally agree. I mean, polarization of the kind that exists today has not existed. And that is largely something that has been created by social media, by the echo chamber that it creates, and which reinforces your point of view again and again, to the extent that you think that is the only way to think. And therefore, everybody else starts looking like an idiot to you. And seems to get people make people really angry and worked up and aggressive in their arguments, whereas arguments earlier about Mercedes versus BMW were always had with a laugh and a drink in a hand. Now that's not possible, especially when it comes to political opinions. It's just not possible. And family gatherings have become so tricky because the minute a political discussion starts, you know that people are going to fight. So,
right.
Yeah, I think this is a unique kind of polarization that the internet has created.
Yes, I think family gatherings is a great place. Yeah, sorry, Tom, you were saying something.
Yeah, the one sort of tiny build on that actually is that in the past it was the media that represented a worldview, and we now have sort of people that have a worldview, media that supports that worldview, algorithms that exaggerate that worldview. And we now have journalists writing pieces for that worldview. And then even worse is we now have politicians who realize in order to gain from this, they have policies and they do speeches in a way to express, to energize that worldview. So whether you're, a Biden fan or a Trump fan, or whether you like Boris Johnson, the reality is that policies are now made in consideration of how well it will go down in these platforms. And it's that which is leading to such sort of extraordinary and frenzied times, because, the politicization of a term like herd immunity, or the way that Trump had its wall, these are all sort of devices and extraordinary sort of gestures that didn't exist in a more moderate media environment. And I think that's where it gets really scary, is that policies are becoming written with the knowledge of how well it will work in a very sort of algorithm-driven world. So nuance is removed as well, but that's a whole other thing.
Nuance is removed is a great place for us to end this. It's been an absolute delight. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sonal. Aditya, over to you.
Thank you, Karthik. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sonal. Before you guys go, and before our panelists who are already in, start their videos and unmute their mics, let me share a tiny story out here. This panel is very, very special to me. Let me tell the story in like 2-3 minutes. The Now Fest, some of us know, started exactly on the 15th of August with a call I made to Rory saying, Rory, I think I want to do this. Will you do this with us? He says, yeah, we'll do this. And then for 10 days, I got busy. He was busy. And then 30 days back, I give a call saying, hey, like, oh yeah, hey, let's do this. Okay, we do this. Here's the first thing you do. And he, drops an email to Sonal saying, okay, Prakash, Sonal, Prakash, start speaking. So some of us know the story. What most of us don't know is this story out here. This is from 6 months back. If you can see my screen, Tom writes this post on LinkedIn, some 2,400 likes, 185 comments. And the idea was, this is just when the pandemic is breaking out. And Tom is saying when all of this passes, and it will, each and every one of us will have grave regrets about the things we could have used this time to do, me more than anyone. I hope we can try to minimize that and see this as a deeply hard, entirely unknown, very challenging opportunity, right? So Tom writes this out, people start firing comments left, right, and center. And then Tom says something, says, this does not mean make a new podcast. Please, no more podcasts, right? Now, why is Tom saying this? Just because one guy says, number 4, I need to call up my friends. I've lost touch with them. Number 3, I got to get my damn website up, my case studies up. Number 2, I got to codify my framework. But number 1, I think I got to work on the webinar and the podcast, which I've been planning on. And then Tom says, no more podcasts. Now, I read that comment. And on the same day, as luck would have it, I listened to this podcast by Karthik. It's an IBM podcast, Filter Coffee podcast. And Karthik is speaking with Karthik. It was like a year-old podcast. I just happened to, chance onto that podcast. And I'm telling my co-founder, hey, it's Karthik calling Karthik, because that was a movie name. So I make this stupid joke. And so that's how it all ties up. There's the story of Sonal, there's the story of Karthik, the story of Thomas, how it all tied on together. And Thomas says, a lot of you really, really hate this message. A lot of you love it. Why don't we compare notes on how things are in 12 months, Tom? It's only 6 months. Thank you very much for what you did out
That was
there.
fascinating. That was a beautiful
Thank you so much, Karthik, for this fantastic panel that you moderated. And Sonal, thank you so much. Yes, people are writing saying Sonal's point of view is so, so honest, so refreshing. And I noted, Karthik, they said, I think we're in trouble with billing now. But thank you so much, guys, for being here. Absolute pleasure. Dr. Soni, you could start at any moment now. We'll sign off and the next panel is all yours.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys.
Thanks for making it happen. Thanks.
Thank
you so much. Thank you. Okay. All right. So welcome everyone to this panel on design thinking. And it's an honor because you get these very rare occasions that you are able to host multiple people from multiple continents, which would otherwise been very difficult to host. Today morning, I was doing a panel discussion somewhere in Coimbatore. And now we have a panel discussion where we have people coming in from West Indies, Pakistan, Brazil, and of course, India. And I think it's because of the pandemic that we have been able to pull such a lovely thing off. So I'm pretty excited. And what I would like to do is, first of all, I'll introduce my panel members to all of you and set some ground rules so that we can have this discussion much more systematically. So while design thinking calls for a lot of creativity, but also design thinking puts some boundary conditions so that the whole approach becomes much more disciplined. So let me start off by very brief introductions so that we know whom we are talking to. And I would allow each one of you to write down your questions strictly on the chat. And it might be more useful if you can identify the person whom you're asking the question to, so that I can then direct the question appropriately to that particular speaker. Or if the question in general, then maybe I can take the liberty of directing the question accordingly. So let me start off by introducing Rahil to all of you, Rahil Wakar. So Rahil comes from Pakistan. He runs a company called White Rice, which is started somewhere in 2006. And I was researching about his work, and I think he has done a phenomenal amount of work in a subcontinent which is known to have a lot of socioeconomic challenges. His premise is about nudge theory, which is behavioral economics, and how do you really nudge people into doing things which are good for them and away from things which are not so good for them. He looks at social impact, and some of the remarkable organizations that his company has worked with, or his team has worked with, includes UNICEF, Johns Hopkins, and you name it. And I would strongly encourage all of you to go and check this thing out. So that is Rahil for us, and I have loads of questions for him. Rahil, welcome to the panel. I'm so thrilled to have you here today. Thank you so much. And then I'll go to Param. I have known Param for a very long time now. Param may remember, but we met at Wipro when I was working there, Param. And things upstairs were a little bit more vegetative then than what I see of late. But Param has really been one of the anchors of design and design thinking in India. He has worked with companies like GE Healthcare, worked with IDEO when IDEO came first to India and set up their office in Bombay. The only man they could reach out to was Param. Then he worked with Dr. Reddy's lab. So Dr. Reddy's lab is one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in India. And lately, this one organization moved from a product-centric view to a patient-centric view, and they set up a design lab somewhere in Bombay called Studio 5B. The name Studio 5B itself has a pretty interesting story, which I would encourage you to go ahead and see. He worked there for 5 years, and he has really brought a lot of design element into Dr. Reddy's lab. And you can see today, Dr. Reddy's lab is doing very, very well. In fact, the stock market performance of that company is phenomenal. Dr. Reddy's happens to be that company that is launching the Russian vaccine in India at large scale. And I'm so thrilled to have him. Currently, he's with Fractal Analytics as the head of design. Let me go to Steve from West Indies. Steve has been teaching art and craft and a lot of design for, way over almost 20 years now, and he works with University of West Indies. About him, there is often a saying that you learn the most when you travel the world, because you observe lots of phenomena. And I think he's phenomenally well traveled. He has worked in China, India, US, UK, Germany, several African countries, West Indies, and of course the US. And I think what I would love to hear from him is how design is being perceived at different locations across different cultures, and what is the kind of impact that his conscious innovation or conscious capitalism tries to bring to the table. And finally, we have Lourenco from Brazil, who runs a company called Mandala. While Mandala is a very Indian name, it's a very Sanskrit name, I would love to hear from him. Does it have a connotation in Brazilian language also, Mandala? He studied at University of Pennsylvania and then started this company somewhere in 2006. And when I was looking at this organization, I could see a mix of work that he is doing with social organizations, NGOs, political parties, and of course, companies like Samsung and Nike. And I'm so amazed to look at this handpicked panel that we have with us. And I think more than any other panel that I have been to, I'm privileged to be in this particular panel. So that's a brief about our panelists. About me, my name is Dr. Pavan Soni. I run this company called Inflection Point, which I started a couple of years back, and I do programs around strategic acumen, design thinking, and creative problem solving. I also teach part-time at ISB Hyderabad, IIM Bangalore, and IIM Lucknow, and I do moderation of panels like this, but this one stands out, notwithstanding the time that we have here in India. So let me start the discussion with my neighbor, Raheel, because we seldom get to meet people from Pakistan on a panel discussion, Raheel. So I'll take this opportunity to start the panel with you. So my first question to you, Raheel, would be that what inspired you to start this organization called White Rice? And in your view, how do you define design? Over to you, Raheel.
So Pavan, thank you for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure to be in such company, and being neighbors as well to exchange. You're right, we need to have more of this. So what inspired me? I think I came to design as an accident. I was the non-academic type, running away from college, school, and I started very early. I started my first company when I was 21, and the only thing I knew was a bit of design. And when I went out with the skill set, what I wanted to offer, no one was ready to buy it. And that struck me that I have to offer something unique. Well, what do I offer? What do I do that, but I had this problem solving mindset. I wanted to crack some big problems. And working with, I accidentally came across a social impact problem, which was around the issue of child abuse. And how do you portray that? How do you bring that to the masses? How do people understand the seriousness and the gravity of the issue? And that's where one problem led into the other, And then in 2006, I decided to start White Rice with the very core objective that how do you use design to create impact? How do you use design for change? And 2006 was a time when design thinking, I think, wasn't really, people didn't understand that term. So I wouldn't say I was in design thinking from day one or using behavioral science in our work. But as we grew, as we understood the complexity of problems, we realized that the tools and the mindset we needed more maturity, needed more inquiry and more depth in terms of what we're doing. So that's where I think we started taking on very big challenges from child stunting to issues around water and sanitation, climate change, and now have progressed to become an organization that we are there to solve. We say we're there to massify impact. How do we create impact at scale? So for me, coming down to design, I think design is a big responsibility because we have real lives at stake. Everything we do has multiple repercussions, and we're designing for the marginalized. We're designing for communities who are already bogged down with too many external barriers. So our design has to really speak to them, has to really convey a meaningful experience to them. So what I say in our organization is that we really circulate our work around three core principles, three philosophies that guide our design work. And that's how I tend to define design. The first is utility. Is design really solving a problem? Is it really addressing the core issue at hand? If it's not, I feel that it's a waste of space. It's a waste of time at the end of the day. The second aspect is simplicity. I use this phrase that simple is complex and complex is simple. Creating simplicity is very difficult, and usually we create designs that say a lot of things, become very complex in the end, and miss the mark. And for the audience that we're looking at, we need an immediate call to action. We need them to engage with what we're trying to communicate. I think simplicity is really at the core of that. And the last thing I think we look at is beauty. How inspirational is the design? Does it break through the clutter? Is it really connecting and creating that bond that it should do? So I think these are the three things that I've learned over time that works for us with the type of audience that we're working on, and then builds the foundation of what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Fantastic. So utility, simplicity, and aesthetics are the three dimensions you look at, even when we are not talking physical design per se, but more in terms of behavioral design. Fantastic. Thanks. Param, over to you. And what I would like to hear from you is that you have been a designer all your life. You have designed products, designed services, designed institutions and organizations. And how do you look at design more holistically through all these years of experience? If you can weave a story for us, that would be fantastic.
So firstly, great to have this panel and to be a part of this. Lovely to meet all of you, and thanks for inviting me here. I think for me, design at the heart of it is, to put it in a simple way, it's about bringing together an empathetic and a creative way of solving problems. Right? That's at the most simplistic, the most simplest level. What the definition of design would be for me. To elaborate on it, I think it's, to me, one of the examples is, right, and since Rahil was talking about social impact and some of the, tough problems to solve, one of my favorite examples that I talk about is the problem of women in countries like India who work on construction sites and don't have toilets to use, and which are clean and which are safe from a privacy standpoint. And there have been multiple attempts made at creating toilets for women in these construction sites, and often they don't get used because fundamentally for women to go to the toilet, it is a communal activity. They go to the toilet as a group in the early morning before they get to work, and that's the only time of the day they get to talk to each other and share something that's going on, and that's their only time of connection and emotional sort of relief for them for the day. The rest of the day, they're just working like crazy on the construction site, and then they probably go to sleep in the night after cooking for their family or whatever. They're living in such tough conditions. So suddenly you've expected them to be in cubicles and not being able to talk to each other. And so to me, that's a fundamental example of how we've not looked at the problem from the perspective of the user or the person concerned, right? Are you just solving the problem of hygiene or safety? Or is there a different problem you're trying to solve from the perspective of the user, right? And there are examples of solutions that have actually solved this problem. There's a village in Maharashtra which apparently has been having these toilets for 10 years now. It was covered in some newspapers a few months back. And their toilets are designed for women in a way that it's a circular toilet. And all the sort of, the toilets within that room enclosure are next to each other in a circle. And there is no cubicle. It's literally women sitting next to each other and going about their business. It looks weird for us, people who are from an urban setup or from a different context, but it works for them, and it's given them a safe space to have their privacy or safety from other people in the village. But people whom they're comfortable with, they go together into the toilet inside. And it's been working very well for 10 years. It's created a lot of solutions in terms of open defecation, and it solved some of those problems. This is a real solution that's out there. So of course, did someone use design thinking for it? Probably not. But the whole point is that they used an empathetic and a creative way of solving the problem. So it doesn't matter what process they used. I don't know if that answered your question, but yeah.
It does. It does. So they use thinking that is endowed with empathy and creativity.
Exactly. That's the point. Now, it doesn't matter whether they, went to D school or went, or studied it.
Absolutely.
The book. What matters more is they went about solving the problem in an empathetic and creative way. And there are many other examples. There's Arunachalam Muruganandam, who created the low-cost sanitary napkins. Very similar approach of empathetic creative problem solving. So again,
that helps, Param.
So these are all great examples out there.
Yeah, with both Raheel and Param, what I would do is I'll leave you with one question, and when I come back to you, maybe you can muster your thoughts on that particular question. So for Param, the question I have is that now that you work in large organizations and even in a company which are in a startup mode where fund is often a limitation, how do you really balance at a very practical level the constraint or the stress between the profitability of the organization and at the same time being human-centric? Because human centricity may not always come at the cost of profits. For Raheel, you work in a very different context, which is Pakistan. What kind of a resistance have you faced in that context, both in terms of availability of funds, change of mindset, the political, socio-political context, and how have you managed to overcome that? If you can offer some local insights from that context and from the Asia Pacific context, that would help. With Steve. Steve, you've been a teacher for a very long time now, and I saw your response to that email which I had requested, a very lovely response. So what I would like to hear from you is that when you teach people design and art and craft and using their hands, what's your typical approach and what is the mindset that you want to convey to them through that teaching?
That's a big question, but luckily for me right now, I have very small design classes. So it means that you can take a lot of one-on-one sort of teaching, right? So that's to begin with, that's there. But when you move into bigger classes and bigger environments, I think the easiest thing to do is you look at your real world environment. How did you get here? I mean, did you come here by a taxi? Did you come by bicycle? Did you come by walking? So you look at these real world situations. And as Param was saying, and Raheel, you try to ask, well, can we improve these things? A lot of my focus recently has been on design for social change. So I sort of, I'm a real fan of the old Victor Papanek texts. I'm really old-fashioned in my texts. I'm a real sort of old-fashioned bibliophile. I read books, right? So, and I like old books and I collect old books. I'm saying this because when, for example, we think about design thinking, I don't know how very many young people who are coming onto the term would probably go back in time and look at the early writing of Christopher Alexander, who had a fantastic book called Notes on the Synthesis of Form. And in Notes on the Synthesis of Form, he spoke about building a village in India. It's a fantastic book. And you know, parallel with that, there were British designers like John Christopher Jones, and which led to the design methods sort of thinking. If you're a close reader of that, you will see in there a lot of work, a lot of thinking about systems. So I'm bringing up these things because when you ask a student, how did you come here? Did you come here by bicycle? Did you come by car? Do you live next door? You know, what was your journey like, right? You sort of pretty much start to ask them about sort of like a design history lesson. And I suppose as a lover of design history, and this is this is one of the answers I wrote to you as well. You know, as a lover of design history, I think it's really my go-to sort of device to get people to think a little bit, you know, more open-minded about design history, design thinking, living in design, how they use the world, how they make objects, services, environments, spaces to serve us, to script you know, it's sort of like they're scripting things within which we live and work and behave. And I think that becomes exciting for them. But I mean, many of these are young people, and so many of them are really drawn to one minor thing in design, which is like what's well, it's not minor, but it's major, but it's just one component, which is what is beautiful, right? But sometimes they learn that usability, as Raheel was saying, utility is very, very beautiful as well. You know, how to use something well, it's a fantastic experience.
Sure, absolutely. So this brings me to one question which you can take time to respond to, is that how do you really transition people from design to design thinking? While you are a great fan of design, that comes out very clearly from your discourse. So how do you transition people from design to design thinking? And then how do you address the question of scale? Because as a practitioner myself, one of the constant challenges I had with the entire construct of design thinking is the impact. How do you really create the ultimate impact, which is beyond that specific context in which the whole thing started? So maybe you can take your time and then respond as I come back to you. So Laurenco, the question I have for you is, you went back to Brazil from your stay in the US, and then you started this organization, and you run a plethora of things, from non-profit to political establishments to the corporates of the likes of Nike and Anheuser-Busch, etc. So since you work with a platitude of organizations, what is the common design thinking element which you identified, and what is a common thread that you run across these different contexts?
Well, thank you, Dr. Pavan. Thank you to my fellow panelists. Truly humbling to be part of this group, especially as the only representative from the West. I have deep respect for Eastern traditions, so I'm really glad to be part of this discussion. It's a first in many ways. Just to be clear, Dr. Pavan, my involvement in politics had nothing to do with my company. I took a voluntary leave of absence to run a presidential campaign here in Brazil. But just to be clear that we do work with NGOs, foundations, startups, and large multinationals, but definitely not political parties. Having said that, I think the common denominator amongst all the different mandates that we take on is trying to understand design as that which emerges at the intersection of what these organizations do very well and are very passionate about with societal needs. And just by hearing my fellow panelists, I feel we're all kindred spirits in this respect. The point is that a lot of these organizations, they are operating as zombies in many ways. They don't know their origin story. They don't know what their true assets are. They can't answer what the overarching reasons for what they do is. So they're purposeless in how they operate. And there's a lot of dispersed energy and dispersed talent in the day-to-day of an organization. Parallel to that, we have a society that in many ways is falling apart in so many ways. Brazil is just a microcosm of many of the social and environmental problems that we're facing as a species. And so there's a huge missed opportunity due to the power under-leveraged that these organizations have to actually make a dent, a positive dent, in the world as we know it today. So whether I'm working with a small group of entrepreneurs or whether I'm working with a centennial multinational organization, my work is in kind of filtering through the clutter and understanding what that organization is prepared to do from a place of legitimacy, from a place of authenticity, and from a place of power, because there's a lot of resources, a lot of influence, a lot of money, and a lot of different types of capital that are ingrained in that organization. So it's kind of mapping out and revealing what that organization has to offer to society, and then sensitizing those organizations with many of these problems that we all turn a blind eye to. There's a big disconnect between the realities that serve as the premise for the decisions within an organization and the realities that people are actually living outside the walls of that organization. So in many ways, my role is to serve as a bridge so that from that sensitization, these organizations qualify the decisions that they make in a more profound and meaningful way. So that's kind of like the approach that we take, regardless of the type of client, regardless of the industry, and regardless of the geography. It's about helping them look at things systemically and coming to terms with the impact that their decisions have. And in doing so, reveal what their purpose may be, and then create a more dialogical way of interacting with all those different stakeholders, ensuring that the profit-driving activities of that organization are generating shared value for everyone.
Sure. So I have a related question here. As far as the current pandemic goes, COVID-19, this is a real problem, which is in a way a leveler also, that the society and the organizations have come to the same level. And both Brazil and India are number 2 and number 3 in terms of being hit world over, followed by the US. So the question that I have for following US, the question that I have for you is that how has your organization or your thinking has really helped in this particular cause? So I'll come back to you. I mean, in case it has been, or do you think that there is any avenue to be really able to apply design thinking principles or design principles to look at this urgent and massive problem? I'll change the order this time a bit, and I would go to Param straight away. Param, the question that I had for you is the stress which often happens because of human and profit centricity. What's your take on that?
So firstly, I don't think that stress is about design at all. I mean, I don't think that issue is new because of design thinking. What you're talking about is a stress between, making a sustainable, profitable business and doing something that is good for consumers or customers or and even employees or people, right? It's been there forever. I mean, ever since business was there. I think that tension, or one way of looking at it is that it's a tension. The other way of looking at it is that those who are able to balance these two things are able to actually do well. I think the companies that are successful are usually the ones that are able to understand what the customer wants or needs, and and solves those problems in an interesting way, right? So, to my mind, I don't see a tension. I see it more as an opportunity and as a fundamental way of being that every company should be doing, irrespective. Design is, of course, a more structured or a systematic way of doing that, and to my mind, it is only helping in that matter. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. So what I wanted to specifically ask is, there's a use case here.
Yeah.
Let's look at two organizations where you've worked in past: GE Healthcare and Dr. Reddy's.
Yeah.
So in GE Healthcare case, GE Healthcare comes up with a incubator.
Yeah.
And they design one in Bangalore.
Yeah.
And there is another incubator called Embrace, which is almost 1/10 or 1/20 the price of that incubator, the Lullaby incubator that GE designed.
Yep.
If I start selling that particular incubator, the profit margins get a hit, my sales target do not get met, and hence the organization at large, which is generally struggling, doesn't have incentive to push that breakthrough innovation.
Yep.
Similarly, if Studio 5P comes up with the idea that the patient doesn't need a medicine actually.
Yep.
All she needs is some sort of a sweet conversation, whereas Dr. Reddy wants to sell medicine.
Yep.
How to resolve that conflict using design thinking?
Yeah, I mean, so again, I don't think that is, again, something that design thinking is meant to solve, right? I mean, irrespective of which approach you use to take for innovation, it is more of an organizational mindset and an organizational question, which is why do you exist and what is the business that you are in? Where design can, of course, help is in framing that question in the right way. Where design can help is in looking at what problem are you solving. Are you solving the problem of making people get healthier and better in their health and staying healthy, or are you solving the problem called when people fall ill, what medicine will help them get better? If you're solving the latter, then of course you're in the business of making medicines. But if you're solving the first problem, then you should be thinking not just about medicines, but everything else that goes around that. Right? So I think it's about how you frame and look at the problem. The second aspect is also about how the company is, had a legacy of, making money, right? And there are many theories around this, the innovator's dilemma, and there are many great people who have spoken about this. Once a company becomes successful at something and keeps doing that for many years or decades, then that becomes their strength, and of course that also becomes a weakness, because you become afraid about trying something different, or you're afraid about trying to go after a new customer segment or a new different business model or whatever. So that's been an age-old problem. Again, nothing to do with design, but just fundamentally how organizations become risk averse, and because people become risk averse because they fear failure. So I think where design can help, and I think it has been helping, is that it helps people reinvent because they realize that there is a new opportunity out there. Now, the person who's sitting in the hot seat making that organizational decision, if he or she cannot see that as an opportunity, I don't think anything can solve that problem. Forget design. You can come up with whatever rocket science method, but that person's mindset can't be solved by something like this. There's a minimum.
Were you involved in that transition? The good health can't wait.
Yeah,
slogan?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that was a very good case study, if you will, how you really changed the leadership perspective in a very traditional industry, which is health, which is pharmaceutical.
Yeah.
And I love that. The whole logo design and the slogan, I think I would encourage others to also have a look at it. It's a fantastic case study coming out of India.
Yeah, so I mean, look, even there, right? I mean, what I would point out there is that the transition and the transformation there was less about the logo or about the identity of the company, but more about the defining or redefining the purpose of the organization. And that's where the management of the company was amazing and open, and very open to being challenged, or being open to saying that, can we relook at why we exist, and how can we be more future ready, and to answer that, we went through a extensive design process by looking at what is in the heart of the organization. Why does this company exist, and what is the purpose for its existence in this industry called healthcare, and what problems are worth solving in healthcare, which would be authentic to the DNA of this company. And what we boiled it down to is that this company has stood for empathy and creativity and dynamism for the last 30 years, right? And that's the genesis that is already there. We don't need to come up with something different, but we just needed to understand that and to boil it down to the essence of it. And that was articulated as Good Health Can't Wait, because Good Health talks about patient centricity. It says we are in the business of getting people better. And Can't Wait talks about the fact that you want to solve healthcare problems in a way that have not been solved before because they're urgent. And so it's saying innovation without saying innovation, right? So
it was lovely, actually.
And so that becomes a very clear context for why you should innovate and why you should think differently, and why you should be patient centric. So that there was a long journey after that, but yeah, that's where it started.
Thank you for highlighting that. Okay, Lorenko, if I can come back to you for a moment. So one question was, of course, the COVID thing, and you can choose to answer in whichever way. But then another thing that you have been writing about is conscious innovation. So how do you connect these two? And is often conscious innovation ending up as an oxymoron? Or do you think innovation typically happens this way? Or is it a steep order?
I'll attempt to intertwine the two questions into my answer. So let me first preface the COVID question with a quick reflection on how we got to where we got to, right? I tend to think, and this is my personal belief, that this pandemic, this sanitary emergency that we're going through, and all the social mayhem that has surfaced because of it, is the result of decades and decades of an ego-driven, predatory, short-termitis that created the state of the world as we know it today. In fact, some of you may agree that this virus, in effect, is the result of the destabilization of certain ecosystems that made this virus jump from one host to the next and create this pandemic. So in many ways, the company that I founded 14 years ago has been in some way accelerating this agenda so that large organizations and different types of organizations around the world become more eco-minded, ecosystemic minded in how they run their businesses, more human-centered. That's why the H at the end of our company name. More dialogical, more purposeful. So in many ways, our response to COVID has been what we've been doing for 14 years. It's our entire value proposition. We're working towards a world where companies can see beyond profit and understand how they can be of service to humanity and in service of regenerating the environment, so that we can avoid the climatic apocalypse that we're moving towards. And that's where conscious innovation comes in. It's a term that we coined many years back, and it's the type of innovation that necessarily improves people's lives. And for me, it's not an oxymoron, because if it's not in service of humanity, and if it isn't safeguarding the planet, then it's not innovative, pure and simple. So
if you can give me an example, say from Anheuser-Busch, which is one of the largest makers of liquor in the world. So what type of conscious innovation have you done for Anheuser-Busch?
In 2012, if I'm not mistaken, we were asked to create a methodology for Anheuser-Busch so that they could identify what the purpose of their major brands was. And based on that purpose, redirect their investments traditionally into advertising, into long-term projects that had KPIs oriented towards social and environmental objectives. So we created a custom-made methodology that we rolled out for all their offices around the world, so that their own teams could systematically understand what the purpose of each brand was, and then in a very coherent and consistent way, direct their investments, their marketing dollars, into things that actually leave a positive residual for society. Fantastic. Regardless of what project we've worked in healthcare, we've worked in education, we've worked in technology, we've worked in the mobility space. We're always looking to reconcile the world of profit, which traditionally has been very short-term, very pragmatic, with the world of purpose, which has been traditionally very ethereal. So we're trying to kind of bridge those two worlds and show that there's a hidden symbiosis from which you can innovate. And our overriding objective is that we redefine the roles that our organizations have, because to the extent that they're doing something good for the world, it's totally acceptable that they are driving profits. And so we create a virtuous cycle of prosperity. It's the concept of shared value, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with.
Fantastic. That really helps. So both Param and Laurenco talking about starting with purpose, and I think that's fantastic. Okay, so let's move to Raheel. And Raheel, the question I had for you was that in a context like Pakistan, where still a lot of socioeconomic challenges exist, how have you managed to sustain for such a long time, and what kind of challenges have you faced, and what has been your rebuttal?
Right. So I can spend the next hour talking about that, but I'll try to make it very brief. I think it's a slow journey, right? So you won't achieve results immediately. It takes a lot of time and a lot of commitment. So I wouldn't say that I was cracking big problems from day one. I think a lot of the work we did was proving that we could do this, and then given the next challenge, and then given the next challenge. But in countries like Pakistan, I think what really, in countries like Pakistan, India, and other places as well, I think micro wins really matter. Quick wins really matter. People are ready to invest when they see, you've been able to address some challenge, and they say, all right, we believe this, let's move forward. So I think that's become part of our core philosophy. So a lot of the campaigns or the interventions that we eventually design always have a micro experiment with it. Even if we're going to scale, if we're talking about 100,000 people or 1 million people that we're reaching out to, we start with a 3-month, 4-month exact intervention that we would do at scale. But then we rigorously monitor how it's done. We see, we get real-time data every day, and we're analyzing that and bringing the client in the loop to prove that, okay, is this working, or how it needs to really be working in the real context, and what challenges are we facing. I think it's a partnership. A lot of times I've seen design companies come in and say, this is my job, I've done it, now it's handed over to you. I think we never go with that approach. We go with the approach that we are invested in the problem together. We're only going to take it on if you give us the leverage to really dissect the problem in every way. Design thinking, behavioral science, mostly we don't even use these terms. We look at the big problem. We say, what is the problem and how can we solve it? And these are internal. A lot of times even clients don't know where we've done this process. They're very curious. Why are we spending so much time in observation? Why are we, knocking these doors? But at the end of the day, I think all these changes, these big changes, these big problems they want to solve come down to behaviors. And we've over time, again and again, shown that one, don't try to do too much. Focus on micro behaviors again, focus on small things that we can win, small things that we can show change, and do it incrementally. So build it up as you go. So just give an example.
If you can, Raheel, if you can take the example of the school children, because I read in your website that there are some 15 million school children who you had to put back to schooling. So I would be quite curious that how did you address that particular problem, because that is of relevance to us also.
Sure. So Pakistan has at that point, had around 25 million kids out of school. And I think that was the second highest number in the world. And the challenge that we were set out, this was a campaign funded by DFID, was that how do we build a movement that's ground up rather than top down? So I remember this happened, we started the campaign 1 year before the elections. And what we did was that we went into communities, we did a roadshow, we engaged people, and we said, all right, now politicians are going to come and knocking on your door for the vote, right? Have you ever considered education as a priority? Have you ever asked them, what are you going to do for education in our communities? And there was nothing that, something that never came across. So we said that, all right, you need to get your politician to commit to a few things and pledge about it, sign a pledge and say, okay, if I win the election, this is what I'm going to do. And we did this across the country. We got, I think more than 10 million pledges signed. And then when these guys got elected, we went back to them and we said, and these communities basically went back to them because they had the agency now. And then we created media power, and media visibility on these things. So we'd go in, talk to them, we'd bring in the media as well and said, all right, guys, you signed here. This is what you committed. A year's passed by, 6 months have passed by, nothing's happening. What are we doing about it? So I think the biggest change factor was the moment parents took the ownership of the problem and they said, it's no longer the government, it's no longer a foreign agency coming into it. We need to decide. And the pressure, and then we helped them exert that pressure. I think the campaign had 3 levels. One was we worked at the community level where we galvanized people together, and especially teachers, schools, and parents.
The second year was that, by the way?
So this was back in 2012, 2013. That's where. Maybe before that, I think 2011, somewhere around that time. This was for 5 years, so it was a campaign that actually built momentum over time. So we started with grassroots movement, and we went on to advocacy and lobbying, engaging wider stakeholders into the conversation, bringing political parties, bringing the media, and we brought in stakeholders from across the spectrum because it was everyone's issue. It wasn't about my child or your child. We were saying that we need to solve this together. And what I'm very proud about is that we eventually got, in the end, we got the media to support this. So we coined a term called education emergency. And we said that this is a term that has to be declared. And I think one of our big success factors was that the government, once the Prime Minister was asked, what's the state of education in Pakistan? He said, we have an educational emergency. So I think that voice that started from people came to a point where political parties said, all right, what are we going to do about it? And I think successfully, if you look back in Pakistan, this is the most successful grassroots movement that has ever happened for any campaign. And now education has, we've seen that priority really shifting and changing.
Fantastic. So glad to hear that from you. Over to Steve here. And Steve, the question to you was from design to design thinking and from there to scale for the ultimate impact. So what has been your approach? Steve, you're on mute. I'm afraid you're on mute. Yeah.
Sorry. Right. So as I was saying earlier, I'm a real bibliophile, a real lover of design history. And so one of the things you do is really just sort of try to illustrate what you're trying to do through stories, right? So, for example, if you're taking a company or a group from design to design thinking, you walk them through some example in history about the making of something, the making of an event, the making of a tool, the making of an object, and you signpost each little thing. And you're saying, well, how did this happen? How did that happen? How did this happen? How did that happen? When you do something like that, someone who might ordinarily not see the relationship between design thinking and how things are manifest, then begin to understand through this simple technique of just walking them through, a period in design or a real space or a real world event, right? The other thing about that, if I can attach to that, so I see a lot of commonalities between design thinking and system thinking. Yes, and so it's one of the things. In fact, in a recent publication by the OECD was speaking about systems approaches to public sector challenges, and those were the two overarching, if for want of a better term, for an easy term for the panel, those were the two overarching methods they spoke about: design thinking and system thinking. When you read it, though, it's hard to see how you can discern one from the other at each time. But in for the question of how then you can scale things up, I feel that if you apply the system thinking model, what allows your audience, what your audience is allowed to see the number of connections, the number of stakeholders, the numbers of lives. When people get involved in that big network, they then start to see how tiny little steps can blow the thing up to, sort of a big, they then start to see how their tiny steps can add up to the big picture. Yes, unfortunately, I don't live in a society where there are millions like Rahil or yourself or Param or Lorenko. I live in a very small, tiny country. And just to correct Lorenko here, I too am from the West, which is just north of Venezuela, but it's pretty tiny. Yeah. So we have a much smaller scale to work with. So I suppose, but it does not mean the challenges are easier, because you can well know that if you're dealing with one person or 10 or 50 or 100, their understanding of what the issue is might be 100 or 5 or 1,000 different sets of understanding of what the issue is. So in a sense, you have to be very nimble in your design thinking, very active, and have really keen footwork. And I know if you're a cricket lover, as I am, you'll understand about footwork.
Of course, West Indies has been dominating the sport for well over half a century. Fantastic. Fantastic. So, Aditya, how much time do we have? If you can please let me know, I can then take the discussion accordingly. Aditya or anybody from the organizing team? Anup, Reshma, if you can help me with the time that we have with us.
Yeah, we have another half an hour to go. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, we have 30 minutes. Fantastic. Okay, so since we have 30 minutes, what I would do is I'll ask 2 questions, and then I would let the panelists have their own wrap up on their respective track. So one of the critical questions that begs an answer for here is that what have been the conditions where design thinking has not worked? We have all been talking about design thinking, celebrating the spirit of it, and frankly, all of you have started working in the area much before design thinking really became vogue. At least in this part of the world, design thinking has become evoke only in the last 10 years. But yours, like Param, has been there for well over 2 decades now, and most of you in the similar legion. So if I can pick your brains on what have been the areas, and for any reason, it can be behavioral reason, it can be technical reason, managerial, etc., where has design thinking seen its limits? And what has been your addition to design thinking? So we have all learned from it, but what has been your addition to the literature and to the practice of design thinking? That's something I would like to. So first part is, where has it not worked? Where has it really reached its limit? And second is, how have you contributed back to the whole practice and literature of design thinking? Lorenko, let's start with you.
Great. Well, the first thing I'd say is that in order to do good design, there's no free lunch. There's no easy direct path to doing so. And I say that because I think one of the potential pitfalls behind design thinking is not really rolling up your sleeves and getting your hands dirty in order to understand, truly understand the realities for which you are designing. So a lot of design out there is tone deaf. And so self-centeredness for me, I think, is one of the issues that we come across when very well-intentioned people want to do great design, but they're doing so from the perspective of their own realities. And I think if you're going to do design based on people's needs, then you're going to have to intuitively come into contact with that need. It's not so much an intellectual process as it is an intuitive one, which means it's not reading a report with data or looking at a graph, but it's really connecting viscerally with that reality for which you are designing, which means leaving your comfort zone and going into a situation that oftentimes is disorienting, is very different, runs on very different protocols, could in fact be risky, depending on the dynamics of that situation, and taking a gamble so that you can go through the necessary catharsis that will allow you to kind of connect to what really matters in that specific place with those specific people. Because then you have legitimacy to design for them, right? Otherwise, you're shooting in the dark, essentially. And it's what we see. 90% of the products and services that are introduced into the market, they don't withstand the test of time. After 1 year, they're no longer in the market. So why is that? What are the assumptions that we're using to design? So that's why I think it's so important for us to exercise our empathetic prowess in many ways, and there are many different ways to do that. I like ethnography quite a bit, and I like this type of multicultural exchange that we're being part of right now. I'm learning a lot by listening to you guys. I think that's an enriching way of going about things.
And what has been your salient contribution to the practice, apart from the conscious innovation bit?
Sure, I think it's asking questions that are sometimes uncomfortable answering. It's cutting through the superficiality that you often find in business settings, challenging leaders into coming to terms with what their moral obligation might be, given the influence that they sit upon. So there's this French term which I really like, which is noblesse oblige. This idea that the more privileged you are, the more moral obligation you have to be in service of those that are less privileged than you. And so my contribution is to provoke leadership around the world to understand the resources that they have and the influence that they could potentially have by deploying those resources in a way that's noble. And so that might be at least an attempt to contribute to this discipline.
Fantastic. That's a well said. Raheel, so first part of the question is, where do you think design thinking has reached its limit? Where does it fail? I would like to, as Karl Popper, one of the famous researchers, said that the true test of a theory is falsifiability and not provability. You can never prove a theory infinitely, but it has to be disproved at least once. So where do you think the design thinking has not worked? That's the first part of the question. And second is, what has been your greatest contribution to the premise?
Sure, sure. I think one thing that I see is this fallacy that the method, being more loyal to the method than to the problem. We fall in love with the tools and the methods that are out there for design thinking, human-centered design. And a lot of times we get far away from the problem. We forget what the real problem was in the first place. And I think that, that's very important. We need, the problem needs to be the center of anything. And as Param said, that, you know, the tools don't matter. At the end of the day, are you solving the real problem or not? I think that that's what what's the core objective behind whatever we do. The other thing I think is that a lot of times I've seen it failing when the client doesn't have the propensity to allow you to take risk or wants to take risk. And, you know, there's this rush mentality, you know, there's this action bias that let's just keep doing things and we'll figure it out later. And we don't reflect, we don't learn from experimentation. We use the word failure a lot, but in the scientific world, we use experimentation. And no one calls it an experiment, even if you're experimenting the 100th time. And I think the language we use, we really need to redefine that, especially when we're looking at these wicked problems, because no one solved them before. And no one wants to solve them because they're messy, they're dirty, and they're very frustrating. So I think there's a natural time log for doing these things. It requires an open mindset. It requires the ability to learn from failures and not say, all right, this hasn't worked, let's close the project, let's close the idea, let's move on to something else. And there's just so much money wasted in this process because we don't pick from where we left. We restart the engine. Something, if you want to address education, the next time something happens is going to be a completely different thing, and we'll forget what happened in the past, not build on it. So I think those are the type of things that I generally see in the sector, that it's a very short-term, project-driven, milestone-driven mindset, where anything would fail, but design thinking in particular requires rigor, requires fidelity, and requires time. In terms of contribution, I think hanging in there for 14 years, I think I would claim is my biggest contribution, because it's been very frustrating. It's a lonely journey. I've seen a lot of friends and organizations close down, even in the pandemic, where they haven't been able to survive just because they can't run the show and pay their monthly bills. And being committed to the cause. You know, it's, as I said, it's a lone warrior. These are very difficult problems that are overwhelming. And I think just being in getting up every day as a team and deciding that we're going to take on the next big challenge after this is I think is pretty daunting, but keeps us going as well. I also think that when we worked on design thinking alone, one of our biggest challenge was that we came up with great design and great experiences, but we never understood human habit formation. We never really considered how are people going to adopt this in their lifestyle and take this forward. And that is where the sweet spot we found for ourselves now is this beautiful amalgamation of design thinking and behavioral science, where whatever we design, our next big challenge is around how to create habits. How do you bring that habit loop into it? And how do you get people into doing things? And that knowing doing gap, I think, is a big challenge. A lot of cases, people know what the right behaviors are, they don't do it. So how do you get them into that? And I just want to share a very interesting example. I don't think BJ Fogg even knows this, but we were able to take BJ Fogg's MAP model, the motivation, ability, trigger, or prompt model, and say, all right, how do we bring this into everything we do, and also transfer this knowledge to people on the ground that they work with communities day in, day out. And what we were able to do is come up with a localized version of it, which we call our pyramid of change. And in Urdu, we say, the triangle basically says Kahani, Asani, and Yad Dahani. And what it means in English is Kahani is story. And we believe that a great way to inspire and motivate people is to tell great stories or evoke great stories. We then bring it to Asani, which is about ability and how to make it easy. And then we bring it to Yadhani, which is triggers and prompts. And this model has become so effective that now we've got people in all parts of Pakistan, thousands of people. And we've just said this to them, that if there's one thing you could do, just remember this mindset. and see how you can make behaviors easy for people to do it. How could you create nudges and reminders in their context so that they can keep doing that? And how do you keep them inspired and keep doing that? So I think that localization of a lot of interesting concepts that we've been able to bring down to the surface is maybe another contribution.
Fantastic. I love that. So it was Kahani, Asani, and Yadahani. Is that? Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Lovely, lovely. Thank you, Raheel. Param, what has been your experience, the shortcoming with design thinking, and what has been your nudge to design thinking?
So, I think the way I've learned from making a lot of mistakes over the last many years is that typically when we get obsessed more with design or design thinking, the chances of a successful outcome are quite bleak. And someone, I don't know who exactly said this originally, but I think most of the time it's been quoted by the CEO of IBM, back in the 60s or 70s. He said, design is too important to be left to designers. And so I think my experience firsthand has been that when design thinking really works, when it's not just designers who are doing it, right? And so I think that's one of the mistakes that we often as designers make, which is that we get obsessed with drinking the Kool-Aid ourselves, and we think that only we can do it the best. And then we don't focus enough on taking other people along with us, or letting others in fact lead us. And in many cases that actually makes more sense. And I'll give you a couple of examples, right? So one is a very well successful company called PillPack that you must be aware of in the US. PillPack started out as a company. It completely transformed the way medicines would be delivered to patients. What it does is it creates. So if you're a person who has, let's say, 10 medicines in a day, especially for someone who has to have medicines all their life or whatever, right, for a long period of time, and you're having, let's say, 10 medicines in a day. In the morning, you have these 3 medicines. In the afternoon, you have those 2. And then in the evening, you'll have the remaining 5 or whatever, right? There are different combinations at different times of the day. What they did is they packed the medicines. It comes pre-packed. So it gets delivered to your house for the whole month. And they come in sachets. So each sachet is a moment of consumption. So at 8, and it'll say the date and the time, literally. Say, and it's customized for you. So you need to just open the sachet and say, oh, today's date and today's time. I don't even need to know what medicine is inside that. It just has the pills in that sachet. And I can completely eyes closed just pop those medicines in my mouth. And similarly in the afternoon and the night, whatever, right? So this company was formed by a person who comes from a family of entrepreneurs of chemist shops, chemist business, or pharmacy business in the US. And the younger generation, whatever, the next generation guy, I think he did an entrepreneurship in residence at IDEO in Boston. And he worked on this idea with IDEO. And they created a kind of a prototype and a concept, and piloted it and all that. And of course, it's a phenomenally intelligent solution. There's a lot of robotics that goes in behind the scenes in the pharmacy to make that kind of simple solution on the front end. But it's so human centric, right? And of course, eventually Amazon bought it for $1 billion a few years back. So that's a great story of how a non-designer created that solution. With some nudges and help from design thinking and IDEO, of course, but I think the fact that a guy who's been from a family business of pharmacies for decades knows that business really well and understands that domain very well, and applied design also, is what made it really successful, right? So that's one example. The other one, of course, I mean, there are many others, but the lucky ironfish in Cambodia, these are all examples where people who are probably non-designers or designers plus many other people have got it. Embrace you spoke about, Pavan, is another great example of people who are studying in Stanford and non-designers in the traditional sense. They came together and they solved this problem using design, but many of them are non-designers. And it's a supremely successful solution. So that's my biggest takeaway.
And what has been your contribution to the practice in India?
I'd like to pass that question. I don't know. I don't know if I can. It sounds too boisterous to say that I contributed this. But you know, I've what I've learned again the hard way, what I think I've been trying to get a better grasp of, is how do you help an organization transform using design, or how do you help an organization stay customer centric, stay human centric and creative using design. That's been something that I've been working on for a good part of the last 10-12 years. Made a lot of mistakes and I'm still learning. I don't think I've still cracked it. I know some things that work now and many things that don't work. But I guess that's my sort of thing that I'm passionate about and that I'm learning, and I'm still figuring it out.
Yeah, and you are one of the most respectable people around in India when it comes to design and design thinking. So I think increasing the consciousness of the literature and the practice has been, I guess, one of the biggest contributions from your
Yeah,
side.
I mean, thankfully, there is a lot of learning out there that's getting published through talks like this. But there's a talk that I gave at a design conference last year on design leadership, and speaking about how designers need to embrace business and reflect and learn about how do you bring design into business in the way that makes sense, so that business can succeed, and therefore obviously designers will succeed. And then of course IDEO has created a course on design for change, and so there is a big case study in that from a lot of the work that we did at Dr. Reddy's at Studio 5B, which is part of that. One of the 3 companies that they have case studied in that course is from the work that we did at Dr. Reddy's. So yeah, I guess those are some nice contributions.
Absolutely.
But I still feel that it's a long way to go.
Thank you, Param. Steve, what has been your take on the boundary conditions of design thinking?
I think even as we speak, there are numerous situations in which design thinking does not work. Indeed, I'll argue that even in organizations that purport to advocate design thinking, it still does not work there just as well. So if we had heard Rory Sutherland in his opening talk on the NowFest, he spoke about something that's pretty old and still pretty paralyzing and crippling. He spoke about dogma, and he spoke about how dogma can be paralyzing, can be crippling. And I think that if you look at organizational ideology and you find that it is so rabidly dogmatic, that is one of the things that keeps design thinking back, right? Now, of course, so one can negotiate that, but that is contingent on time and continuing to build relationships. Sometimes we all don't have all of that time, and we can't continue to build those relationships. But I have found in my experience that there are institutions, there are organizations that believe that this is the sort of organizational way of thinking and behaving. And in such contexts, I think that's anathema to design thinking. It's where design thinking fails, but one would need the time, I believe, to develop that. For part 2 about what my contribution is, I'll follow Param here, saying that I haven't made any contribution apart from. Let me give you a little story. Apart from collecting books, I love to visit exhibitions. And years ago, I went to a really good show in Soho in New York, and I left Trinidad to go to the show. That's what I do. I left here and I went to see the show, and it was a show called Jugaad Innovation from Indian architects and Indian designers. And I thought it was an absolutely amazing show. Why is this important to my contribution? Because I think Jugaad Innovation is about using the vernacular, using what you have, and making it work. So my contribution to design thinking is just using what we have to try to make it work as part, like a pedagogical tool, right? So use what you have. Now, a great design philosopher who I have tremendous respect for, an English guy called John Takara, has written brilliantly about design in the everyday and design and development, design and social change. And once he was asked by a group of students in where I went to school in New York about, well, where should we go and look to design? And he said, just look down the street. Just look down your street and you'll find something to work on. I suppose the older I get, the more philosophically I think about design. I suppose when I was a younger person, I was like really hungry to go to market, go to market with something. But now I think with more and more reflection, working on systems, making systems better, and using this idea of jugaad innovation is something I really embrace. So that's my contribution. Just a kind of vernacular approach to it, using what I have as a pedagogical tool.
Lovely, lovely. Great to hear that. Fantastic. Well said, Steve. Thank you so much. So here's the last question to all of you, and then maybe we can pick up a few questions from the chat. So if you have to really give advice to people who might be new to design thinking, would like to really embrace design thinking as a way of life, in very simple just three sentences, what are the top three things that you would want to offer to individuals who want to embrace a much more systematic systems way of problem solving, of thinking, and not necessarily designing something clever? What would that be? So let's start with Lorenko. Three points.
I'm somewhat inspired by the question that was introduced into the chat, so I'll try to connect the two. I would say be vigilant about the diversity of stimulus or stimuli that you get inspired by when you decide to design. Ensure that you have female voices present, which is something I wish would have been part of this panel. Because if you, like me, agree that as a planet, as a species, we are underperforming, to a great degree, it's because of white heterosexual men that have been at the helm of most of the power centers of the world. So it's time for us, and the final point, to be humble, step away, and let women take the helm of these transformations that we so desperately seek as a species. Support them, but understand that it's time for us to maybe sit on the passenger seat and be more gender diverse in how we address, understand, and contribute to these problems.
So diversity and embracing diversity and bringing real human voices to the discourse is the starting point. Thank you. Thank you. Raheel, what's your take? Raheel, you're on mute. You're on mute, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Okay. So the first thing I would come back to is, again, fall in love with the problem, not the method. I think that's very crucial, and also have an experimental mindset. Keep trying, keep doing, make it iterative. The other thing that I really feel is that, which is very important, is immersing yourself into the context of the user. I think that's like my single biggest piece of advice. We design for an ideal environment which never exists. Especially in our case, the context dominates the behavior. The context basically dictates the behavior in a lot of ways. It's not the individual, it's things around them. And I think that's why it's so important to understand where the behavior is taking place and be genuinely interested and curious about learning the other person's perspective and building empathy. And I think the third thing I would really want to talk about is never miss a great opportunity to solve a big problem or take on a big challenge. I think we're very fearful of taking on big things. We want to keep in that safe zone where we do take smaller challenges. But I feel that if you fail, you will definitely learn a lot. And if you succeed in the end, you'll definitely be in the Hall of Fame. People would know you for the work you've done. So I think have that 10x mindset, take on big challenges, big problems, because someone has to, and just go after it. What's the worst that can happen?
Fantastic. Thank you. Steve, what's your take?
One, learn to make rich pictures. Almost every person could draw stick figures. So you learn to make rich pics. And, that's a thing people have fun doing, and you can see how they begin to make connections. And, that making rich pics is such a democratically available method that almost you can just find it, how to make these little rich pics and how to start developing a picture of the system. That's one. The second thing is pretty simple and pretty straightforward. Read Donald Norman. That's the guy who wrote The Psychology of Everyday Things. And then he went on to change that to The Design of Everyday Things. One should read him. And the third thing is a pretty simple thing. It's let's stop talking about work and have a coffee in my garden and talk about other things. So, because oftentimes I find that you can address concepts of the imagination so much better when you're relaxed and talking about something unrelated to work. So that, for example, if myself and a client, if we were hammering how to design a phone, having a coffee, we might talk about how I get my garden to work so well. And that stuff like that helps to trigger how to think imaginatively. Had we had more time, I would have loved to speak more about the imagination, because I think that that's a really important factor in all of our work as designers. And it is so abstract and it is so intangible that it's very difficult to, in design thinking especially, to speak to a client about what it is to make an imaginative leap. In fact, recently in Rory's fantastic book, Alchemy, he keeps talking about this psychologic. And that psychologic I read as a walk, a path, a journey into the imagination. So that's my three things.
Fantastic.
Make it, read Donald Norman, and have a coffee in my garden.
Honestly speaking, I've never ever heard so fresh perspectives on developing design thinking. Really, making rich pictures, and especially not talking about work and having a coffee in my garden, and the emphasis on imagination versus knowledge. It's really very, very fresh, Steve. I appreciate that tremendously. Param, 3 takeaways from you.
One, don't attend design thinking workshops. Not because they're bad or not because all of them are bad, but just because I think it's become too much, and people are assuming that that's a magic bullet for people to become designers. So I think that's a bit of a situation where we are in the world today. So, I mean, maybe you can attend a workshop, but just think of it as awareness and a starting point. Don't think of that as the end. So that's point number one. Point number two is, I think, the whole idea of focus on emotions. Focusing on human emotions is really what is at the heart of what makes us understand why people what they do, and also to find the inflection points or the springboards for creativity and reframing the problem. So I think connecting to human emotions and looking at the emotional needs rather than the functional needs is the second piece, and which will happen, of course, only if you get out of your office or get out of your space and go and meet real people where they are, and understand what's going on in their lives and how they look at a problem rather than how you look at it. The third one would probably be, I think, really experimenting a lot more and looking at what if. I think asking childlike questions, which we all used to do as children, and really getting back to the essence of that imagination and saying, what if what if the sachet could have all the 3 medicines that I needed to have that morning without me having to read my prescription or looking at the medicine strip and trying to figure out which is which? What if it could be pre-arranged and it came to me? I mean, it's a simple question that led to that solution, but what makes people not get to that point of actually creating that solution is they start thinking about 20 reasons why it will not work or why it's hard. But the person who created that solution figured out, okay, what is it going to take to make it work? Once they ask the question, what if, right? So I think that is probably what we need to rediscover as adults, to being children and being like children and thinking what if more. So those are 3 things.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Param. Okay, so Aditya, how much time do we have now? Can we take 1 or 2 questions from the chat?
We can take up around 3-4 questions. Let's extend another 10-15 minutes. People have been putting up questions and they're curious, so why not?
Absolutely. Okay, so let me start from the first question. So question to Steve, Raheel, and Lorenko. Like Param shared the Maharashtra circular toilet case study, it would be good to hear from you any specific case study you would like to share when culture and context resulted in a unique design solution. That's from Nandita Sengupta. So Raheel already shared one case on the education, the school children. If we can have something from Steve or Lorenko on the context, that might be interesting.
Okay.
Sure. Please,
sorry,
Professor.
Sorry, do you want to go?
Please.
Okay, thanks. So I have, can I share my screen?
Please go ahead.
Right, so let me share my screen. So let me just give you a quick background. Some years ago, as we talk about health and wellness and health behavior change, one of the things I've always spoken about in health behavior change is that something that perhaps should precede the behavioral interventions might be a program in health literacy before you start getting the intervention. So a widespread program in health literacy. And years ago, because we speak a sort of English, you know your language and your concepts are sometimes mediated by language. So I developed this series of posters. I'll just show you one. Let me share the screen with you. I hope. And we ask this simple question. Is it A, B, C, or D? Is it prostrate, prostate, apostate, or prostrate? Yes? So, I mean, that what we did is to the bottom here, we turned the answers upside down, right? So take a quick look. So I'll stop sharing in a bit. So we did a series of such posters. The idea is that sometimes, and it's hard to see this on the surface, but sometimes if you have people from a kind of socioeconomic strata that cannot articulate certain terms, you find oftentimes in the healthcare setting, they're not taken seriously. They're dismissed. So that is where health literacy comes in. It's very, very important. And then I think you can move up to creating some much more robust interventions. So one of our works was just doing a series of posters looking at everyday healthcare terms, trying to frame those terms in the different ways that people really say them and asking, what is the real way to say this?
Fantastic. It's a brilliant example, Steve. Lorenko, you had something to share?
Sure. I'll quickly share an experience that we had with Nike back in 2010 when it was preparing for its kind of debutante party in Brazil. We had the World Cup in 2014. We had the Olympics in 2016. So the brand was preparing itself to be an important backdrop to these two big sporting events. And so they hired Mandala to help them create the vision for the brand leading up to these two big events, with a focus on Rio de Janeiro, which was a city where the brand did not have any presence previous to that moment. And for those of you who know Nike, the way that the brand usually enters a new market is by a strategy called brand attack, which is they saturate the city with big billboards, and they sponsor different initiatives, and it's very top down. And we advised them to take a more bottoms-up approach. So what we did is we spent about a month in the city of Rio, interacting with community leaders, cultural producers, athletes, DJs, people from government, from the municipality, to understand what the city was going through at that time. And specifically, in 2010, the city had gone through some very important pacification initiatives in the favelas, in the low-income communities, which was nurturing a cultural effervescence in the city that it hadn't seen in over a decade, which means people were actually leaving their neighborhoods and interacting with people from different neighborhoods because now it was safe to do so. And what we realized is that for the brand to gain legitimacy with residents of Rio de Janeiro, it would need to be part of that effort. It would need to use sport as a means to bring people from those different communities together in the name of urban integration, in the name of social transformation. So what we did is we mapped out different initiatives together with the brand where they would be bringing people together, whether it's through surf. We opened a little a surf initiative in one neighborhood. We refurbished skate ramps in another neighborhood. We refurbished these abandoned soccer fields and promoted tournaments. We opened 2 Nike stores in different neighborhoods. This was obviously led by the brand, but suddenly what we saw was a brand that was kind of trickling up into the culture, into the social fabric of the city, and in doing so was gaining the share of heart of the residents who live there. And the idea was that if you are part of the social fabric of a specific market, then when that citizen decides that it wants to purchase cleats, shorts, or a t-shirt, it will have a natural brand preference for you, given the value that you have offered to the livelihood of the people who live in that city. Since you have a good product, that brand preference will translate into brand loyalty, which will drive sales and which will drive profit. But profit is the natural consequence of something that's much more profound and much more authentic, which is the connection, the social connection that the brand has with the people who live there. So that's just a nice anecdote from 2010, if I'm not mistaken. And I do want to apologize, but I had a hard stop at the hour because I'm going into another live. So I want to thank you all for the invitation, and I'm going to rudely leave the live before we conclude. But I hope to stay in touch with all of you as we move forward. And again, I applaud you for this event. I applaud you for the curation. Thank you for all the lessons that I've learned in this past hour and a half. I'm truly grateful.
Thank you so much, Lorenko. Enjoyed your company here very much. Take care.
Lawrence,
Thank
obrigado por your tempo. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you, Prakash. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, so let me quickly take up the remaining questions that we have on the chat. So the question then is, Lorenko has left. So another one is, how do we integrate design thinking or become aware that we are utilizing design thinking during everyday life? I guess we address the question by some of the behaviors. And the last question is, does practicing and excelling in design really require you to have a degree in design? This is for Param, and though I know the answer, what Param would say, but I would love Param to say that. Go ahead, Param. Does it really require a degree in design?
Absolutely not. I barely have a degree in design myself. So no, as I said earlier, I think it doesn't matter what you study. What matters more is, do you have an ability to think empathetically and creative? And of course, yeah, I mean, it doesn't even need to know that. It doesn't even need that you need to know design thinking. There are people who have created some amazing solutions without all that stuff. So
absolutely,
yeah.
Fantastic. So I guess that's about it from our side, team. I think it was a lovely panel. I enjoyed thoroughly taking down notes. I have already exhausted 3 mind maps. The first one, the second mind map, and the third mind map. So I've been taking notes voraciously, and what I would now do is I'll write a small blog.
Pavan, you should send around those mind maps to us. Take some pics, take some pictures and send them around.
Definitely.
No, I'd really love to see them.
Okay, I'll put the mind maps on our chat on
Beautiful.
the mail trail which we had. So and I'll just try to make it slightly more legible in the form of a blog. So wonderful. It was a great opportunity, I must say that. Otherwise, you don't get to meet such amazing people from different parts of the world doing some amazing work and having a very heart-to-heart conversation. So I hope that even if people are not able to attend this live, the recordings will be made available to people at a later point in time, and they would all benefit from it tremendously. It was a fantastic last 90 minutes for me, and hope that we'll all be in touch and do some good work together. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Over to the host.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Dr. Pavan, Param, Rahil, Steve, Lawrence, who left some time back. And we are very, very happy. I mean, we're really enlightened. I've got a lot of messages in the team out here from people all over. And a lot of students reached out saying, hey, it's going to be difficult because for some reason, some have got exams tomorrow. I can't figure that logic out. It's a Saturday. If you're preparing for it, guys, please can you record this because this is something you want to watch. And so, yes, we are recording it all. They all get it. And many of them are from our college, actually, from IIM Bangalore and from Christ. They pinged out saying, we want to watch this. So please record it. So we are going to be sharing these with them on the website and with you all too. Thank you so much for the time. It was really wonderful listening to you all. And to all who have logged in out here from different parts of the world, thank you very much for being here. Today was day 2. Tomorrow, day 3. The grand finale, we're going to start at 10 a.m. in the morning, IST, Indian Standard Time. That's primarily done because we always get complaints from our brothers and sisters from the Eastern Time Zone, from New Zealand, Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, saying, you guys always exclude us out. And so it's keeping them in mind. We're going to start at 10 in the morning so that they get to log in early and listen to a good amount of what's happening out here. Once again, thank you all. Good night. Good evening. Stay safe and take care.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Pleasure.
Bye.
All right.